Great to have you with us on Saratoga Live. Coverage on Fox Sports 2, the Hall of Fame right across the street. As always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. On the near side of the street, Saratoga Race Course. Gorgeous afternoon in upstate New York at one of the oldest active sporting venues in North America. What a shot. It's day 22, clear skies, and a terrific crowd expected at the track they call the Spa. Just outside the paddock, welcome everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. It's the energy of a Friday at Saratoga. The weekend is upon us. Tomorrow, the four-star Dave can Casa Creed become the fourth horse to win 2 editions of the four-star Dave. But first things first of 11 races just around the corner. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. Looks like that. The first in about 10 minutes. Race 3, race 5, and 8. The Hall of Famer on the turf. Races 10 and 11 off the turf. Glenn Kozak, Executive Vice President of Operations and Capital Projects, will join the show. Plus 2 more stakes, Union Avenue and Evan Shipman. John Deere Weather Track Condition Report. Track is fast. Turf courses are good. Temperature around 79 degrees. As I welcome in my co-host, Andy Serling, Paul LaDuca, champion jockey Richard Migliori. Gentlemen, what are we looking forward to most on this Friday afternoon?
Just a fun day of racing. The National Museum Hall of Fame coming back, I think, is a really, really interesting race. Looking forward to seeing that race and on a much better turf course than it would have been run on. The return of American Revolution. Frankly, there's a lot to look forward to on today's card.
I'm looking forward to the Hall of Fame. I'm actually looking forward to General Jim getting back on turf. I just have this feeling, listen, he's thrown some good races on dirt. He's got a Hunter Buyer on dirt, but I have a feeling he might be a better turf horse going forward. I think he's got a big shot today for Shug McGay and Luis Saez in the feature.
And for me, it's earlier in the card, Granny's Connection, New York bred that I'm just a huge fan of. Last time she got nosed out, and I thought that maybe if she had put a little more separation on the field, she might have gotten it done. I just think she's ultra talented for the Tom Morley mark.
That rematch in the Dancing Renee, one of 3 stakes races, the Union Avenue. As for the aforementioned Hall of Fame reschedule, there's the field. 3-year-olds a mile, $500,000 purse. Number 2, More Than Looks, 5-2 morning line favorite. This was the Manila. Andy, More Than Looks in a relentless run down the center of the track.
He was extremely good. He got left that day, and he made a big run. It was a race that basically held together. It was an excellent effort by him. Having said that, different turf course day. Draws well on the rail because the rail is going to be very important with the rails down in the inner turf course. And the other thing for me is if you bet him last time, you got $16. You bet him today and he wins, you're going to get $6. So the value is sort of gone.
He can't make any mistakes at the gate, too, Andy, which he has made against this field, I think. You got Carl Spackler. You got some talented horses. He's very talented, but he's been left in the gate a couple of times, like Andy said. And can that talent take over a more difficult field? You know what I mean?
And the wild card, Richie, the good turf course, how much cushion there is in it, and in which horses are going to thrive. You have a couple of Europeans, and which horses will spin their wheels.
Yeah, absolutely. And even though we've had good weather and it's a beautiful day, this course got saturated. There was so much water, and so you're not going to get a firm course yet, but you are going to get fresh ground with, like Andy talked about, those rails coming down. And I think fighting for that inside position is going to become imperative to success on the turf early on here.
No, and I agree. I think with the fresh ground, even with the rain, times will be relatively good, at least on the inner.
Yep.
I think the Mellon has gone out to 27 feet, I believe, and that's the first time they've been out at that. They can go out farther on that course. They'll come down Travers Week. But we've seen this when those rails have come down. They do it for 4-star Dave Week, and it continues for 2 weeks. The rail, and Richie knows this better than anybody because he rode it. The rail is almost a must to be successful on that course.
Again, Glenn Kozak will be joining the show a little bit later on in the broadcast. As always, our offer still stands. Sign up, Naira Bets. Get involved. Use that promo code SPA200. Earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now, NairaBets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. Field for the opener. Start of the early pick 5 maiden special weight 3-year-olds and older, mile and an eighth, with Moore's Law, the current favorite, at 7-5. Post parade moments ago. Starting with Mount Craig, currently 5-2, drawn inside, the most experience, which means the most losses, 0 for 8.
Well, a little bit of trouble early last time. His lack of speed is an issue as well.
Number 2, Gamekeeper, may need some class relief, has speed.
Yeah, last time out, didn't get a chance to really run. It was going longer distances, was not too far behind Mount Craig, so 15-1, longest shot on the board.
Number 3, Heroes Medal, and Tyler Gaffley on 3 wins yesterday.
He had the best of it last time, riding a rail that was a bit of an advantage, and he still gave it up badly. Tough to like.
Moore's Law, Powerhouse Connections.
Yeah, this is a horse now making the 4th career start for Chad Brown, and then Flavian Pratt will get aboard 4th rider, and this is the one to beat.
Breeze, gotta run faster with that name.
I agree, but I think he's a little interesting because he's a new face. Chugmier has very good numbers, stretching out Dirt Maidens in their 2nd start, which is an advantage. But as you say, he better do a lot more running than he did last time.
Braggadocious, trainer Mark Hennig. That barn is clicking.
Yeah, they are going pretty well, and he's got a couple big chances today. This is a gun runner. Gelding going from the Rusty Arnold barn into the Mark Hennig barn was behind Mount Craig. So you got a couple horses that have been behind Mount Craig. Morris Craig, the favorite, has been in front of Mount Craig.
Who graduates? Early pick 5 starts here. Post time 3 minutes as we say hello to Maggie Wolfendale standing by in the winner's circle. Maggie, you've been tracking these maidens for several minutes. What can you tell us?
Well, Lafitte, I can tell you that I am not going to be shocked when Moore's Law breaks his maiden here, but I'm not going to take him this time around at 6-5, as he was my selection last time at 12-1. But I'm going to go with another long shot in here. I like the fact that Andy brings up the numbers with trainer Shug McGahee. When it comes to number 5, Breeze, stretching out in distance, he wants every bit of this 9 furlongs. He's going to have to be more professional, but he had to break from the inside post at a full field, going to 7. He broke a touch slow. Then the field just kind of folded over on him as he took kickback and raced greenly. Didn't show much, I know. But now we see his rider, Manny Franco, who sticks aboard him yet again, giving him a big warm-up, making him get that blood flowing a little bit, get him sharp, get him on his toes, and he's just built like a distance runner. He has one of the longest necks I've seen on a horse, and to me, that just screams the longer, the better. He looks incredibly fit, too, for this 2nd start. And then we'll check in with number 6, Braggadocious. I thought it was interesting that half this field has sold at a horses of racing age sale recently, and Braggadocious is the most recent, where he was picked up at the Fasig-Tipton horses of racing age sale, bought from his breeder Calumet Farm for $70,000 to Windy Lee Farm. Now, I did have the opportunity of seeing him too back when at Churchill in that 1.25 mile race, and he was very aggressive that day in the paddock, out on the racetrack, kind of got hot, really full of himself on that occasion. Today, not the same. He's a lot more laid back, which I think is best for him trying to go this distance, even though I question the 1.25 miles in that 2nd start. 1 1/8 is fine, but he just doesn't look quite as strong as what I saw from him too. So wondering if he'll need a start as well, just to kind of get strengthened up again. But no doubt about it, guys, Moore's Law is the horse to beat. I've liked what I've seen from him, but I'm going to try here with Breeze. He made a really good impression, Lafitte.
6 to choose from. Handicappers going in 4 different directions, yes?
Well, we're trying to make sure we get off on a winning note.
All bases covered.
At least we've got 4 out of 6 chances.
I know Moore's Law is a heavy favorite, but he's actually been a horse that's been improving steadily in his races. First time out was a day he really wanted to be inside, and he was beaten by a very strong field. We've seen Ever So Mischievous win, actually at this meet, win his non-winners of 1. And then the next time he ran, just watching him, he's just a horse that took a long time to get in gear, and he does have that look of a horse that distance will be better. Now, he met Dreamlike last time, who, for those who don't know,
all 3 of them.
Right, well, he was second in the Wood Memorial as a maiden, and he's in a very, very tough non-winners of 1 or non-winners of 2 lifetime at 1 1/8 mile here on Sunday. That's a super race on that card, by the way. So he wasn't going to beat him, but he really did come with a run. And the other thing is, I don't think there's that much pace in this race. And I think as he's gotten a little bit better, you'll probably see him a little bit closer to the pace. And Richie, I think you'll agree, Flavian Pratt's as good as anybody at identifying that kind of situation.
He is a guy that will get his position going forward. And watching him warm up Moore's Law number 4, he really gave this horse a warm-up. I do think he's conscious of the fact that he'd like him more in the game.
What about with gamekeeper Jamie Torres, Heroes Medal, Tyler Gaffley on? How aggressive do you expect them to be early on?
Well, the horse is pretty washy on the racetrack. So that what I mean by that, when you look at the neck, the horse is a little worked up. So that means maybe the horse is on his toes and is going to show a little bit of speed.
Wayne's horses show speed. Wayne Lucas may go down, but he's not going down without a fight. His horses show speed, and as somebody said to me many years ago, Wayne Lucas made a lot of money sending speed horses to the lead.
Pedal to the metal. We'll see what happens early on in this field of 6. Early pick 5 pool up over $624,000. What are you noticing, Paul?
No, just talking about the 2. You can tell he's just worked up. He's a big boy, though.
Big.
And I know
really
that
big.
Mount Craig, too, hence his name, why they named him. He literally can't get out of the gate because he's physically barely fits in there. So you have 2 horses in here in the 1 and 2 that, they're pretty big boys here. But pay attention to the 1, Mount Craig. And even though this is a mile and an eighth, you don't want him to get completely left. But he's just going to fall out of there. That's just the way he is. He's the big animal.
Luis Saez, Mount Craig. Productive week for Saez, picking up the mount in the Derby winner Mage for the Travers. Tomorrow, Casa Creed and the 4-star Dave. An outsider, Andy, what about Breeze and Shug McGahee? And typically, statistically, his horse is improving second time out.
Yeah, he's over the last 5 years, he's 8 for 31, 26% with a 236 ROI, stretching out second-time starters. So they're winning, and their horse is paying $9. Now, most of them, it means, ran a little bit more than this one did first time. Yep. And I just think you have to worry about a horse that ran as poorly. He broke a little slow in there. But they can improve a lot in their second starts. And to me, he's the fuzzy you would want. So I picked the race 4 or 5. If Moore's Laws lose, I would rather have a fuzzy than somebody who ran against him.
Seth Klarman, Chad Brown, Flavian Pratt with Moore's Law breaking right in front. That enthusiastic crowd, excited crowd on this Friday afternoon. First of 11. We're all set with Frank Miramati standing by with the call. Race 1, live, Saratoga.
Okay, Lafitte, here's Breeze coming up in the colors of Cortland Farm. Just slightly hesitant, backing away, and Braggadocious will follow him in. Breeze going in now. You open the front of the gate for Breeze. Braggadocious goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Heroes Medal, slight bobble, but recovered immediately. Braggadocious on the outside, and Mount Craig is sent hard. Breeze flashing sharp early speed for them across the track into the first turn. Then it's Gamekeeper and the favorite Moore's Law will trade them in the early stages. Mount Craig sets the pace. Heroes Medal is a clear-cut second. Down on the inside, it's Gamekeeper, a joint third. Breeze outside of him. 2 more lengths to Braggadocious, who's 5th, 4 lengths off the lead, and another couple to Moore's Law. 23 and 4 for the opening quarter mile. It's Luis Saez and Mount Craig, pace setting on the front end. A half length in front of Heroes Medal second. A length and a half, Breeze third. Gamekeeper tucked in 4th. 2 more Braggadocious by himself, and Moore's Law is about 5 lengths off the lead as they head toward the 5/8 pole. And it's Mount Craig, the controlling speed, has it by a length with Heroes Medal in pursuit second, getting a little nudge to try and get after the front running Mount Craig with less than a half mile to go, and the half went in 48 1/5 seconds. Mount Craig, Heroes Medal, turning it on now on the outside. These 2 on even terms, 4 lengths back. Gamekeeper, Breeze. Now Moore's Law starts to advance, has a lot of ground to make up, but he is making some headway as they come to the quarter pole in 112 flat. Mount Craig, Heroes Medal, head and head for the lead. Moore's Law swings to the center of the track with still 6 to make up in the final 1/8 of a mile. Mount Craig fighting back gamely on the inside of Heroes Medal, and Moore's Law is within 4 lengths of him with a 16th to run. Moore's Law in high gear on the outside, coming swiftly and going right on by. Moore's Law, nicely timed by Flavian Pratt. His rally gets the W. Mount Craig won that battle for second over Heroes Medal.
Like he jumped in at the 8th pole. Moore's Law, the favorite, strikes in the first of 11 at Saratoga.
Took Moore's Law a really long time to find his best stride, but you could see the difference inside the 8th pole. He finally did find his best stride and kicked on. The 1, Mount Craig, and the 3, Heroes Medal, were putting on quite a show. And then Moore's Law came and took the curtain call.
And it is to his credit, nobody else picked up an inch in here. I mean, maybe they just had nothing, but it's not like they were closing. Now, he got an honest pace to close it. At this point, I was saying to you guys, he's going to win this race by 3 lengths. He came close to doing it. Just took him a long time to get in stride, Paul.
Yeah, you know, Luis Saez did a good thing. That's the best I've ever seen Mount Craig break in his life, so he took advantage of it. He said, let me send this big old thing to the front end and see if I can lumber along here, and he just got tired. I'll tell you what, you got to give him credit. Listen, the 4 was the best in here and ran by him, but he never let the 3 by. I think he had a private race. Hey, buddy, you're not going by me, but the other ones could go by here.
Rich, you know what I thought was a very key moment in the race? When they're going around about the 3/8 pole, maybe somewhere in there, when some riders might have chosen to go 4 wide. There were 3 horses with no horse in front of them, and Flavien Prat said, I don't want to lose momentum and go wide, and he waited inside, and then at the last moment he sort of slipped between horses to go wide. That's the winning move,
Yeah,
right?
He was waiting, following Braggadocious before he tipped out, and a very patient ride in that respect.
Maggie?
Lafitte, I'm wondering if Heroes Medal and Mount Craig show up in the pad and go, oh, you again. They fought it out down the lane like they did last time, except I think they kept a little bit of a straighter course where Mount Craig had the lead over Heroes Medal. Again, still the same type of finish, but I just thought it was funny that those two were shoulder to shoulder throughout the lane this time, much like they were last time they met, and Moore's Law swooped them wide late yet again.
They have it all to themselves, their own private little match race, Mount Craig Heroes Medal, and just ambushed by Moore's Law.
Yeah, they put on quite a show, and they were battling. Now, Heroes Medal did not change leads, was lingering on that left lead, hanging on Mount Craig. Mount Craig did everything properly, right lead, outgamed that horse. Neither one was any match for Moore's Law, who had a nice kick.
Does this put Chad Brown in the lead?
19-18.
Yeah,
19 for Chad Brown, leading trainer, 1 clear of Linda Rice. 4-1-3-2, favorite delivers. Moore's Law graduates in his 4th career start. Results, reaction when we come back. Plus, can he do it again? Casa Creed, last year's 4-star Dave winner for owner Leen Einseidler. Tomorrow, his title defense in 6th straight summer. He's raced here at Saratoga.
DeMarchelier offers breeders a rare opportunity as the only son of Dubawi standing in Kentucky. Dubawi, one of the world's most celebrated stallions, is now a sire of sires. With a picture-perfect pedigree, this son of Dubawi brings one of the world's most potent bloodlines to America. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring. DeMarchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play this weekend. Races and free PPs posted at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
Welcome back. You're watching Saratoga Live here on Fox Sports as we are proudly brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well as a popular winner in today's first race as Moore's Law and gets the victory. And please be joined here by his conditioner, Chad Brown. And Chad, Moore's Law just felt like a horse that once he got out to the 2 turns, he really kind of found his niche.
He did. I like the fact he wasn't too far back today. Flavin did a good job to leave out of there and get a good position. He doesn't mind the kickback too much. There was a moment there on the stretch I didn't think he'd get there, but fortunately he did.
And kind of looks a lot like his sire in Good Magic. Talk a little bit about these Good Magics and figuring out what they want to do.
Yeah, you know what he does, and I'm so pleased that he's off to such a great start as a stallion. He couldn't really have scripted it any better. You know, I've had several, and all of them have a desire to train, and they're very workable. Of course, they have a lot of talent, and the future's really bright for this horse.
Looking forward to seeing more of his babies, but you'll send out 3 in the rescheduled Hall of Fame a little bit later. Possibly the most exciting one, Carl Spackler, getting back to the races. He showed so much promise as a newly turned 3-year-old. Talk a little bit about getting him back to the races today.
Yeah, he's coming off a poor race at Churchill. I shipped him home. He got really sick on me, so I had to rest him a little bit. He's doing so well right now. Very excited to get him back to the races. My other 2 horses are interesting. You know, Praise is another horse we thought a lot of last year. He had to go to the sidelines with some shin issues, got a late start, he's fresh legs. And of course, Mischievous Angel's a horse that he just couldn't get there at 2. We were patient, and albeit it was a sprint race last time out, he couldn't have done any better. Will he handle 2 turns? We'll see.
He's finished up, though, and he has the physical frame to say that longer might be better, no?
I think so. And the bottom side of his pedigree, I'm sure you've noticed that it would lend itself to at least get a mile, so I'm optimistic.
Well, wishing you the best of luck. Congratulations here in the first.
Thank you.
All right, Chad Brown looking to kick off and kick start a big day, guys.
Leading trainer now, Chad Brown, by Hillendale Stallion, Good Magic. Andy, so Moore's Law, no, he didn't graduate, break his maiden in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile like Good Magic, but this does feel like the start of turning the corner.
Yeah, I mean, he's obviously a horse that wants more distance. I mean, they say that about a lot of horses, but this guy clearly has more distance, and, you know, who knows? I mean, sometimes these horses, they find their sort of level and he's just not good enough. But sometimes these horses will improve with racing and improve with distance. And this is the kind of horse that could step forward next year. You never really know.
1 down, 10 left. 3 stakes races today. Tomorrow, the centerpiece of activity, the Grade 1 4-star Dave, named in honor of one of the most popular thoroughbreds in the history of Saratoga, Richie. A horse that you were a big part of this 8th summer ride.
I was just very privileged to, you know, have the opportunity to ride him through most of the last part of his career. I'd ridden him earlier, got him back later. He just had so much charisma, so much personality, and his longevity led to a huge fan following. He just was such a popular horse up here.
No, he is the kind of horse that epitomizes what's great about Saratoga, but also epitomizes what's great about racing. Because this horse brought so much pleasure to so many people, Richie.
Oh, myself included,
yeah,
especially
all of us.
Days like this, Paul, I was so worried going into this race. I never used to put a lot of pressure on myself. I felt the weight of Saratoga on me in this race because it was his last opportunity to win an 8th year in a row, and I thought the only way he could lose is if I messed it up.
It's kind of a record. You know, it's one of those records I equate kind of to Woody Stevens. No one's ever going to win. Yeah, you can see Mig was a little bit excited there.
Fired up.
Woody Stevens winning that many Belmonts in a row, there's not going to be another horse that's going to run 8 times up here, let alone win 8 years in a row,
100 career starts. 100 career starts, 4-star Dave. For that reason, a Grade 1 in his honor. Grade 1 4-star Dave Breeders' Cup Challenge event. Winning you're in for the Breeders' Cup Mile 7 Deep, and Annapolis, Casa Creed going head-to-head. We did some barnstorming. Let's meet the field in post-position order, starting with Emmanuel, first of 2, trained by Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, Emmanuel benefits from getting the inside post in here. That's his biggest weapon. I think he has a real upset chance. Jose Ortiz just needs to stay on the rail.
Emmanuel, Todd Pletcher, already a 3-time 4-star Dave winning trainer. Number 2, full screen, first of 3, trained by Mark Cassie.
Yeah, blinkers will come off. This horse that's a big long shot here at 30-1. Manny Franco will be in the irons. 3 for 13 lifetime, but really needs to step it up in this group.
Yeah, tall order, never faced competition like this. Full screen. Right next door is My Seat Cottage, also trained by Cassie. A fast, expected front runner.
obviously isn't good enough to win this race on paper, but he's going to inject some speed in the race on one occasion. And I feel like Mark Casse has upset this race before.
Once or twice.
So I'm not going to knock him for taking a shot. In fact, that's one of the things I really respect about Mark Casse. He is never afraid to take a shot.
Two-time winner with Got Stormy, the only female to win the 4-star Dave. Then Annapolis, strong second choice.
Yeah, it was second to Casa Creed in the Kelso. Can he turn the tables? He needs a little bit better break. He needs a little bit better trip. But again, he's only had 2 races since the Breeders' Cup Mile of last year. So he might have needed that race. He was a little washy in his last race. Maybe he'll be a little bit better next time out.
Only 5-1 in that Breeders' Cup Mile. And then So High, who has not won since November of 2020.
Yeah, they're taking a shot. What can I say? You know, I like to see people taking shots in big races, so I'm not going to knock him for doing it. Obviously, this is a very, very salty spot, but for a trainer that once got lucky in a big race, the big price.
Gonna have to get more than lucky this time. Casa Creed, star of the show and defending champ.
Yeah, looking for 2 in a row, and in the 2020 run, he ran 3rd to Got Stormy. He's turned it into a mini 4-star Dave.
with the 6 straight summers he's raced here at Saratoga, Casa Creed, and then Ice Chocolat, last of the Mark Casse trained trio.
Both he and Annapolis were compromised a bit at the start last time. He took it worse than Annapolis. My problem is I just don't see his race that makes him really good enough, and he draws a tough outside post. He is the 4th likeliest winner of this race, but I think it's going to be tough.
That's the field in the Grade 1 4-star Dave. We check in with Maggie Wolfendale standing by this Grade 1 4-star Dave. Maggie, what are you looking forward to most in the Saturday feature?
Well, seeing if Casa Creed Lafitte can go back-to-back, it will be his 4th try in the Grade 1 4-star Dave, as he is looking for his 9th win of his career. And I think it's really neat catching up with his now regular rider, Luis Saez. He told me yesterday when I caught up with him in an interview that he's a horse that literally just gives you his all each and every time. He tries hard. And as Andy has said, it is very rare for a turf horse to be so adaptable and so good at varying distances and configurations around 1-turn or 2-turn. And I was actually filming something on the backside as well, Lafitte, yesterday morning, and stuck my head in. His groom, Anna, she grooms a lot of Bill Mott's Grade 1 superstars, and she was grooming Casa Creed at the moment, and he was feisty as any 7-year-old could be. So really looking forward to him, and I do love the connections with Lee Einseidler involved as well. Guys?
Maggie trying to become just the 4th 2-time winner of the 4-star Dave. Casa Creed. Richie, remember, Annapolis was actually favored going back to the Kelso opening week. It didn't work out that day. He's a second choice on tomorrow. What do you think Arad Ortiz tries to do differently this time?
I think he'd like to get a little bit more forward position into the first turn. I don't think he got the position that he was most comfortable, or Annapolis was most comfortable with last time. Annapolis is a very good horse. He's not a typical turf horse in so much as he doesn't have a big acceleration. He's able to get position, have a high cruising speed, and stay, be relentless. I think he'd like to be in front of Casa Creed and get first run on him as opposed to the way it was last time.
Is it Annapolis, Paul, or someone else who you feel has the most upside to pull off an upset?
No, I think Mig makes a good point, because if you go back to Annapolis's PPs, Annapolis has shown that he's got speed, early speed. Now, as he's gotten a little bit older now, you know, he's maybe trying to learn how to rate a little bit more, but he has shown in the past that he might even have more early get up than Casa Creed, so we'll see what happens. But again, he broke slow last time. He was a little washy in the post parade. He kind of wasn't himself. He needs to mind his matters and get out of the gate, because Mig's right. He has enough speed to maybe get first jump on Casa Creed.
Elephant in the room, Andy, the ground. We don't know.
Yeah, I'm not worried about that. Fresh ground, another day, beautiful day, wind blowing. I think we'll have a very, very good course for probably firm, but also in really, really great shape. So I'm not concerned at all about that. I'll tell you what concerns me about Casa Creed in here. If he gets the same ride that he got from Luis Saez last time, and he ends up out in the 3-path for a portion of this race, he's not going to win. The trip he got last time will be very unlikely to work on the rail, this course he's going to be on tomorrow, because you've got to save ground. And even though he closed in the middle of the track last time, as Richie well knows, he spent the first 3 quarters of the race snugly on the rail. And you can run off the rail a little bit, but only if you spend a certain portion of the race on it.
Looking forward to this one, the feature of the weekend on Fox, the Grade 1 4-star day. Fox Saratoga Saturday continues. Coverage gets underway at 3 o'clock. You'll see 5 races, 3 stakes races, of course highlighted by the Grade 1 4-star day Breeders' Cup Challenge event. Winning you're in for the Breeders' Cup Miles. Segue to Casa Creed's jockey, Luis Saez. Real good week. Picking up the mount on Mage. He'll ride the Derby winner in the Travers, seeking a 3rd Travers victory. Date with Casa Creed tomorrow. Saez already a 3-time 4-star Dave winning jockey.
Speightstown. Munning. Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Talamo, and Echo Town raced away.
And Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Turkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a 12:40 post on weekends and 2 p.m. start on Fridays, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to 6-figure pools and a low 15% takeout. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
This summer, the thrill of horse racing comes to your home on Fox. Live from historic Saratoga Racecourse, don't miss the 4-star Dave, only on Fox Saratoga Saturday.
Thanks for spending part of your Friday with us. Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2, postcard kind of afternoon in upstate New York. 10 races left. Race 2, New York bred good allowance race. Extended sprint, 7/8 of a mile fillies and mares, while the favorite is number 2, Timely Conquest. Maggie, we're looking at Big Bean Christine, who's not raced since March. How's she looking?
Yeah, Lafitte. Well, this is a race that was brought back from the canceled half of the card from last Friday. And Big Bean Christine that day almost looked like a lead pipe cinch because it was going to be run over a wet racetrack. And she does have an affinity for surfaces with that are wet or less than fast. And now she's back on a fast track here for Ray Handel. And while she looks incredibly fit, I'm actually not concerned about the fitness because she's one that I've said multiple times, even if she was coming off of a recent effort, could look a bit more tucked up, and that's not the case today. She looks ready to go. I just don't love the distance coming back. To me, she's a smaller horse that never really grew that frame at all, and 7 furlongs is a really tough one to come back at. So as we move on to number 2, your current favorite, I think she does make a good deal of sense. Timely Conquest for Mark Hennig did not take a lot of money, and it was one of those debuts where she literally figured things out during the running of the race because early on she was off slowly and then she was green from the kickback, rightfully so. But John Velasquez never let her, be affected by that. He kept her in there, kept her inside, in between horses, and kind of kept that forward momentum. And once he tipped her out from behind horses down the stretch, she really kicked on. It was like, oh, this is what I'm supposed to do. So looking at her, and this is the first time I'm laying eyes on her, so I don't have any basis to compare her to from first to second start, but she's a big, good-looking filly. So an extra furlong is not going to deter her. She looks sensational here for Mark Hennig, who looks to continue some winning ways and will search for his sixth winner of this meeting. Moving on to one that's a bit of a wild card in number 5, Ranting. She is a daughter of Constitution, whose progeny are most accomplished, going a distance on the dirt. The dam was all dirt sprinter. She's a half-ditch street czar who won first time out on the dirt. And while there's another half-sibling who won very mediocre races on the dirt, that one was by Temple City, who is predominantly a turf sire. So really, there's plenty of turf pedigree with Ranting to take to this surface change, second off the layoff, second off the trainer change to Horacio de Paz. I'm fine with her getting to this surface. I wish she looked a little bit better in her coat, but she looks incredibly fit here. She does apply a pair of short cup cheater blinkers. I think she's a real interesting player in here at double-digit odds, Lafitte.
Do I even have to say it, Andy? Well, Ranting, you're gonna make me say it?
Oh, she's named for me. There's no doubt about it. If you listen, first of all, if you've never laid down a good rant, you're not really a horse player, right, Paulie? Paulie can rant with the best
you're not
of them
lying.
too. But the problem is not. I picked this horse second and find it interesting for all the reasons that Maggie said. The problem is, if this horse turns out to be good enough to win this race in the dirt, then Christophe Clement, who's a pretty good trainer. I think he should be in the Hall of Fame, as a matter of fact. I voted for him twice. He got this horse badly wrong. Now, every trainer, no matter how good you are, gets a horse wrong, but then Horacio de Paz got it and got the horse wrong. And that worries me a little bit. Is that fair, Richie?
Got it wrong how?
In that he's been continuously running the horse in the turf, despite the fact that races are slow.
Well, if the horse runs well here on the dirt or wins here on the dirt, then yes.
Yeah, I'm saying if she runs well, he got her wrong.
We didn't have the right
She's got to improve to win this race.
Pedigree makes you feel like it could, but a horse has an individual. They have to go out and do it.
He knows the pedigree. Trainers know the pedigrees of their horses.
I think the other part about it is I don't know if she's the most mentally sound horse. Stumbled.
She's ran.
Checked. She seems like when she gets to the gate, she's a little skittish.
They go hand in hand.
A horse named
They
Ranting,
go hand in hand.
3 out of her 4 starts, she's had trouble at the break, and that usually means that they're not standing properly in the gate. They're shifting their weight. Yeah. They're anxious. You know, the horse needs to have all 4 feet square and their weight distributed evenly to break well.
Ranting. And some ranting here before this second race. 10-1 currently. Ricardo Santana, early pick 4, about to get underway. You went with the favorite, Timely Conquest, Andy?
Yeah, but I'll tell you the truth. I never imagined this horse would be 2-1 in this race. Now, what I liked about this horse was, first of all, spent some real time in the rail, and the rail was not the best place to be that day. But also, this was an unusual first-time star that really resented the kickback early in the race.
And still, yeah.
And just ran through it. And to me, that shows a little something extra. Because you watch it early in this race, you can watch on your Naira Bets account in the backstretch. And this horse is throwing his head behind the kick. This is a clear illustration of a horse. This is the kind of horse, if he ran 5th or 6th in there, I would have loved to bet him back on a dry track particularly, but he ran through it, and this horse ran very well.
This is Big Bean Christine here, her most recent March Aqueduct sloppy track. Oh, no, that is Timely Conquest, my mistake. And that maiden win you were just referring to.
Yeah, I mean, listen, he's got to get faster, and I wouldn't gamble on him at 2-1. He's my pick, and I'll stick with it.
Timely Conquest, 2-1. Post right here for the second. New York Breds chasing Daylight. No match for Into Happiness in her latest.
Tough game. This horse's debut looked impressive. She has not been the same since she came back.
Timely Conquest, 2-1 favorite.
Yeah, like Andy said, impressive debut. Now can she handle a fast racetrack? And she's got to go just an extra panel, 7 furlongs now.
Velasquez, Mark Hennig, number 3, Big Hazel, and Louis Saez rides for the first time.
She benefits in this race being canceled because she's not a good wet track horse. I like the cutback in distance, though Dave Donk's numbers cutting back are weak.
Toscanova Beauty, number 4, 6 for 13 lifetime.
She is the speed of the speed, and she does have the best number here at Saratoga, but that was back in August of last year. She can get back to that. She could be dangerous at 12-1.
Ranting, what will she do in her dirt debut?
I would have to use her because of her pedigree, but I do wonder, you know, what was she doing on the turf with that pedigree if she really is a dirt horse?
Number 6, Levon, and Jackie Davis, the only jockey that's ridden her.
Yeah, this horse did break her maiden at Aqueduct, but, you know, since then has just been running around the racetrack, not doing much at big odds.
Big Bean, Christine, Maggie mentioned the distance, maybe the question.
She was also hurt by the cancellation because it was a sloppy track that day.
Yeah.
And so Ray Handel, who did a little ranting to me the other day, I can respect his tough luck at the meet. He can rant about that here too.
Missing Fortune, a daylight winner at Finger Lakes last month.
This is a filly that was knocking on the door, and then she finally broke through with a giant number. Now, you think to yourself, okay, is she going to repeat that? If she repeats that, she's right there at the wire. But usually, sometimes they'll regress. And when they're coming from Finger Lakes, it's a guessing game.
9-2. Field of 8, competitive race. Circling back to Big Bean, Christine. Now we can revisit that last win. This was back in March. Sloppy track, Aqueduct, Big Bean, Christine, Andy, and watch her unleash this late charge down the center of the track.
Her good races make her a major player in here, and she's pretty good. I'm just worried. I don't usually think, and Richie, you can talk about this a little bit. Most horses, they'll run equally well on wet tracks, dry tracks. There aren't that many horses that step way up on one surface. This horse looks to me a little like a horse that really does prefer a wet track.
I think what it comes down to is horses that are comfortable on a wet track. So maybe they're not moving up. It's just other horses don't have the same confidence in off-going. And, there are a lot of trainers that don't train their horses in off-going. And then sometimes they have to race on it, and they're not used to accelerating over a sloppy or wet racetrack.
What does it feel like underneath you when any horse is not handling any particular surface?
Well, there's no continuity. They don't stay in the bridle. They'll bobble. They'll skip. They're not using their stride efficiently. They're struggling through it. As opposed to when a horse handles it, they just jump up underneath you. They stay in the bridle, so you always have contact with their mouth, helping to keep them balanced. It's a very individual thing. I don't think horses move up because of slop. I think it's other horses regress because of it.
Well, there's some horses. This is a complete example. All you got to do is look at the racing form. If you have the racing form in front of you, I look to the right. Big Bean Christine, 3 for 18 lifetime. All 3 wins on a wet track. Okay, 75 buyer.
She's also run her fastest figures on a wet track.
On a fast track, dry track, her best buyer is 55. Does not put her even close to being 4-1. How about this? Tuscanova Beauty, who the 4 is, just got cut down in half from 12-1 to 6-1, is 6 for 10 over a fast track, and buyer's 23% higher than the Big Bean Pristine. The horse definitely has affinity. This is one where you can honestly say this horse is 20 points faster on a wet racetrack.
Reminds you, years ago, there used to be a horse in New York named Scintilla that I know Andy's very familiar with. He actually was faster on an off track. So you do have those incidents where a horse actually relishes it. I think most of the time, though, it's just that the others don't like it.
And also, wet tracks today are very different than they were 20 years ago. You used to have heavy, bottomless tracks that you don't have anymore.
Well, particularly up here, the clay content in Saratoga was much more than any of the other racetracks in New York. Aqueduct did not have the clay content, Belmont didn't. So the mud would become heavier, stickier. Horses would really struggle.
When did they start harrowing and
sealing?
Then going and sealing? When did they start going to the sealing of the racetrack?
That became more prevalent once we got into like the early 90s.
Yeah.
Before that we had a lot of open horses.
Because back then, before they sealed them, speed used to be very tough on wet tracks. Yeah. Now when they're sealed, they're usually very fair, especially around here.
Maggie, no such concerns, though, on a day like this.
Why are we even talking about the rain, guys? We finally got a beautiful day out here. Let's enjoy it while we can. I'm sure Ray Handel's not happy, But, yeah, trainers, I think, like to rant even more than horse players. Trust me. I know. As we'll talk about number 5 in here, ranting, I just want to circle back to her. And with regards to what you guys were talking about, her getting out of the gate, and why I might have a little bit of a theory of why she hasn't stepped foot on the dirt until now, is that she really lacks a hind end. She lacks that push. And so that is the first thing a horse needs to get out of the gate. That's also going to, provide a little bit of a disadvantage on a surface that breaks away from them more easily like the dirt. Now she has developed it a little bit more, but maybe that's why we haven't seen her on the main track, just because she just lacks that overall push that you need for the dirt. As we'll move on to number 8, a new face when it comes to the Naira circuit. Well, new face in a long time. She ran here last year, early on. Missing Fortune. She's one that could provide some early pace in here. And while she comes in with a fast figure from Finger Lakes, which I often don't trust their figures, I don't disregard their horses. You know, I always look at these Finger Lakes shippers coming in here. I do think that's a bit of an I don't think you can trust it that much. But she gets to break from the outside again, which is where she was last time when she broke so alertly, and she gets an extra furlong and a half to work with. She looks like a filly that is probably better longer, and she has wins going around 2 turns up at Finger Lakes. So I think she's a little intriguing here. She is getting played a bit at 4-1. Very, very sharp Lafitte. Look for her to be possibly leading the way.
Missing Fortune, Andy, new handicapper playing Saratoga. How should they handle and evaluate form from Finger Lakes?
I think you have to make your own. I mean, there's no absolute answer. What I do is I look to see if these horses have run comparable races ever at any of the NYRA tracks, Backwood, Belmont, or Saratoga. Now, I know his horse's first start did run second, but got a 39 buyer and improved substantially at Finger Lakes. So I wonder, sometimes you'll see horses that don't run as well in New York tracks that run well at Finger Lakes, but Paulie was pointing out the 4, Toscanova Beauty, and she ran well here last summer. So I wouldn't be concerned if you like her, and I thought you made some good points about her, as she is the speed. My biggest problem with Missing Fortune is the stretch out to 7 furlongs. Her big figure coming at 5.5 furlongs, I kind of want to see it again. Her other figures, she's just not good enough.
Missing Fortune to the outside. Richie, a late pivot from you. Big Hazel, number 3.
Yeah, the more I looked at it, I just really liked the mile race 2 back. Last time mile and 8, no good. But if she can get back to that 1-turn form, that last race that she ran going going a mile would make her very competitive here.
Yeah. You know, the other horse in here that's kind of the wild card, because Inti Happiness came back to win again from way off the pace. Seems like she's found a new style, and Johnny V has found the key to her engine. And you're wondering where that horse is going to sit. Flavian Pratt gets the inside. That's the horse I can't figure out.
Pratt and Chasing Daylight. Pratt looking to go back-to-back early on in the Saratoga program. We're all set. Frank Mirmati with the call. Race 2 from the Spa.
Completes the line. They're in the gate. And they're off. Toscanova Beauty, Missing Fortune on the far outside. And here's Timely Conquest coming through smoothly along the rail to make it 3 of them vying for the lead. So it's Toscanova Beauty and Timely Conquest who go on with it. Timely Conquest now taking that lead, and Missing Fortune a length and a half off them in 3rd. Chasing Daylight 4th, Big Hazel between rivals 5th. Big Bean Christine is on the extreme outside. Lavon just inside of her. And then it's a gap of 3 to the trailer, Ranting. 22-3 for the opening quarter, less than a half mile to go. And it's Timely Conquest, the leader by a head. A 3-wide Missing Fortune, putting the pressure on, and Toscanova Beauty in between them. These 3 have been going at it virtually since the gate opened. 4 more lengths, Big Bean Christine trying to make a little bit of headway, leaving Lavon about 7 lengths off the pace. Ranting is out of last on the far outside. They turn for home, and Timely Conquest trying to shake free from Missing Fortune, and has done that. It's a 2-length advantage. Toscanova Beauty in between horses. Big Bean Christine on the outside. They're coming past the furlong pole, and Timely Conquest with a new dimension opening up. A very nice win here for a good-looking filly. Timely Conquest wins it by almost 6 lengths. Missing Fortune was second best. Then it was Toscanova Beauty and Big Bean Christine.
Perfect in 2 starts, 2 very different surfaces, 2 very different running styles. Richie, Timely Conquest, Johnny V, how'd she do it?
Well, she broke alertly today, and Johnny Velasquez is a rider that goes forward. She went forward, made the lead pretty comfortably. She had some company, but she looked like she was doing it well.
Yeah, she was, because I was telling you, Andy, you know, Alvarado, he was pushing the whole way with Toscanova Beauty and the 8 on the outside. You know, K. Barcoa had Missing Fortune in a good spot, but Johnny V's not going to push up into a speed duel unless he's got horse. That's just the bottom line.
No, I think that's a very, very good point. And they were moving up front.
Yeah.
I mean, the track's fairly on the quicker side, but they were moving. I'll be curious to look at the paces. They went, Richie, the second quarter, 22.5. And as you say, that's a real speed horse who was outside of her, and the rider was asking. She drew off impressively. It is interesting that nobody really gained a lot of ground. Maybe it's the field. but maybe it's the race as well, and maybe that makes Moore's Law's win in the first race kind of interesting because he closed into a track, and we'll see, is this track very forward favoring as the day goes on?
That was the first thing Paul said. They ran 1, 2, 3 around the racetrack. They never changed position, really. But this was a really good effort from Timely Conquest. And usually when you get a horse that closes on debut, when they show that much speed, they get tired because they don't have the same foundation from running hard the whole way. Speed horses are harder to get as fit as a closer because they run the whole race. This filly really showed her talent, and Mark Hennig continues to have a tremendous meeting. 6th win of the meet for Mark Hennig.
This is a promising New York bred. You know, you think about winning in the slop, not like in the kickback, and et cetera, and getting it done very professionally, and then coming here with a complete, and you were talking about during the race, Richie, the change of running styles, that often blows up in your face.
Yeah, they
and
just don't handle it.
She crushed the field. I mean, even if it tracks forward, she crushed these.
The other part about it is she got left last time, okay, and she conquered that. Today she broke smoothly, did everything more professional, so it doesn't become a habit that she's breaking last, and you can tell, gosh, Richie, I always say, they never look like a loser when they come back after they win, do they? They look even, they almost like they got like a highlighter on them, right?
Yeah, they get a filter. yeah.
Mark Hennig, John Velasquez. The good news, Andy, you pegged Timely Conquest. The bad news, so did many others. From a 7-2 morning line, 9-5 in post time.
They knew.
Wow.
They knew. The bettors knew that this was the one to hone in on. I didn't have that much confidence.
2-8-4-7 results reaction when we come back as the Hennig train rolls on at the Spa.
Charlatan is back, and he turns it on with 1/8 of a mile to go. Express train moves into second. Nashville dropping out of it, and then Collusion Illusion. What a spectacular return for Charlatan, who will romp in the run-happy Malibu Stakes by 4.5 emphatic lengths. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Tip number 1, sale time, folks, we're ready to go.
When there are this many buyers under one roof, anything can happen. Last November, buyers from 29 countries traveled more than 135,000 miles to be right here. Because if the horse capital of the world actually had a capital, this would be it. Submit your entries by August 1st at november.keeneland.com.
Thanks for tuning in to the program at Saratoga Live, and we are brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. As Timely Conquest, she ran a pretty good time today, going to 7-8 and has gone 2 for 2 in her young career so far. And please be joined with her smoking hot, and I'm talking about your record up here. You're good on the ice too, Mark, but this is gotten off to a weird start. But Mark, let's talk about Timely Conquest. As you said, I really like her, but I was not expecting her to win the way she did today.
No, I mean, I didn't expect it to be on the lead. I did tell Johnny, you know, after she ran, she got really professional, and she was finishing in her works. But she'd always go off easy and come home in 23 and change real nice. We kind of got, she's one of those horses that was in the holding barn last week when this race got canceled, and she's just been like a keg of dynamite all week trying to hold her together to get over here. So I'm not surprised she showed a little more speed, but I didn't expect her to be in front.
Mark, how difficult is it as a trainer, as a horseman, when you have a horse ready to run, they cancel races or they take it off the turf? How difficult is it to proceed with their training when you have them trained up to a race and you have to step back?
Right. I mean, when they told me they'd put it up a week from last Friday, which was today. So, you know, you're faced with the choice. Do I breeze her a little bit? But, you know, she was so ready to run, I was afraid she would kind of blow her race. If I breezed her, she might go too fast. And so I just kind of kept giving her some nice long gallops to try and keep her calm and relaxed. And she came over here and performed.
She's a promising one, but your meet has gone really well. And, you know, I think you're a prime example of patience is really, truly a virtue in this game. Last year, it was tough. Your horse is running well, just not getting the wins, but you got to play the long game.
Yeah, it is, for sure. I mean, all of these could have been seconds, too. We've had a lot of close ones, and that's the way it goes sometimes, especially up here. You know, you have to get lucky. You also have to come in with horses. You know, everybody looks at that book when it first comes out. Last year or last few years coming up here, you look at that first book and you're like, I don't have much live to run. This year I came up here with, you know, some bullets, and it makes all the difference.
Well, congratulations on all your success and a nice New York bred filly.
Thanks, Maggie.
Timely Conquest, just adding to the tally of the Mark Hennig barn, guys. It looks like one for the future, too.
Has it all going at just the right time here at Saratoga. And another success story, Richie, Mark Hennig from that Wayne Lucas University.
Yeah, T. Wayne Lucas University, and another stellar graduate there. Incredible roster of horse people have come out of the Wayne Lucas fold.
Gary Stevens won a Santa Anita Derby for him. Personal Hope, one of the favorites, like the 93, 94 Derby, something like that.
And I believe is that the horse, the Connections, ended up naming that horse Knack Attack because of Bill Knack giving him something at the press conference. There's some story there. I got to get that. I seem to remember that.
The other part about this filly here, 22-1 first time out.
That's
wins,
right.
And then comes back today and crushes. It just shows you don't really have to show much in the morning. You show up in the afternoon. And
that was the day, Andy, to have her. That was the day.
I had her.
Not today.
I actually did have her.
9 to 5
Thanks for
today.
being a chance to red board.
Timely Conquest, undefeated. 2 down, 9 left, Saratoga. Plus, he was so popular. He was a monster. Wise Dan did everything twice. A 2-time Breeders' Cup Mile winner, 2-time Horse of the Year, and a 2-time 4-star day winner. That story's next.
Racing that he's achieved is extremely rare. Anybody who's witnessed Matoli running sees a level of ability that doesn't come along that often.
Matoli's a monster! Matoli wins the sprint! Oh, what a horse he is! Matoli, he did it again! Wins the mid-mile!
The only thing to be better than one Matoli's a few Matolis.
The mighty Matoli, who won the Fargo by 3.5 lengths, the new stakes record.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery was a multiple graded stakes winner at 2, including this victory in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Cash Call Futurity. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring. His recent top runners include these star performers.
Good Girl, Bad Habits, the Mastery filly. Here surprisingly surging on the outside, surprisingly.
Midnight Memories, much the best in the Zenyatta.
Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live on this picture-perfect Friday afternoon. Great to have you with us on Fox Sports 2. Still coming up, 3 stakes races on this Friday program, and tomorrow 3 more stakes races highlighted by the Grade 1 4-Star Dave. And that's really part of the story. Horses in the past that have won this race. 4-Star Dave won it twice when it was the Daryl's Joy. In fact, only 3 horses have won the 4-Star Dave twice. Among them, Wise Dan, 2-time Horse of the Year, also a 2-time Breeders' Cup Mile winner. Wise Dan, the horse of a lifetime for trainer Charlie Lepresti.
Well, we got him when he was a baby, and we broke him. He did everything right, but he was a big, gangly kind of colt. He really started to show some promise, and he acted like he could be a really nice kind of horse. I can't say that I knew he was going to be that kind of horse. It was better than we ever dreamed.
And they're off in the Clark handicap. It was a very level beginning.
You know, first time I rode him, basically he was strong, but he did let me do what I wanted to do and waited into the quarter pole and finally let him loose. And while I let him loose, he went on to win in the dirt, by the way.
Inside the final furlong now, and it is Wise Dan and John Velasquez who go to a lead of 2 lengths. Inside the final 16th, it is Wise Dan clearing away to take the Clark handicap.
When he was on the muscle, I wouldn't do very much with him, you know, so it just give and take with him and see how his personality was on that day, and that's how I got along with him.
You know, Johnny used to kid, he used to tell me, he said he knows how to win, and that was the big thing about Wise Dan. I think no matter what, no matter the track condition, post position, what happened in the race, he knew how to win races, and he got along with him. He knew him, and they had a great relationship.
And Wise Dan strikes the front, sticks his neck out. He wanted to win today, and win it he will.
He was unstoppable that year. When we went to Breeders' Cup with him, I mean, when he trained out there at Santa Anita, he couldn't train any better. He shipped out there beautiful. You know, just everything just kind of built up to the end of the season, and it ended up that year to be perfect.
2012 Horse of the Year, Wise Dan.
This horse has made me so happy that I can't even express it in words.
He loved Saratoga. I love Saratoga. He just thrived up there. I mean, he was a legend up there.
And now it is Wise Dan who's taken the lead. Wise Dan in front.
A good horse like him going from track to track, different surfaces, and put his heart and soul to it, he's definitely a very special horse.
Wise Dan has called on all his class, and Wise Dan has won it.
It was just incredible, you know, everything that went along with it with Mr. Fink, a small breeder with just one mare, to turn out a horse like that, to do what he did time and time again. He never disappointed. It was just a dream come true to have that second year to turn out the way it did.
And they're off. Wise Dan breaks last. Wise Dan far outside. Wise Dan coming after Cyan and Grand Arch. Wise Dan gets his head in front.
He had a little bump. It was some swelling on his tendon, and we scanned it, and there were some minor tears there. I just couldn't run him like that. I mean, it was a tough decision to make. It was the right decision to make. We decided to bring him home because this is where he was raised, this is where he was broken, this is home for him.
I have visited him on the farm, and basically they do have it in the backyard. I mean, they have a big pen in there. You know, him and his brother live together, but they don't come that often. You know, it's definitely one other time, lifetime, at least for me, you know, even right in this many years. I don't think I'll see another one. I guess I get lucky to get something like that, but definitely a special horse.
That horse brought a lot of joy to a lot of people, and I met a lot of nice people, and I'm a small trainer, didn't have many horses, so to have a horse like that was, you know, it was just a gift from above that that horse was put in my hands and that it turned out the way it turned out.
What a horse, what a career, Paulie Wise Dan. And like a 4-star Dave, had that it factor that fans just gravitated towards.
Well, he was really special. What makes a horse special like him, as you can see, 2012, 2013, the awards he got, is that he can win from 7 furlongs to 1 1/8 on any surface. He's got the track record at 1 1/8 on the synthetic in the Ben Ali. He should have won the Stephen Foster with a bad trip. He ended up winning the Clark on the dirt. I truly believe he was a better dirt horse, but there was no dirt horse, and Charlie just kept his horses at Casino Dan, Successful Dan, and Wise Dan. He kept them at Keeneland. And Wise Dan was a special type of animal.
Everybody who believes in speed figures, which I know you do, had that opinion and thought he was a better dirt horse, but he was a great horse regardless.
Wise Dan, the 2-time 4-star Dave winner. Tomorrow, the Grade 1 4-star Dave and Acosta Creed looking to go back-to-back. Back to our live racing. Anna, welcome back to the turf racing. Race number 3 in this $80,000 allowance optional claimer. You see the field and current odds with Rocky Sky, even money. Maggie standing by with Glenn Kozak in the paddock.
That's right, Lafitte, the executive vice president of operations here. You hear his name a lot, but look, he does exist. But Glenn, talk a little bit about the weather that we've had. Now, it's not necessarily the amount of rain, it's when the rain has come during this meet.
That's exactly right. Leading up to the meet, we had a very dry period, but then it seems like once the racing started up here, we've been stuck with these afternoon thunderstorms, and it's been the timing where we've been unfortunate enough to have to run in the rain on a couple of them, and then even when we do get rain leading into the morning and then trying to work out turf in the afternoon or even turf workouts, it's been extremely challenging this year.
Glenn, what do you and your team do to if you can do anything, kind of repair the turf course, get it back to its best condition possible?
Sure, and that's the challenge. It's not like the dirt course where we can prep it, seal it, add water as needed. This is something that has to grow, back out of it. We've got the availability of moving the running lanes, but then also rolling it, which we've been able to do, filling in the divots. We're on 2 new lanes today, and we've also been conservative this week. Yesterday, you saw we watched the weather. They were calling for afternoon thunderstorms, up to 0.4 of an inch of rain. We were precautionary yesterday. The turf course right now is good, and if the sun stays out the way it is and the weather, it could even be upgraded to firm this afternoon.
Talk about where the rails are on each course.
Yeah, so right now we're at 0. We went to 0 on the inner, so that's fresh ground that we've never been on. Moving out on the melon, we've been out to 12, so horses have gone wide out there. But again, having 26-man crew that goes through and replaces the divots, gets it even and consistent. And the other thing is these guys, they've been with us for multiple years. These guys go back to Maryland. They've been, it's been 20+ years that we've worked together. So, we're very fortunate to have an incredible crew that does a great job.
Well, Glenn, kudos to both you and your crew. I know it's been challenging circumstances this meet, but are you looking forward to this first turf race in a couple days as much as me?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Glenn, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
All right, Glenn Kozak, and many good things come out of Maryland, Lafitte.
Maggie, thanks so much. Andy, can you lend perspective to the value Glenn Kozak represents to the New York Racing Association?
In a world where everyone's replaceable, and that goes for all of us, he's not. I mean, if there's really one person here that's not replaceable, it's Glenn Kozak. And if we try to replace him, we need 3 people for the job he does. I mean, he's going back and forth down to Belmont Park. He's driving a tractor around. He's done everything but change the shower head in Richie's shower, actually. But I kid, and I'm proud to work with somebody like Glenn Kozak. He's an incredible guy, and he does an amazing job around here. And without him, we'd be in trouble, to be honest.
Really good hands with Glenn Kozak. And for Chad Brown, now the leading trainer here at Saratoga. Already a 5-time Saratoga champion trainer. Peter Brandt, Flavien Prat, game planning here what to do with the upcoming favorite in Rocky Sky, who's the even money favorite. Brown, Prat teaming up once again in the upcoming 3rd at Saratoga.
What makes Life is Good so exciting as a stallion prospect is his freakish talent. really, really fast horse.
And Life is Good is set right out for the early lead.
He had so many different gears.
Life is Good is the winner.
Not only had the speed, but he's also able to carry that out, you know, to win in races like the Whitney and the Pegasus World Cup at 1 1/8 miles.
Life is Good. They ran him off their feet in the Pegasus.
To carry that speed over that type of distance is super impressive.
It's going to be a front-running score for No Parole in the Grade 1 Woody Stevens. It's in 1 minute, 21 and 2/5 seconds.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live here on Fox Sports 2. As always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Horses front side post parade. There's the favorite in Rocky Sky, the Irish mare, the way a winner on Yielding Ground at Aqueduct.
I like the rail draw for her. My concern with her is that she really improved with more distance. So she was improving with more experience, or was she improving as the distances stretched out?
Mile and an eighth, maybe too sharp. There's Boca Mucha, a second facing similar opening day.
Got a very good trip to be second last time, but she has run some of her best races in Saratoga.
California Queen, currently 3-1 Manny Franco.
I picked her, and I'm hoping they send her and put her in the front end and try to get the job done.
That's how she almost won the Grade 1 E.P. Taylor on soft ground in Canada. Kinesi, the ever popular slow speed horse.
Yeah, and listen, Andy makes a good point. If Manny Franco doesn't send the 5, Kinesi's going to walk her on the racetrack. And the last time she walked around the racetrack, she went 50-115 here in Saratoga and got the job done. And that's what she's going to probably have to do here to win this race.
If she wires the field, Andy's going to lose his flipping mind.
The jockey should be, the others should be apologizing in the winner's circle if they let her get to the front end at a slow pace. Because, you know, and Richie, I know you agree with this. It's like sometimes people look at the ones, they think, oh, it's a speed horse. No, you look at the times. And nobody should be intimidated by her as a speed horse because she gets to the front and she set a slow pace. Better horses are not at Monmouth last time and just stopped. I'm not a fan.
I can't wait until she's in front.
Here's the thing about Kinesi. If you go back to her older races, I can actually argue she might be better with a target. And for some reason, she's gotten pushed towards the lead as she's going. But look at her races back at Belmont. She won off the pace. She got dead left. Went from 7th to 2nd. She flew home that day. Then all of a sudden, she broke on top. She went to the lead. It was the winning recipe, right? And then they've tried that recipe over and over again, and it might happen again today. I just think she falls on the front end, you know?
But she makes the lead, and the fastest she's ever gone on the lead is a half in 49. That's the fastest.
That was at Monmouth where they go 45.
Yeah. She's not fast. She's just not fast.
There was opportunistic fast.
Yeah, of course, yes.
There was a New York bred named My Heart Belongs to Daddy that used to wire fields, crawling in the front end. Everybody's afraid to go with her. And it wasn't because she had speed. They just let her walk.
Race shape's going to be fun in this one. Rocky Sky, there she is. Her last win, that aforementioned Wea, Andy's favorite horse, at Aqueduct on yielding ground. Rocky Sky, Andy, handling her stablemate, Capital Structure.
I think we can all agree if they all run their best race, she's going to win this race. But do you guys worry, and I asked the two of you this, that she got better at a mile and 3/8, mile and a half. Maybe a mile and 8 is too short for her best.
I think the mile and 8 certainly helps her uncoupled stablemate in California Queen from the Chad Brown barn, and I agree with you. I think she needs to kind of control the race. I think she has more natural speed than anybody else.
Yeah.
Yeah, but my problem is she's got Chad Brown in her corner, and gosh.
That's a problem?
Yeah, it's a problem when you're 30% on this move. And he's the master at sharpening up a horse that's coming back maybe to a shorter distance. Now, Poco Mucho did beat her going off a little bit of a kind of layup at a mile and 16th. We'll see what's the separator today. You know, in only a 4-horse field, tactics are going to be a big thing. And I think Rocky Sky Lafitte might have the best kick home, so the 4-horse field might help her the most.
That was her first win in North America. Took her a while to put things together here in the States. Rocky Sky. Maggie, what are you seeing from the odds-on favorite?
Well, Rocky Sky is one that when she first came over to the States, Lafitte, she used to get herself really wound up and just expend too much energy prior to going to the gate. And then towards the tail end of last year, she finally started to relax and just kind of take her racing in stride a bit more. Now, today, while she isn't as quiet as what she was going back to November and October of last year, she's just kind of bubbling under the surface, which I think is great. That's what a horse should be when they're fresh, coming in off of a layoff. But she's content and she's controlled here for Flavien Prat within this warm-up. And watching her last breeze with the 48-3, now that was around the rails. She obviously was nominated to a stake at some point. And it looked so good because she was by herself and she was really hard against the bridle, just kind of floating along. So there's no doubt about it. She's ready here. And I can't say anything to, dissuade people from taking her at 4-5, but I'm just going to go with my homegirl, Kanisi here. I just always love her. I love her tactical speed. I know she might not be the fastest from the outside, but she just looks great coming in here for Christophe Clement, and I thought if there was going to be a time where maybe you catch Rocky Sky vulnerable, it's today. I see you guys going with California Queen, though. She's one I've yet to warm up to, though, Lafitte.
California Queen. Maggie going with Kanisi. Kanisi going to go out there like Lure today, Andy.
Right, you mean when he lost?
Tear off to the front, run them off their feet.
I agree with that. I've never liked California Queen either. I just thought this might be a good situation to play her. I actually thought she ran a little bit better last time than Poco Mucho, who had an easier trip than she did. It's close. And I just thought she could be forward in here, and that could help her. I actually kind of agree overall with Maggie. I've never warmed up her either.
I love this because I was thinking, Maggie, how much she likes Kanisi, and Andy, not as much. Years ago, we used to have boxing matches behind the rec hall on the other side of the street. Anybody who had a beef for anybody else had a 16-ounce gloves, headgear, 2-minute rounds.
I'm not going to the ring with Maggie.
I'd like to see this.
I know where my money is. I know where my money is.
I have no beef with Maggie Wolfendale anyway.
Odds-on favorite in Rocky Sky here for Chad Brown, looking for a second win on the afternoon. 19 wins at the meet, one clear of Linda Rice. And the start of the race here, Richie, in the early stages, the first grass race we've had in a first race, and a real jockey's race with this compact field.
Yeah, no doubt. And I got to believe that Manny Franco is going to allow California Queen to bounce out of there. Kanisi has made the lead, but very opportunistically. Just not a lot of pace on the gallops.
Can I give you a stat on Kanisi?
Yes.
Yeah, I want you to look at Kanisi. First, second, first, right? Bottom of the firm with Lasix. Without Lasix, 6th, 5th, 6th. Lasix back on. Second, first, third. Lasix off, 6th. Lasix back on today.
Good pickup.
I'm telling you right now, the 6 might run better than...
You know what's weird?
Andy, we don't have a dunce cap anymore, Andy.
She's the high weight. It's cemented in my head. She's the high weight in this field.
She is, right? She's carrying 124. You're right.
She's running against stakes winner.
And she's a 4-year-old.
Strange. I'm not a weight guy, but that is kind of odd.
Canisi, Javier Castellano. Sticking with Arcangelo for the Travers, looking for a 7th overall. Travers win. Another look there with Canisi at 7-2. Will we be able to get a gauge? Turf course listed as good. A better gauge looking ahead to say the Hall of Fame as far as how much give there is in the turf, in the grass this afternoon.
I think we'll be able to see it right away, particularly into the first turn. If it's still has a lot of give to it, you're going to see divots, clumps of turf flying up. Now, they're also running on pristine ground that has not been used yet at this meet, so they're not running into any cut, any already existing divots, if you will.
At the gate, 4-5, Rocky Sky, Flavian Pratt, Chad Brown. Post time for the 3rd, live from Saratoga. Frank Mirmati standing by.
Canisi will be the last one to load. Canisi goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Pocamucha was standing awkwardly and hopped in the air at the start. Rocky Sky is out alertly. Canisi, California Queen. And Pocamucha now inches up to their inside to take 3rd. By the stands the first time, and it's Rocky Sky going as slow as possible, leading it by a length and a half. Canisi 2nd, Pocamucha after that awkward beginning, a little bit eager, moving through along the inside to take that 2nd spot. And California Queen is at the back of the field. So it's Flavian Pratt and Rocky Sky, the controlling speed. Pocamucha side by side, Canisi on the outside, currently in the 2nd spot. The opening quarter went in 24 3/5 seconds, and California Queen will bide her time, 3.5 or so off front running Rocky Sky, who's under a tight hold as they straighten up for the run down the backstretch. Rocky Sky a length and a half to Canisi, who's tugging a bit in 2nd. Pocamucha 2.5 or 3 off the lead now, and California Queen is just inside of her. 49 flat for the half mile. They passed the half mile pole. Smooth sailing thus far for Rocky Sky. Canisi has been 2nd most of the journey. Pocamucha down on the inside, joined by California Queen. They're covered by 4 lengths. Rocky Sky trying to land the knockout punch, cruises away now. It's a 4-length lead, down to 3 with a 1/4 mile to go. On the outside, California Queen starts to pick up some momentum. Canisi is in 3rd. They're coming to the 8th pole. Rocky Sky still untroubled, 3-length cushion. California Queen moves into 2nd. 16th pole, Rocky Sky. California Queen is gaining a little bit of momentum. Rocky Sky 2-length lead. California Queen, here she comes, and California Queen runs down Rocky Sky to earn the win fair and square. Rocky Sky had it all her own way, had to settle for 2nd. Pocamucha 3rd.
Chad Brown running 1-2. California Queen running down the favorite, Rocky Sky in the 3rd at the Spa.
By the way, these Lope de Vegas are running son of a guns, Mig.
They're just
Goodness, they don't stop.
Can I say what I think the key to this race was, honestly? First of all, it's a miracle that she ran this horse down. That was a great ride on Rocky Sky by Flavian Pratt. But if you watch this race carefully, as I know we were, and I love that angle we were showing down the backstretch, Manny Franco stayed glued to the rail with California. He didn't go to the 2-path, the backstretch. He stayed glued to the rail until he absolutely had to tip her out at the last moment. This is a very impressive win, and I'm telling you right now, if Manny Franco hadn't stayed the rail as long as he did, I don't think it happens. Manny deserves a ton of credit for this ride.
You 3 for 3 today, Andy?
Yeah, which means I'm about to be 0 for 8.
4-1 on California Queen, and yeah, Manny Franco, what a ride here.
Not surprised that California Queen won. Surprised at how the horse won. I thought she would go to the lead. Rocky Sky would be the one she'd have to hold off. And it was the opposite. Rocky Sky, too, though, guys. We got to look at this. Now, 3 wins, 6 seconds.
Yeah.
California Queen went and got her. Really good ride by Manny Franco and a really nice effort by California Queen, the German bred.
The feet, you know what it reminded me of? Like a little bit. And to Andy, look at her. She's a tiny little thing. Tiny little remind me of a little, people don't remember a little horse called Megahertz.
Little Megahertz.
Yeah, and a little ball. But if you watch her in the stretch, she was about half the size of Rocky Sky, and she went right by. But look what they came home in. They came home in like 12 and something. So you wonder, like, did Rocky Sky stop? No, I think California Queen went and got her.
Yeah, I don't think Rocky Sky ran badly. She had no excuse to lose, but she's also coming off, as the race was run. She's also coming off a long layoff, and
Yeah.
California Queen had those races behind her, and I think it really showed there. Not a bad effort by Rocky Sky. California Queen ran extremely well, and that was a terrific ride by Manny.
A back class, half length shy of becoming a Grade 1 winner in the E.P. Taylor in the fall of 21. California Queen here in those Mike Dubb colors. 2 wins on the afternoon. Chad Brown now 2 clear in the standings, and Manny Franco heating up at Saratoga. The longest price on the board, 4-1. California Queen, 5-1-3-6. Results, reaction when we come back.
Game winner first got started and ran a very, very impressive maiden race to Del Mar. Came back in the Del Mar Futurity and again won very impressively at 7 furlongs. And then just continued that unbelievable 2-year-old year. Went on to win the American Pharoah Stakes at Santa Anita and then the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. And then was obviously crowned 2-year-old champion. Got the precocity to do that, plus the stamina and everything that his whole family indicates.
Reach for the unreachable. Race to new horizons. The artisan's quest for beauty burns in the heart of Japan, forging strength like no other, with love and honed to perfection. Noble, authentic, and only here. The legacy of strength.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie. McKenzie in a dominant performance.
300 Honda, 300,000. 275, medium 275,000. 75, but we get 75, 275,000. 250, I'm Ralph now, 250,000. Here, but we get $200,000.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
This summer, the thrill of horse racing comes to your home on Fox. Live from historic Saratoga Racecourse, don't miss the 4-Star Dave, only on Fox Saratoga Saturday.
You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2. As always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, even from the veranda. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. On this gorgeous day, great spot to spend the afternoon at the top of the stretch. Even a better spot to spend the afternoon, Richie. Winner's Circle, where Manny Franco was headed with California Queen.
Doesn't matter if it's the middle of January and it's 20 degrees, that wind whipping off of Jamaica Bay, it's always warm in the Winner's Circle.
Manny Franco heating up at Saratoga. Standing by with Maggie in the Winner's Circle.
Here with Manny Franco aboard California Queen. We were talking about the ride. I know it's always in a 4-horse short field, Manny. It's all about the ride. I think a lot of times that makes a difference. And you saved ground the majority of way until the absolute last moment. Did that make a big difference?
Yeah, I think so. That was the plan too. Saul, the owner, he always loved to save ground. So I just did what he wanted. He won, you know, and he said save ground, and I ride her with confidence because last time I thought she rode really well, and today the mile and a I think gonna help her. I knew there no pace in front of me, but I was confident with my filly, and she did it.
It's so funny in 4-horse fields that you think one horse is going to go, and the last one you think is going to go ends up in front. So it's a lot about adjusting, and we'll see you later on in today's Hall of Fame. First of all, talk about the course. It's the first time we've been on it in several days.
I mean, the guy's been doing a great job. It feels great out there. Just now, and I don't have no complaint about the grass, really. I mean, everything was good, and I'm glad we can go back to the turf.
Yeah, being on those fresh paths helps. Picking up a horse you haven't been on, Mischievous Angel for Chad Brown, stretching out. Manny, when you are on a turf horse stretching out, do they ever surprise you with showing more speed, or how do you plan on riding him today?
Yeah, usually coming from spring and stretching out today a mile. he should be in, showing speed early. But I don't know. I gotta talk to Chad, in the paddock and see what he want me to do, and I play from there.
Always got to get the game plan. Manny, congratulations over this one.
Thank you, Maggie.
California Queen Manny Franco making a difference.
Big difference between winning and losing here. And you forget that, whether it's Arett Ortiz or Flavien Prat, all the go-to riders for Chad Brown, it was Franco who won more races for Chad Brown than anybody else in 2022.
And he's an exceptional rider, but I really think when he made that switch to John Panagot for his agent, I think he really has picked his game up. And one of the things that's made a difference is he's gotten more consistently aggressive. And I think that's really helped Manny along. We're all big fans of Manny because we think he's a good rider, and we also love him. He's an easy guy to like, but I think he's really stepped it up. He and John have done a great job together.
That was textbook.
Yeah, that was textbook. And listen, confidence is key for any athlete. And when you ride for high-profile outfits like Chad Brown, like Todd Pletcher, big names, your confidence is going to grow. These people have that trust in you that you can deliver, and he's delivered consistently. Now, he probably won more races for Chad Brown than anybody else because he stays in New York year-round, and Chad has a presence in New York year-round. He's going to win a lot of races 12 months out of the year in New York, and yeah, Manny's become a key member of the team.
Having that opportunity and delivering, and he'll drop 40 on you in a pickup basketball game.
Well, I put it this way, like, he won his classic, which is like winning if you're in any other sport. He got his ring. Now the pressure's off, and he's riding like Manny Franco, and he has that ring in the back of his head, and he doesn't need to chase it anymore. And he's shown to everybody that he can ride with these boys.
Very talented, very confident. Great ride there. Manny Franco in the third. 2 wins on the afternoon. Chad Brown. When we return, Steve Asmussen. He's been a force in the Saratoga Special. 5-time winner, looking to pad his stats tomorrow. Edified will he be? Asmussen's 6th. Stay tuned. You're watching Saratoga Live.
Reach the starting gate. It's post time. Home front, the favorite, comes forward. And they're into the stretch. Cold front put to the test. Cold Cash on the outside trying to go with him, but Cold front kicks away. Cold front 2.5. Cold front does it again. Firing the field in the Amsterdam.
Fasig-Tipton New York bred yearlings. Selected on pedigree and conformation, this sale offers New York's finest. Recent graduates include graded stakes winners Robin Sparkles and Therapist.
It's Therapist who's up by a length and a half. Therapist wins the United Nations Stakes.
In 2023, over $60 million will be distributed in purse money, incentives, and awards for New York breds. Fasig-Tipton New York bred yearlings, August 13th and 14th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
Jackie's Warrior, who has the lead here. The Ride of a Lifetime on the outside is in second, and Momos is tailed off in third. They're inside the 8th pole. It is Jackie's Warrior in front by 2. The Ride of a Lifetime will be second best here. The 115th Saratoga Special goes to Jackie's Warrior.
It was Jackie's Warrior who turned out to be a ride of a lifetime for Joel Rosario, winning Grade 1 races in 3 consecutive years here at Saratoga, making history. All started in that Saratoga Special.
He came here with a big race at Churchill, and he was facing a horse, I want to say for Nacho Correas, who had run very well. And that horse did run well behind this horse, as did Reinvestment Risk when they met in the Hopeful, and they met in the Champagne. He was in a different world.
There was another Asmussen favorite in that race. Jackie's Warrior wasn't
correct.
The favorite.
Not Copper Bullet.
Started with like
no.
a K.
Yeah.
Was not favored.
You're right, though. He was another Asmussen. I like the Nacho horse who ran second, but he just destroyed those horses.
How strong Steve is to lift Joel Rosario like that.
Man, but if people that don't know, Steve Asmussen was a jockey. He had the bug in New York. He rode at Aqueduct, rode at the Meadowlands. I mean, but look at the size of him now. Could you imagine that he was ever able to tack 110 pounds?
No, it's pretty crazy. And his son was able to do it at Oakland. Had a good meet and having a decent meet.
And he just won his first race back off of injury.
Yeah.
I thought he really improved. You know, not only have a good meet, but he improved in the meet, he was struggling a bit. Yeah. I thought by the end of the meet, he had improved immeasurably. Yeah.
And he did it without ever having the benefit of being an apprentice jockey. Because of his size, he was never going to be able to make apprentice weights. So he started as a journeyman, and he was able to improve like that.
For Asmussen, the success of the Saratoga Special, tomorrow, undercard of the 4-star Dave Andy, and edified in that maiden win from Ellis Park. How impressed were you by this performance?
Not at all, as a matter of fact. I thought it was a slow race. I did not. I'm suspect of him coming back and improving off of it. So I'm not a fan of this horse's chances.
Paulie?
Well, the horse ran off the screen. I mean, visually, it's nice, right? You can tell the horse is running very, very well at this time. In 9-1, the horse really didn't get bet, so maybe it's surprise the connection, surprise, obviously, the public. I thought it was a decent enough effort, but you have horses in there like Rhyme Schemes for Norm Cassidy, who came back with just an unreal effort. So, you know, only a 6-horse field. You just don't know how good Edified is.
Rhyme Schemes, though, fast. Yeah. Fast colt for Norm Cassidy.
Yeah, no doubt. Listen, Edified's got a pedigree, though, that he can really continue to take step forwards. I understand what Andy's saying. It wasn't a fast race, but it's certainly a race that he could build off of.
Well, yeah, the slower they are, the more they can build on them. But he's going to have to really build on it. And if Rhyme Schemes runs a semblance of the race that he ran, I mean, he's going to beat this field. He has a gigantic speed figure advantage over this field.
2-year-olds tomorrow's Saratoga Special. We have stakes racing right here, right now with the Union Avenue. There's the field with Granny's Connection. Odds on 3-5. We check it with Maggie standing by in the paddock.
And so pleased to be joined by Naja Thompson, Executive Director of the New York Thoroughbred Breeders. And Naja, obviously we have New York breds here highlighted in this stakes race. Moving on as well, we'll see the Evan Shipman a little bit later on. But it's such a wonderful program and a new incentive as well for the New York breds in those open allowances this year at the spa.
Yes, thanks to our partnership with NYRA, we've been able to incentivize our New York breds to run an open company. We've had 8 runners so far, so it's been a successful meet already.
And Naja, how important is it for the state, for the impact that this breeding business has on the state?
Horses are an economic engine. It's not only the breeding, but it's also the individuals and the businesses that are connected to horses, and it all makes a difference. And you see it every day here at Saratoga, and especially with our New York Bred Yearling Sale on Sunday and Monday, and today at Saratoga Racecourse, why it's important to be a part of the New York Bred program.
Now, I think a lot of the horsemen here do a lot of legwork over at the sales leading into this coming Sunday and Monday. Talk a little bit about those sales and what you're looking for as far as the impact there.
Yes, it's a yearling sale, and it's a select sale, so it's the best New York bred yearlings in the country that are bred and foaled in New York State, contributing to our economy, and of course the overall horse and wealth healthcare in New York.
How about the New York Showcase Day that we traditionally have before Travers coming up at the end of the meet?
That's right. We're moving to Sunday, August 27th.
Whoops, I need to read my calendar, sorry.
No, it's going to be a great weekend, you know, with the Travers leading into the New York Bred Saratoga Showcase Day, 6 stakes races, and we'll be honoring Funnyside as well, a great New York Bred champion.
Oh, it would be so fun to have that day. Naja, thank you so much for your time and keep up the great work.
Thank you, appreciate it, and great race coming up in the Union Avenue as well.
All right, looking forward to it, Lafitte.
Great stuff, Maggie. The strength of New York breeding. That sale upcoming just across the street. We have New York Breds in the Union Avenue. Number 2, Granny's Connection. Odds on 3 to 5. Something tells me Maggie's pulling for this one. First of 3 stakes races, and our coverage continues. You're watching Saratoga Live.
This is the horse.
He is just too good.
This is the horse who became only the second champion 2-year-old to win the Travers in 3 decades. This is the horse who is the only Breeders' Cup juvenile hero ever to lift the Belmont Stakes. History-making brilliance. That's his essential quality. Essential quality. This is the horse.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
To win the Grade 1 Spinaway in Saratoga, and she wins the first set here at Belmont.
Echo Zulu takes command. They come to the 16th pole. It's a sizzling performance for Echo Zulu. What an effort. Echo Zulu canters in by 8 widening lengths.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Union Avenue. Union Avenue is next. Welcome back to Saratoga Live. And that stroll down Union Avenue. Saratoga Racecourse on one side, the Hall of Fame on the other. Is it Red Smith and his directions from New York City? Drive north about 175 miles, turn left on Union Avenue, go back 100 years.
Incredible, and it is that way. Saratoga continues to have the feel of a small town, but with all the amenities of a big city. It's just a great place.
I love that footage going down Union Avenue. It's such an amazing street. I remember my family first moved here, and we lived on Regent Street, just off Caroline, when we first moved to town. And Union Avenue, just something about it, seeing it. I didn't even really understand the racetrack at that point, but it's such an incredible street.
We have the Union Avenue here. Maggie, you been able to maintain objectivity with Granny's Connection?
Well, it's always funny because Lafitte, obviously I know Granny's Connection. I have the luxury of seeing her more than any of these other horses, but when you assemble them in the paddock, your mind, at least mine does, takes on a whole different kind of perspective. And the only other time I've seen Granny's Connection is when she broke her maiden, and the difference in her physically from that day to today, because that's how my brain works when I'm doing this job in the paddock, is really remarkable. She has put on a ton of weight and conditioning. She's a lot of a more stronger individual, as her form would suggest, than what it was when in that second start. So all things good here with your favorite, but at the end of the day, I don't think there should be that big of a price disparity between her and her main rival in here, Can't Hurry Love, because Can't Hurry Love was able to beat her when Granny's Connection got to play her own game last time, and maybe Eric Kinsell should have gone faster. Maybe he should have gone to his left hand. I don't know. At the end of the day, Can't Hurry Love did beat her fair and square. And 2 back is the last time I saw her in the paddock, and she was a mess that day. She ran okay, but not up to par as what we usually see from her. She got really agitated when saddling, and last time from what I saw on the TV, she looked relaxed, and today she's nice and composed. Her coat looks better. She looks like the good Can't Hurry Love that we got used to seeing here for Dave Duggan. Lafitte?
The rematch, Can't Hurry Love, Granny's Connection. Despite her name, Granny's Connection, she is fast. This was the Dancing Renee, Granny's Connection, wheeling and dealing, and Can't Hurry Love just won't go away.
No, she ran well to beat her. I'm not going to argue with Maggie on that. I think the reason there's a reasonable price discrepancy now is Granny's Connection was 3-2 last time out. Can't Hurry Love was 12.80 to 1. It's very hard for that gap to get closed that substantially. And the way the race is sort of playing out without Betsy Blue, they're the only 2 players. So Granny's Connection is still going to take substantially more money. The odds aren't going to change that dramatically.
Rumor has it you said that she couldn't lose? Mortal Lock?
Tight cinch.
Granny's Connection, odds on 4 to 5, the favorite in the Union Avenue.
And I'll answer the question for Maggie. Yes, Eric Cancel should have opened up more last time.
Temperamental. And then Hallelujah, she'll sneak up on you from time to time.
No, she won last time out at 14 to 1. Gonna have to really improve here. 6 to 1.
6 to 1. Get 8 to 1 for me if you want.
Can't Hurry Love, a beat Granny's Connection by a nose in that Dancing Renee.
I don't want to disparage her, and Maggie's not wrong, and she is a significant rival to the favorite, no doubt about it. I just think the favorite's going to beat her today, and a little bit of me is rooting for Maggie and Tom.
That's why you're putting the hex on them. The can't lose.
She can blame me if she wants.
Bank on Anna, last year's Union Avenue winner.
Yeah, this is the horse I thought was the other horse in here besides the 2 and 5, just because of her races here at Saratoga. Like you said, she won the Saratoga last year. The Union Avenue last year. But her race before that, she had a ton of trouble. And I think she just likes it up here in her better races. So at 6 to 1, she can maybe split these horses.
It's insane that she's the same price, obviously, as Hallelujah, because she's significantly more likely to win this race than her. Phil Serpy was on an amazing run last year in Saratoga when this filly won. And as of yet, he hasn't been on that kind of run here. And I think that's one of the things about her race. One of quite a few horses that ran very well for Phil, including
won the spin away.
Won the spin away. Yeah. And I see he's training again, actually. I saw it in the notes, Naira notes.
Hallelujah. What a moment that was last year for the Davis family and Jackie Davis, her first win at Saratoga. Look, when she does win, it's when you least expect it. 14 to 1 in her most recent, and that win last summer here, 24 to 1.
Right. She also got beaten 12 3/4 lengths by Can't Hurry Love 2 races back.
But you at least expect it. That's all I'm saying.
I also think Hallelujah is, when you think about New York breds and honest, hard-knocking New York breds, she embodies that. She's got 3 wins, 2 seconds, a third. She's earned over $200,000 for smaller connections, a partnership. She is brought a lot of joy to a lot of people.
Oh, it's great. I mean, it's great. And you know what a big fan I am of Jackie as well. No question about it. And listen, a third-place finish here would be great for her. So, I mean, I'm not trying to in any way disparage her. She's just in a tough spot. That's all.
I didn't think you were either. No, I do think this is tougher, but I just get a kick out of horses like this. They're like the little engine that could, right? They show up and give you their best.
And one of the best moments last summer here with Jackie Davis, Richie, how different are New York breds, the New York breeding program? How different is it looked at today than it was 10, 15, 20 years ago?
Well, it's continually gotten better and better. And I mean, I go back to the late 70s and working on farms on Long Island, and they breed to horses like Nehawk's Bullet, Nehawk's brother. There was a horse that named Pontoise. He set a world record, it would have been a world record, for 6 furlongs at Turf Paradise, but the race was 6.5 and he got caught. But he ran like 106 and change the first 3 quarters. Those were the kind of horses that were standing in New York, and you could differentiate a New York bred from a Kentucky bred. You can't do that anymore. New York breds win internationally, worldwide, grade 1s, and I would go from about the mid-'80s to now is when they really had their coming out. Wynn being the first New York bred to earn $1 million. Then, of course, horses like Fuddy Side and so on. You cannot commentator distinguish New York breds from open, or Kentucky breds any longer.
Take a horse like Central Banker, who's standing at McMahon Thoroughbreds, and they have Salamine now as well. That's a horse that, had he won the Malibu, and he lost by a neck to Shaking It Up, who he beat at Churchill, but the Churchill Downs was not a grade 1 yet. Had he won the Malibu Central Banker, and he probably ran the best race, moved a little soon, he would have gotten a stud deal in Kentucky.
Yeah.
He's a Speightstown, and he'd been standing in Kentucky. But because he didn't, Joe McMahon was able to pick him up relatively inexpensively and stands here. And he's been a tremendous star in the New York bred program.
Well, and it's also interesting, the feat, a horse like Dixie Brass, who won the Met Mile, did stand in New York. And he got up to a point, he was at the Stallion Park in Millbrook, Jim Edwards' place, got up to a $10,000 stud fee, and they couldn't fill his book in New York anymore. He got shipped to Vinery in Kentucky, was standing for 30 with a full book. It's just interesting how there seems to be a threshold where people won't breed to a horse in New York, but they'll ship to Kentucky to breed to
Here's
him.
how I know how it's changed, Paulie. Like when Funnyside won the Derby. Huge story. The New York bred won the Kentucky Derby, right? And it was a big story. Even later today, we have American Revolution, a New York bred, Grade 1 winner. Now when a New York bred wins a Grade 1 race, it's not the news it used to be because it happens more often. It's more common.
'Tis the law. Yeah, and I think that, obviously Kentucky is the epicenter, but I'm in agreement with Mig. I could probably say maybe 20 years ago, New York was maybe, you could put Florida maybe second in the breeding, whatever. New York has maybe surpassed Florida, or right on Florida's heels, or right there and second to Kentucky, to me, when it comes to breeding. A lot of the horses have come out of here. I don't hear any Florida or Maryland breds winning the Kentucky Derby.
Let's talk about the sixth race today, which is a stakes level allowance race. The purse is $162,000, $500 for New York breds. It's $125 for everyone else, not chicken feed for the others, but there's an extra $37,000 in the purse. And this is a program Naja intimately involved in Naja Thompson. The favorite in the race, morning line, is Rotney, New York bred. Okay, the second choice, Today's Flavor, New York bred. Okay, they're running for the whole 162.5. That's bigger than a lot of stake races. And they're the first two choices on the morning line, I believe. So that's a huge opportunity to run against opens when you're good enough to do it.
On a world stage, mind your biscuits.
Mind your biscuits. I mean, listen, New York breds have done extremely well. Shinful, now a stallion back in New York State, he went to Japan and became a graded stakes winner. Really important question before we send it to Maggie. Does the jockey get part of the percentage of that bonus?
You do, actually, Richie. We're transferring to you and me.
The Brooklyn native.
I wasn't supposed to tell
the
you
Brooklyn
until
native.
Travers weekend.
Bank on Anna pictured Maggie trying to successfully defend her Union Avenue title.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if she makes an impact in this race. I agree with what Paul said, too, but also what Andy said, and that Phil Serpy was just on that tremendous run here last year, and, it just seems that way when things go right, everything goes right. But Bank on Anna, she's one I've always had a lot of respect for. She always presents herself well. She's a good-looking daughter of Central Banker, as we were talking about, and I think a lot of these horses flatter by the fact that the horse who finished third in this race, Sterling Silver, as you guys were just talking about, the incentive to run in those open allowance races. Well, Sterling Silver did, and she won with that 88 buyer, improving out of the Dancing Renee last time. And look, I like the addition of Luis Saez. I think Bank on Anna needs an aggressive rider. She needs somebody to tell her what to do and not kind of have a little bit of a wishy-washy ride like she did last time out. So we'll see what she does here, 8-1 from the outside. Good post for her, too. Guys?
Just to make you feel a little better, Paul, about your selection there. Bank on Anna at 6-1 towards the outside.
Yeah, I like it.
8-1.
I like it. Like I said, listen, she was not involved in all. My worry is her last race. She's 4 now, so she's obviously still likes to race, I would think. But her last race, a little discouraging. She needs to get back to where she was before. I'm just hoping that the dynamics change of this race. Granny's Connection maybe runs Can't Hurry Love tiny bit off of her feet. I'm kind of hoping that Can't Hurry Love kind of doesn't run a race, but it's kind of a stupid move because she's only 14 for 16 in the try.
It is Maggie mentioned having Luis Saez getting her more involved early.
And I joke, with Granny's Connection, she's extremely likely when I say led by 6. Can't Hurry Love can beat her. I'm not trying to just sort of hedge here. I think it's unlikely she beats her today. But I don't want to disparage Can't Hurry Love. Not only the record that she has a race where she lost by a nose earlier this year, about 4 starts back, where she completely blew the brake in that race. And she's a speed-type horse. I mean, that's the race that really showed that she had something going on beyond what she was showing in races. She's a very, very good horse. I just think Granny's Connection's a little bit better. But listen, she beat her fair and square last time.
Fans looking on as these fillies and mares, New York breds, get set to load into the gate for the Union Avenue. Richie, how far in front do you expect Granny's Connection to be when they reach the far turn.
I think she'll be a length and a half in front with Javier Castellano, particularly from the inside. And my personal philosophy on riding is you get to a certain point, don't keep sitting. Open up, use what you have underneath you, stamp the race, have it won by the 8th pole.
According to fans here, Paul LaDuca apparently the GM of the Red Sox. Who knew?
I don't
Paul,
even
you've been
know.
moonlighting.
First of all, I need a shoulder and a knee because everybody thinks I should be catching for the Mets and I should be managing the Red Sox.
I'm glad you paid Rafi Devers, though. That was a good call. He's pretty good.
I'm good.
Post talk for the Union Avenue. Frank Miramonte standing by.
Bank on Anna goes in. They're in the gate. They're off in the Union Avenue. Can't Hurry Love, hard set for the early lead. Granny's Connection, though, with that natural early foot, comes and takes command. Bank on Anna, 3 deep in third, followed by Temperamental, 4th and 5 off the pace. Vallelujah at the back of the field. They're heading to the half-mile pole, and Granny's Connection opens up 2 lengths. Can't Hurry Love, asked to get after her. The opening quarter in 21 and 4/5 seconds. Bank on Anna is third, 2.5 lengths off Granny's Connection, who's midway on the far turn, leading by a length. It's a long way to the next flight. Temperamental and Vallelujah. 1/4 mile to go. Granny's Connection took a brief bid from Can't Hurry Love, but opens up once again. And it's Granny's Connection with a 3-length lead coming to the furlong pole. Bank on Anna is in third, followed by Vallelujah and Temperamental. A 16th to go, and it's Granny's Connection. Can't Hurry Love is very game, trying oh so hard, but Granny's Connection turns the tables and is back on top in the Union Avenue. Can't Hurry Love clearly second best, then Bank on Anna and Vallelujah.
That's a fast Granny. Granny's Connection. It didn't break. Then Castellano let it rip, made the lead, was able to turn the tables here in the Union Avenue.
And set fast fractions after not breaking particularly well. The first fraction, 21 and 4.
48 and 4.
Yeah, I mean, she lit 44 and 4. I mean, listen, this was a terrific race for her. We expected this from her. Game effort by Can't Hurry Love was cast into that hard chase throughout.
Never stops trying. She never stops trying, and you got to give her credit. She beat her last time, not as good today. And I'll tell you something else about this race, and I'm a huge fan of Granny's Connection. Richie, she's our kind of horse. That final time compares very favorably to Mark Hennig's filly in the second race. Her 6 furlong time is known as a 7 furlong race, which, I mean, this is a very good horse. So is that.
Yeah, and that was only her second start. This is Granny's Connection.
Good horse.
7 starts, so she's got foundation, she's fast. Very game effort from both the winner and the runner-up.
Speedball, Paul, it didn't break.
No, didn't. You know what? Trevor McCarthy broke with Can't Hurry Love. I thought he did a great job, tried to push the pace out there. And listen, Can't Hurry Love is just trying her heart out. Got to her last time, but today she just couldn't. But again, she gives you that glimmer of hope. She's done. Then she re-rallied again. She got to the hip of Granny's Connection, but not today. And I thought Bank on Anna tried. Louis Size put the horse in the game, and she sort of just ran around the racetrack. We used to call this running around like trained elephants, 256.
This is a really nice horse. She really is. And I'm really happy for Maggie and Tom as well, obviously. And, when you're in those shoes, you want to be 2 to 5 in stakes. But there's that extra worry. I'm such a big favorite. Boy, I don't want to blow this one.
Down to Maggie and Tom.
Joe Clancy, he's getting suspended. No, I'm kidding. He held him up. Tom, didn't break that well. Talk a little bit about your heart and your throat at that point.
Never. Funnily enough, she is normally half a length slow, and Trevor, the others were very aggressive out of the gate today. But within 3 strides, she is just absolutely biblically fast, this filly. And, she has to overcome several minor little issues. And so, you have to treat her slightly with like a priceless Ming vase, but she's put it all together today, and I couldn't be prouder of her and the team and Nico, who rides her every day, and a big thank you to Eric Cancel, who couldn't take the ride today, but he's done such a wonderful job with this filly as well so far.
She's so much bigger and stronger now going back to the winter.
Yeah, she's, she gets bigger and stronger with every race. We have to, she eats extremely well, and I just, to win any stake up here, but she's just a little bit extra special.
Congrats.
Thanks.
Always so much fun to watch. Maggie and Tom celebrating a stakes win at Saratoga, Union Avenue, Granny's Connection. And Tom mentioned she is half a step slow getting out of the gate. When she didn't break sharp, was there an opportunity for one of the other riders to make things tougher on Granny's Connection as she found her legs?
I think if you came out running with the idea that you were going to try to take the track away from you, you might have had an opportunity to get the drop on.
What would Meg have done?
I would, one I broke as sharp as I did. Let's say if I'm on the 5, Can't Hurry Love, and I look over and see he's not there yet, I'm going to try to outrun him. I'm going to go all in 70 yards into the race to try to just take it away from him and learn if Granny's Connection's capable of rallying from off the pace, particularly if she wind up in behind horses. I would have tried to outrun her.
Nose away, Andy, from winning 6 straight.
Yeah, no, she's just terrific. I mean, she's just a terrific racehorse. I love a horse like this, and I know Richie and I are very similar in that. We love speed horses. We love horses that can lay it down there, and they have the stamina to keep going. But I do want to give a lot of credit to Can't Hurry Love and David Duggan, who we're such big fans of,
does
too.
a great job.
Because she is in great
She
form.
doesn't go away.
Never gave up.
Will not go away. That's how she won the dance in Renee. But today, there was no catching Granny's Connection. Tom Morley, Javier Castellano in front of this big crowd at Saratoga in the Union Avenue will step aside, rejoin, welcome in a new audience as our coverage continues on Saratoga Live. Welcome to our viewers on Valley SoCal San Diego. This is Saratoga Live. 4 races in the books on a Friday afternoon, just outside the paddock alongside Andy Serling, Paul LaDuca, Richie Migliori. I'm Lafitte Pinkai, and you're going to see 2 stakes races later on this afternoon, but we just saw a very exciting edition of the Union Avenue, Richie, for New York breds. And despite her name, Granny's Connection, she is fast, she used her speed, and now a stakes winner here at Saratoga.
Yeah, listen, she's just hickory. She shows up every time, natural speed. Even if her first step might not be her best step, she gets in gear in a hurry, and now 5 wins from 7 starts for 2 seconds. Andy, she's never done anything wrong, really.
No, she just shows up and runs a big race every single time. I mean, she's a fun horse. Maggie and I talking about her quite a bit over the winter. And she just continues on, and Tom's done a great job of getting her to improve and hold that good form.
You know, when watching her last race, you heard Maggie talking about should Eric Concel went left-handed, should he had done something different when Can't Hurry Love ran him down. I was actually watching Javier late in the lane. He hit her only a couple times, and then he just flagged her. And I think it was like, you know what, let's just stay the course, stay this, let's not crop her with another hand, make her switch leads. She's getting the job done, and let's just keep on going.
And then Javier Castellano, Hall of Fame jockey, is with Maggie in the winner's circle.
Yeah, please be joined here by Javier. And first time aboard Granny's Connection, Javi, weren't even allowed to breeze her in the morning. But as Tom said, first jump isn't the best. Is that because she's such a long filly? I find she's very fast, but it takes her a stride or 2 to get into it.
That's correct, Maggie. He soon opened the gate. She took a little the first step. After that, she put herself in good position. I'm afraid to ask a little bit because you can tell after the first couple jump, it's kind of took off. And I just want to be good reader with her. I don't want to fight it too much. I just want to have a finesse in my hand and be kind a little bit with her. Just very gentle. And when she talking to the lead, she's fast. She don't want to, you just want to go like a free and wrong style. I just let her do what she want to do. She enjoyed to run. She let her go, and she had fun today.
Watching her, she's such a competitor. She's gotten so much more competitive, I think. And I almost wonder if the defeat made her angry and want it more.
Yeah, absolutely. Those type of horses, when you fight it too much, they get aggravation. They want to enjoy. When he broke out of the gate, they want to enjoy. They want to run. That's what they like to do. I just got to go along with her and enjoy my ride.
Oh, well, big smiles back here in the winner's circle. Thank you, and congrats, Javi.
Thank you, Maggie. Congratulations to you as well.
It's always good to be in this spot, guys.
Javi and Maggie, trained by Tom Morley, Maggie's husband, for our viewers just joining us. A little windy here at Saratoga today, Paulie, and for viewers just joining us who didn't see the start of the Union Avenue, this is a front runner, a speed ball, who did not get out of the blocks clean.
Yeah, and her main rival got out of the blocks and Can't Hurry Love, who beat her last time, but just the natural speed that Tom talked about, she picked herself up, and Javier said she got to the front end and got comfortable. Mig always talks about it's not how fast you're going, It's, you know, how fast you're going. How is it,
No,
Mick?
it's not how fast you're going. It's how you're going fast.
See, you're getting me tongue-tied now. But just the comfortability. You know, last time in the lane at Belmont, you could tell she started stopping a little bit, and she was kind of this and that, and Canary Love was grinding. Canary Love was grinding against her again, Andy, but she found more today.
She did. But Canary Love, she was good in defeat.
They're both
She's
two
a
good
really
fillies.
nice horse.
Relentless.
You know, you don't want to say good New York breds because they're good race horses that happen to also be New York breds.
We have more good New York breds and more stakes racing coming up. The Hall of Fame for 3-year-olds on grass and the Evan Shipman for New York breds. There's the field, morning line. Familiar name. Number 1, welcome back, American Revolution, the New York bred, who is a Grade 1 winner. Unraced since last summer at Saratoga when he was chasing Olympiad in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
If he runs one of his good races, he's going to win this race. Now, his return race in the Blame at Churchill last year was subpar for him. So if you're looking to try to beat him, maybe you wonder if he needs a race off the layoff. One of the problems, though, is that even that subpar race in his return last year might still be good enough to win this race. But he is a year older, so I have some reservations. I'm trying to beat him, but he's way the worst to beat. I think we're all glad to see him back.
Even money? What do you think he'll go off at when they spring the latch?
4 to 5 even money.
3 to 5, somewhere in there.
That short? I don't know.
It's American Revolution, Grade 1 winner. It jumps off the pages.
So you're thinking of becoming a morning line maker. That's what's going on.
Yeah,
really.
I'm
You're up for that?
currently in the process of
really
earning the credentials, and so I would say around 3 to 5.
I really wish you would be a morning line maker. They would never
Hard.
rip a line like I would rip if you made
job. He had a foot abscess. He's missed all this time. It took forever to heal with American Revolution. So always with a Grade 1 winner who's been gone that long. The intrigue to see what he does on the comeback.
Yeah, absolutely. But listen, you know, he is a Grade 1 winner, so they're not going to run him unless he's doing well. They're not going to try to devalue a horse that's already a Grade 1 winner. And the fact that he's been training so steadily up here, and one thing when you watch Todd Pletcher's horses work out, particularly horses coming off of layoffs, the gallop outs. He puts so many miles and so much foundation in him with the gallop outs from his works. I got to think he's in very good order.
If he's vulnerable, Paulie, though, off the bench, it might be on a day like this. Who has the most upside to potentially upset American Revolution?
Dr. Ardito or Bankit, I would think. I mean, those are the only two. But Meg makes a really good point. This horse is a cigar mile winner. So I would think he could stand right now. So in the state, I'm not saying he's going to be an unbelievable stud, but what I'm trying to get at is Todd's bringing this horse back at age 5 thinking, okay, this horse is okay, and it's Todd Pletcher. I would think he's bringing this horse back, Andy, thinking, okay, at age 5, let's get this horse another graded win just to stamp him a little bit more because his Grade 1 cigar mile win was all the way back in 2021.
Well, he's had a foot abscess, which kept him from racing more and kept him on the sidelines. You never really know. Obviously, they feel he'll do well, and I don't think Todd's decision to bring him back. It's more WinStar's at WinStar and China Horse Club, I think, own this horse. Yeah. It's really their decision, and they have to make the decision they feel is the right one with him. So I hope he does well. He's a terrific racehorse, and I hope he runs well. And I would say that Sheriff Bianco, a horse I didn't particularly like originally in this race, I think his chances are upgraded because we're seeing forward horses dominate. And it may be situational a little bit, not as easy to make up ground. And with the scratches, he could be the controlling speed. In fact, he should be the controlling speed.
The Evan Shipman, race number 9, the return of American Revolution, also the rescheduled Hall of Fame, $500,000 purse, 3-year-olds on grass later on this afternoon as our coverage continues on Saratoga Live. And when we return, a history-making trainer, more wins than any female trainer in the history of the sport in North America. That story's next.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, plus these standout performers. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Just minutes from downtown Saratoga Springs, you'll find GMP Farm, a utopia of healing for equines and humans, offering revolutionary, customized equine care using state-of-the-art imaging and therapeutic technologies for horses of all disciplines. Immerse yourself in tranquility in our sacred spa, offering specialized spa treatments and holistic therapies to refresh and rejuvenate among tranquil mountain views. Start your journey to wellness. Visit gmpfarm.net and sacredspaandwellness.com to schedule a treatment today.
My Eagle soars. A little bit of history there as Kathleen O'Connell becomes the all-time winningest female trainer in North America. My Eagle soars wins it.
To become the all-time winningest female trainer, I know you said it's not something that you set out to do. It wasn't necessarily a goal, but what kind of message do you hope that that sends to young women who hope to be successful in this industry?
Any industry, I think, it just proves that if you've got a dream and you follow it, it can happen. I mean, I come from absolutely nobody that has anything to do with the horse business. My father was a Detroit policeman for 25 years. My mother was a stay-at-home mother because back then that's what everybody did. So I just think if you truly invest in your goal, that it can be achieved. And I don't think anybody can be stopped by anything.
I remember you telling me once that your first license in racing actually said Pony Boy because there was no female equivalent on the racetrack.
No, there was no box to check for exercise girl or pony girl. So you were a pony boy. You know, it's come a long way really in a short amount of time. I'm proud of all the people in the workforce and the women that have devoted.
I know that as a trainer, you are respected as a horse person and somebody that is really good at their job. How does it go for you with kind of the highlight of being a female trainer? Because yes, we still have a ways to go in the sport and we want to celebrate that. But at the end of the day, you're doing the same exact job on the backside as all the men around here.
Exactly, and I don't think the horses notice if I'm a man or a woman, so it really hasn't made much of a difference. The horse tells you, the horse exhibits that little extra something that they need. And it's just like, I'm sure you've been someplace where there's dancers on the floor. They're all doing the dance, they're all doing it right, but there's some of them that just move elegant and effortlessly. And it's kind of the same way with the horses.
What are some of the goals that you still hope to accomplish?
Oh, everybody's bucket list is still the big races, the Breeders' Cup, the Kentucky Derby. You hope you get that one horse that's going to stay healthy and have the talent and get the racing luck and get you there. But, we all know it's a 1 in a million shot. But if you don't at least try for it, it's not going to happen.
She aims high. She's left her mark. Kathleen O'Connell, more wins than any other female trainer in North America. A good year for women in racing. Jenna Antonucci saddling the first ever Triple Crown winner in the history of the Triple Crown in the Belmont Stakes.
A good year because they're starting to get the recognition that they've so richly deserved for many, 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 many years. As long as the game's been around, they are more than an integral part of our sport and our game, and it's great to see them getting just getting the accolades they so richly deserve.
And the opportunities and making the most of them. And I applaud anyone that's able to work hard and fulfill their aspirations, their goals, their dreams. It's fantastic.
I like the idea there that she has such ambition. Like she's still, I want to be involved with the biggest races. I want to be involved in a Kentucky Derby.
Well, she's inspired a lot of people. I actually ended up talking to, I think, who's going to be one of the better women trainer. I mean, Cherie DeVoe obviously is very, very talented. I think I got to see Lindsay Schultz at firsthand at Oaklawn. She's amazing. Alexis Clare. There's a lot of good young women trainers that are forced to be reckoned with. Obviously, Melanie Giddings. You can go on and on. Jenna Antonucci, who won the Belmont. It's been the year of the woman, and we're also seeing Katie Davis school a lot of these boys on the track too as well.
4 wins thus far. You mentioned Cherie DeVoe has the favorite, the morning line favorite, more than looks later on in the Grade 2 Hall of Fame. And for Kathleen O'Connell, with a runner in the Galway, tomorrow's stakes schedule, all of it to be seen on Fox. Coverage begins 3 Eastern. The Galway, the Saratoga Special 2-year-olds in the Grade 1 4-star Dave. The field for the Galway and 3-year-old fillies sprinting 5.5 furlongs on grass. An outsider, Andy, Kathleen O'Connell, but she does have Dream Concert drawn inside to be ridden by Junior Alvarado. Do you give her a puncher's chance?
I wasn't a big fan of her chances, but I tell you what, it's a great competitive race. I mean, some of our stakes this
big enough
summer,
field for you?
We've struggled a little bit. This is not one of them. Now, there's 10 in the body. Reflexivity is an MTO. Reflexivity and Weekend Rags are also eligibles. Fortunately, I don't think the weather will be an issue. This is a crazy competitive race.
Wide open edition of the Galway tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, it really is. Full field, and you got plenty of speed signed on. It's going to be about trips. I think it's a very well-matched group.
And if anybody knows, 3-year-old fillies can change overnight, and that could be a chaos type of race.
Yeah. It'll be a fun race. You ever go to the Village Pizzeria on the way out to Galway?
Actually have. Yeah. Good spot.
Those stakes races tomorrow. Fox Saratoga Saturday. Coverage beginning at 3 Eastern. 2 stakes races left today. This, not one of them. It is the 5th race. Good allowance sprint fillies and mares. And the current favorite, Maggie, a Breeze Easy. Congratulations on the stakes win. And what is the favorite showing you here in the paddock?
Livy, thank you so much. It's so tough, and just really proud of Tom and the team for getting it done with Granny's Connection. As we'll check in with Breeze Easy here, and Christophe Clement, I would say, has a pretty good shot of winning this race here, sending out 2 of the 4 runners that we have here in the paddock. And Breeze Easy, she's one that does come out of that common race back here on July 15th, and definitely with the flow of the race, I would say. And there's no doubt about it, the winner was best in playlist because she came apart, and she was the first one to make the move into it, where Breeze Easy, she got to kind of save ground around there. Yeah, she was blocked briefly down the stretch, but again, probably was never going to beat the winner. I think the winner just ran really well. She looks fantastic here, though. Overall, she's very fit. She's striding out well. I do prefer the uncoupled duo in here, but we'll take a look at the other horse that comes out of that race that didn't get the best of trips, and that's number 4, Lady Milagro, and she's one that is meant to have speed. Well, she lunged at the break that day, then she rushed up into a pace that did come apart a bit, and obviously that's just not how you win races when you're taken out of your comfort zone and you're against the dynamics of the race. She looks physically very good here. I wish she was more alert for a filly that does have that early speed. I wish she was a little bit more on it, just a little bit more alive. She is accompanied by the pony to keep her calm, but again, very, very quiet in the preliminaries thus far, Lafitte.
Because we want her to avoid this, Maggie. Her last appearance, Andy, opening week, Lady Milagro, what happens?
She just gets completely left. It probably was the fact that I picked and bet on her. She's not a horse that's had this problem before, so it's not a major concern. It's always good with every horse they get left, and obviously as a speed horse, this completely eliminates any chance she had in the race, and so she is the controlling speed in this race, and I think she is dangerous, the longest shot on the board. But I also want to talk, and Richie, you talk about this, with Breeze Easy. Very good ride by Joel Rosario, cutting the corner. He does in these turf sprints. But Bowl of Cherries has the momentum on the outside, and there's Joel trying to get through, and he effectively gets blind switched.
Yeah, you know, when a horse gets first run on you, position, kind of going to run you up into a tough position. Wade came out, finished with energy. I think Lady Milagros is going to be tough in here. I think if she gets away clean, who's going to keep her company?
Nobody.
I didn't change my pick and put her on top. I kept her second. The one thing I would say about her, and I do think she's dangerous and a very strong price if you like her, I wonder if her form is diminished a little bit. She got really good this winter, and I just wonder if, you know, it's one of the toughest things, as you guys know with horses, is to keep them in a form cycle for a long period of time. That's why Granny's Connection's such a good horse. Can't Hurry Love, too, still running well. It's tough to keep that form cycle that long.
I think it's a very fair point. You know, horses are going to ebb and flow. They're going to be in good form, and then sometimes you just get a little bit tired. They can't stay at their best over an elongated period.
Well, the thing about it is, when you look at Gal in the Rush, okay, the 3 is your favorite. They put blinkers on this horse 4 starts back. They put blinkers on Bowl of Cherries, the 2 4 starts back. They both have improved. In the 3, perpetually was bad in the gate and finally broke on top last time. And that was a big, big key because she always left a lot, you know, to be done because she always broke kind of behind the pack. Now, in a shorter field, we'll see what happens today. Same with Bowl of Cherries.
I don't worry about her break as much as I worry about the fact that she's a horse that is camera shy. And I know she finally won last time. That was a really weak field, and Diamond Hands just doesn't want to win races. So I think it's a tougher race. Now, I actually think 5.5 might be better for her than 7 because of her closing kick. I prefer Breeze Easy to her. I've never loved Gallon Rush, but I don't think there's anyone in this race that can't win.
But to clarify, not concerned about Lady Milagro at the gate. That was just a one-off and not something that's been habitually.
No, she's not a horse that's gate
right,
issues.
that's
I mean,
right.
I don't think that's a real problem in general, but she did get left last time. But also, Richie, sometimes you wonder if that's a little sign that maybe your form's tailing off too.
Well, sometimes horses do. They get a little bit agitated because they're over the top. I just don't see anybody that's going to entertain her early here, so I'm going to give her a long look.
4-1 with the apprentice Jamie Torres. Called to post for this 5th race. And we'll start with Bowl of Cherries, currently 2-1. Tyler Gaffleone in the saddle.
Like I said, blinkers 4 starts back, and this horse has been a lot sharper, and she likes to win races. She's 7 for 20 the last 2 years.
Jacobson Barn going well. Gal in a rush, currently 8-5. Pratt looking for another.
I've never been her biggest fan. She's a horse that's had her chances and failed to get it done, but she has the talent to win this race.
Lady Milagro, come and catch her if you can.
Yeah, she got left last time with a bad beginning. With a better beginning today, she's going to be leading for a long time.
Breeze Easy, 2nd and 2 for Christophe Clement.
It's going to be very interesting what happens here. Does Breeze Easy the one that sort of kind of lays by Lady Milagro, or does Bowl of Cherries? Because it looks like the 3 Gallon Rush will be the horse that will probably lay in the back of this pack.
Compact field of 4. Turf Sprints listed as good. Good allowance race. 6-5. Number 3, Gal in a Rush. This is how you know you've made it at Saratoga. If you're 4-star Dave, you have a bar named after you, right? You have a street named after you, that kind of thing. Or you could also have that sandwich named after you, the MIG. The MIG. Brand new at Cardona's Market. You, my friend, have made it.
Hey, you know, I mean, I'm feeling pretty good about this, Paul.
You know, listen, Mick, you came in this morning. You brought us some sandwiches, because that's what Mick is. He's a man of the people. And he said, what are the ingredients on there? And, of course, Greg Wolf complained about the ingredients, so he ate it. I said, Greg, just eat the sandwich. So tell us what's on the sandwich, and tell us how you told us how everything complements itself.
Well, because I had rosemary ham added to this, and he wasn't sure about the rosemary ham. But with the prosciutto, which was a nod to Greg because he likes prosciutto, the saltiness of the prosciutto plays off of the herbal note of the rosemary ham. Come on, it's a natural.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like an amateur.
Listen, I'm sitting right next to him, and I understand this. Phenomenal sandwich. Phenomenal sandwich.
I was there on Tuesday. I didn't see the MIG.
It was unveiled today.
Oh,
today
really?
was
I was there with my mom on Tuesday. I would have ordered the MIG if I had seen it, and then asked for it for free.
Given.
Or charged to you.
Given. How involved were you in, like, the design?
Oh, I was a critical part of this design of the sandwich. Robert Cardonis, one of the owners of Cardonis, he added the prosciutto because of Greg Wolf. And then we went with some hot pepper spread, but then because much like my personality, sometimes I'm sweet, sometimes I'm spicy.
You ain't lying.
We put on a little bit of sweet pepper as well.
And also because there's cheese, because you're also cheesy.
Fresh mozzarella, huh? Come on.
I like the prosciutto. I like the prosciutto that, you know, Greg Wolf suggested that you put that on.
I really enjoyed the sandwich you brought me, Richie. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Hey, they brought in a whole tray.
Whatever.
You get to the set too late. We ate them by the time you got here.
I'll remember this.
He brought you a water bottle.
I'm going to hold this grudge for a long, long time.
Thanks a lot.
At least a minute.
Troublemaker.
We check in with Maggie.
You guys, too funny. The MIG is very good, so I suggest everybody head over there and get a MIG sandwich and benefit the PDJF and the TRF as well. I got some sampling today. Robert was very generous. As we'll check in with number 4, Lady Milagro, for Carlos Martin. Look, I don't know her, right? That's the tough part about Makaysha and my job is that we don't know these horses intimately. We're just, you know, kind of have our baseline that we go through of you know, generalities, and we keep notes on all of these horses. So we know a little bit about each of them individually, but as a horse who has speed, and I know you don't want to set one off, but I'd love to see her do a little bit more. They haven't even gotten out of a jog. In fact, they walked most of the way down the front side here, and maybe they want to keep her quiet because they feel as though she's acting up in the gate, and it's getting her just a little too lit up, and therefore that's caused the bad behavior at the gate last time. I don't know, but again, I just would have loved to see her just do a little bit more here. So that I was gonna pick her, and now I've pushed back to Breeze Easy, guys.
Back to Breeze Easy for Maggie, 9 to 5. Richie, you're staying with Lady Milagro.
I am, and I'm just hoping that she gets very loose. I'd like to see her have a 2-length lead. I don't want to see her with horses in close proximity to her.
You know what's weird? How is she 5-1 longest shot in the board? The whole world can see she's loose. Yeah. Maybe it's one of these things where everybody's just missing it. And I picked her second. I consider changing it to my top pick, but I mean, it's just so obvious.
They go, what have you done for me lately? You go back 4 starts ago, she beat Galina Rush, gate to wire fashion. And she went 21.
Since?
Yeah, but she went 21:43. She blazed that day, but you're right. What have you done for me lately? The last 2 races. But her last race, Andy, she got left. So I draw a line through that. It's a throw out.
But
so
even
that's why you're
back,
getting the price today, I think.
Better horses, but she's a very, very game horse when she's in form. I mean, you look at that race when she won by a nose. She opened up in the field. They came to her like they were just going to swallow her up. Yep. And she just fought and fought and fought to the wire. She's a really talented horse. I just worry a little bit that her form's still, and maybe I'm answering my question. That's why she's 5-1, because other people are seeing that too. It doesn't mean she can't win today, though, and she is supposed to be loose.
Number 2, Bowl of Cherries, Andy, and a trainer you follow that goes on these streaks, and that barn is starting to click as well.
Yeah, I've never been right about the David Jacobson barn once in my life. I'm hoping one day to get one of their. I picked against them successfully. I never get them right on the win side.
Another win yesterday.
Beat me.
This horse is sharp. You know, they put blinkers on the horse at Penn National, weaker competition, then came back and won. I had 50 cents on the dollar. I get it. Came back and won again at Monmouth as the favorite. The last race was a very good race. This horse was wide. First time in the turf in a long time. The other time was in Santa Anita in the Sergio Morfine barn. Sergio's actually a very good trainer, trains horses at Los Alamitos and Santa Anita, but I think Bullet Cherries can maybe, the only one that can maybe stay in touch with the 4. I don't know.
Also want to point out that we only run turf sprints on the Mellon turf course, the outside course, not the inner turf course. The rails are not down in this course. In fact, they've moved out farther, so they've come out. Those rails usually come down Travers week for the last couple weeks of the meter, maybe the Travers Friday. You can see how far. I think it's out 27 feet, according to the
way out there.
This far, it's been out 9 and 18. This is the farthest.
Take us through that. When they're out farther, doesn't that even help speed?
Well, it's a small field, so I don't really think it's going to be a huge factor.
Okay, if it was a bigger field.
I just think having the kind of speed that Lady Milagro has and not seeing that, speed that's going to really keep up with her, that's her chance. She needs to get loose and brave And honestly, I'd like to see her 2 in front early and have 3 or 4 turning for home and then
Maybe
slide.
six at the eighth. 6 at the 8th pole would be good too if you bet it.
No, my point is I'd rather see separation. I don't want to see horses on top
She's
of her.
too fast for these. She breaks. She's too fast for these horses.
And
I find the 5.5s aren't races that are, ruled by speed.
See how she breaks. Lady Milagro, 9-2. There she is, stepping forward with Jamie Torres, the favorite. Breeze Easy, 7-5 at post time. Frank Mirmati with the call, the 5th of 11 on a Friday at Saratoga.
Breeze Easy coming up and in. And they're off. Not the best of beginnings for Breeze Easy. Lady Milagro darts out of there, opens up 3 just like that. Bowl of Cherries. Breeze Easy moves up. Gal in a rush at the back of the field. They'll have to catch Lady Milagro, who opens up 3 on Bowl of Cherries in second. They're followed by Breeze Easy rounding the far turn, and Gal in a rush, single file opening quarter in 21 2/5 seconds. And it's Lady Milagro in charge. 2.5 length lead on Bowl of Cherries, who's now cruising into second, getting closer with every stride. 3 lengths back to Breeze Easy in third, and Gal in a rush there at the top of the stretch. Here's Bowl of Cherries to Lady Milagro. And in between is Breeze Easy getting into it. Far outside, Gal in a rush just comes like a rocket. And Gal in a rush has swept to the front and will dominate. Gal in a rush, far too strong. Wins it, wrapped up by 3. Lady Milagro ended up winning that battle with Bowl of Cherries for second.
In those West Point colors, Gal in a rush for Christophe Clement. Second win on the afternoon, Flavien Prat.
And got that clean, unencumbered trip. She saved ground before tipping out, while the Breeze Easy was just never getting in a comfortable spot. Joel changed his mind a few times, went to the inside, didn't like it there, went back to try to split, that closed, wound up back on the inside, and all at the same time, the winner, Gal in a rush, just unencumbered outside.
Wasn't Flavien Prat incredibly confident the whole way? The way he's sitting back there, far back and forth, just biding his time. It's almost like he knew the whole way, I got the horse under me and I'm going to get it done. I am Joel Rosario's biggest fan. It pains me to criticize him, but that was dreadful.
Flavien just... He's so good at judging pace and knowing what's going on. When you looked at this race on paper, you figured Gal in the Rush kind of is the horse to beat 100%. But now with all the scratches, is she really? Because she comes from way off the pace. He knew exactly what was going on. She had the best kick, and she just swallowed these horses.
And figuring out how to win, Richie. This is a filly that lost 10 of her first 11 starts. Now she's won back-to-back races.
Yeah, and sometimes, a horse kind of gets out of that, gets in a winning habit, right? Figures out their way to the winner's circle. I will say this, Lady Milagro was extremely game, because when a horse
tough.
That kind of speed, you expect her almost to get swallowed, and she kept fighting. She refused to yield for second. Bowl of Cherries, and Breeze Easy had a very difficult trip.
We talked about the blinkers. It's obviously changed this filly.
Yeah.
If you're Christophe Clement, the pain of the ride in the six is a little bit muted by the fact that you actually won the race anyway.
It's like Richie's sandwich, little sweet, little salty.
Yeah,
for Christophe Clement
gotta have
in this
all
one.
those components that meld together, Lafitte.
It all comes together for Flavien Prat, West Point, Christophe Clement, Gal in a rush, 3, 4, 2, 6 in this 5th race at Saratoga. Those results forthcoming. We'll be saying goodbye. First, though, I want to get your thoughts on the Hall of Fame selections. 2 stakes races still coming up. The Hall of Fame for 3-year-olds on grass.
I'm going to take Carl Spackler to wire the field. With the rails down, I favor him. Had the track been more fair, I might have bet Ocean Vision. I think that Euro's pretty good.
Rescheduling worked in his favor.
Very much. He went from an outside post, and now he's a speed inside.
Paulie?
I'm going to go with General Jim. I think this horse could be an interesting horse at a decent price for Shug, a horse that's been working well. In that Pat Day mile, 100 buyer on the dirt. I think this horse might be a better turf horse.
I'm going to go with Mysterious Night. I just think he's, didn't run well in his 2 starts this year, 2 starts this year in Europe. But if he finds his form last year as a 2-year-old, why is he 10-1? I mean, if he's 10-1,
I'll take his
take...
last 2 races.
Yeah, but what about his run in the summer last year, North America? I got to think, though, that...
He left it at Woodbine.
I got a feeling this horse is going to turn it around. Mysterious Night, 10-1. I'll take a swing.
Godolphin, Appleby here in the States. I'm looking around. Do we get like complimentary? Do we have coupons for MIG sandwiches or anything?
I'm done
Like
with
what is
done with him.
Well, I had to bring the tray out to the trucks. There may be some left there, but
scraps.
I'm going to throw a party, and MIGs for everybody. I can't wait to go in there and say, hey, can I have one of me? And the guy's going to look at me like I'm nuts. A MIG, dude, a MIG.
You are nuts.
The MIG. That good. We have stakes racing coming up. As mentioned, the Hall of Fame. That's going to wrap things up for us. For Andy, Paul, Richie, I'm Lafitte. We'll see you next time as Gal in a Rush enters the winner's circle. Not only the Hall of Fame, also the return of American Revolution. New York bred Grade 1 winner in the Evan Shipman. That's coming up next. Greg Wolf and the crew as Saratoga Live continues.
Spun to Run. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more, and he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Now, this multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, and Breeders' Cup champion is passing his remarkable talent along to his progeny.
95, 5, 200, 200 down, 2, in the back, Patrick, 200,000, thank you.
Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Queen's Dancer with a big upset as she wires the field.
A photo coming up once again, and it's going to be Queen's Dancer.
Shouldn't you have a war dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
Want to know a secret? The Massachusetts breeding program pays huge bonuses for finishing first, second, or third at any racetrack in the country. You didn't know that, did you? Massbreds get paid up to an additional 25% of their purse earnings for the owner, and breeder, and stallion owner, and developer. It's the best kept secret in racing, till now. Tell all your friends, and to learn more, visit massbreds.com.
This summer, the thrill of horse racing comes to your home on Fox. Live from historic Saratoga Racecourse, don't miss the 4-Star Dave, only on Fox Saratoga Saturday.
Welcome back, and thanks for tuning in to Saratoga Live here on FS2. Gal in a Rush, a popular winner of today's 5th race, and pleased to be joined by two very important gentlemen from West Point Thoroughbreds, Terry Finley and Tom Bellhouse. And guys, the winner's circle was a rockin' today for Gal in a Rush.
Well, I tell you what, whenever we have a chance at Saratoga with a really nice horse like this, people came out. I don't know if it was the free T-shirt giveaway or it was just all our partners, but it was a magical day. Christoph, after her last victory, he really sat down and decided whether he wanted to stick it at a mile or shorten up at the 5.5. He thought that would be her best route, and it was the perfect trip for us. And Flavian he hit every mark.
And it's always a really tough decision up here, I find, Terry, when you have so many distances you can run at Belmont, and then you either got to go 5.5 or you got to go 2 turns up here. Talk a little bit about what you were hoping for and what you saw today from Gal in a Rush.
Well, I thought she run well. We didn't know what to expect going 5.5. She had never run that short, Maggie, but, she had trained well all month up here, and the Clements obviously do a great job, and they're on top of things, and they pay attention to the details. And, we know that that's very important in this game.
Absolutely. And Tommy, I know you have to pay attention to a lot of details when you're dealing with all your partners, but you've provided them, you and your team, with such a great experience and really an all-inclusive type of partnership.
We really try, Maggie. I think that's what the partnership game is all about, is giving people the experience to be a part of something bigger than they might be able to do on their own. And, Terry's been doing it a long, long time with Debbie, and, I've been lucky to be part of the team. This is my 16th summer doing the slog. We've been having a lot of fun over the years, and none more than today.
always a pleasure to catch up with you both. Massive congratulations. Galina Rush really finding her stride as she takes today's 5th race and delivers at, what is that? I'm looking at $6. So going off at 2-1 co-favorite of a bowl of cherries, and Lady Milagro hanging in to take place honors. We will be returning after this quick break with a new crew joining the show as we still have some stakes action coming up, the rescheduled Hall of Fame, but that guy right there returns to the races. He's been gone for a long time. The Grade 1 winner, American Revolution, returns in today's Evan Shipman.
They say breed the best of the best and hope for the best.
Makoma broke well on the outside, and
but you don't expect to get speed like this.
Is Makoma the one to catch? Makoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1 corner. Inside, Makoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Makoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
Part of an elite list of the most revered sporting venues in any sport. Win a major race here, and you've left your imprint on this game. That's why so appropriate. They have the Hall of Fame right across the street here from historic Saratoga Racecourse. Welcome to our coverage on FS2. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Hello, everyone. Great to have you with us. I'm Greg Wolf. Later today, Grade 1 winner American Revolution returns after 11 months away. We also have the rescheduled National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame. 9 will line up on the turf later this afternoon in our feature race. 1 mile over the inner turf. And more than looks, got off to a very slow start for trainer Cherie DeVoe in the Grade 3 Manila. Still was able to deliver the first stakes win for these Connections Victory Racing partners in that performance. With me, Hall of Fame jockey Gary Stevens, one of the top trainers in the country, Tom Amos, and champion handicapper Jonathan Kinchin. John Velasquez seems to have a knack for coming from well out of it. We've seen him a couple of times at this meet with Into Happiness, that dirt horse that comes from so far out of it. Now with this horse too, there's no panic in him.
No, there isn't. And Johnny's really known for being able to get a horse out of the gate really well. This horse has had some problems, but he creates his own problems at the start, and he's been able to overcome those bad starts for himself. But he just is relentless in the drive, this horse. more than looks. It doesn't look like he's got any shot here, and watch him midway through the stretch because he gets wound up and puts on a show here the last 100 yards.
Tom going to try and put together 3 wins in a row now. Can he continue to break like this and still beat this field today?
Well, the harder the races get, the harder it is to give horses a head start. And that's what More Than Looks is going to do, especially from the one post position. You know, he's going to be in the gate the longest of all those horses. That's not his favorite place to be. He seems to get away poorly on occasion, including his last start, as Gary mentioned. So he's up against it as far as that goes.
Meanwhile, Jonathan, Chad Brown with a couple in this race and a horse that looked like it's going to be the next superstar for the barn off that maiden win at Gulfstream, and Carl Spackler. What went wrong in that graded stake at Churchill Downs?
You know, and you've heard Chad say this a few times, the turf course at Churchill Downs, you either like it or you don't. And sure, maybe that is kind of a built-in excuse, but he's had some horses that have not run particularly well at Churchill and then come back and run well. What Carl Spackler did here on February 25th at Gulfstream Park makes him the favorite in here. This was outstanding performance. He was forwardly placed, but still kicked home like a Chad Brown turf horse. But if you go a little bit deeper in Carl Spackler's past performances, the maiden win, he lost to a horse in Farbridge who came on to win a Grade 1. So he's been keeping really good company. His strength of schedule, I think, makes him the favorite in here.
Maybe then a race we put a line through. We're looking forward to that. Rescheduled after it had been canceled last week due to weather. So that'll be race 8 on today's card. Let's take a look at what's to come. We're going to get into the pick 6 coming up. Some very talented sprinters will be in that first leg of the sequence, race 6. It's about 16 minutes away. 6 furlongs, allowance optional claiming race will kick it off. Today's action brought to you by Claiborne Farm. Late pick 5 begins in the 7th. That includes that Hall of Fame and the Evan Chipman with Grade 1 winner of that Cigar Mile American Revolution, returning from 11 months away for Hall of Fame trainer Todd Pletcher. You can play all the action by getting signed up and started with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. That's the offer, that $200 deposit match. New customer bonus when you punch in that code SPOT200 at sign up. Again, at NairaBets.com. So 15 minutes away from our Friday pick 6. As we get set with a very talented group of sprinters, including this guy right here, New York bred Rodney. He's trying to put together his 3rd win in a row and collect another victory at the Spa after he won here back as a 2-year-old. We'll be back.
Charlatan is back, and he turns it on with 1/8 of a mile to go. Express Train moves into 2nd. Nashville dropping out of it, and then Collusion Illusion. What a spectacular return for Charlatan, who will romp in the run-happy Malibu Stakes by 4.5 emphatic lengths. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit buyers.
Maximum Security, he smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Maximum Security.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back at our Friday coverage on the eve of the Grade 1 4-star Dave of Saratoga Live. It's brought to you in part where you can play it all at Naira Bets. Go to NyraBets.com, get signed up, started, bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including with us here all summer long and beyond. We get set for the Pick 6 here coming up. We're 12 minutes from a start, and there is the New York-bred Rodney, 7 for 11 in his career for trainer Mike Maker. Trying to make it 3 in a row this afternoon as we go to Maggie Wolfendale.
And Greg, we'll take a look at Rodney here. He's a cool horse. He's an overachiever. He's always been a good horse. He's always been an incredibly good-looking animal. And today, it's much the same. He looks like an absolute beast here in the paddock. He's very fit, having the 2 months away from the races. He's also pretty fired up, which isn't typically the case. It might be the case up here in Saratoga because it's just more lively and there's a lot more energy to react off of. He is usually a little bit more quiet than this, so I will continue to monitor him and how he's behaving. But physically, he looks superb here. As we'll move on to number 5, Provocateur, who Bill Mott is opting to keep quiet there in the saddling stalls, and rightfully so. He came in quite keyed up, and he is one that can get that way. I remember early on in his career, he would behave badly in the paddock, and then he would start to behave in the paddock, and then he'd start to act up when he got closer to the gate. So Bill, very cognizant of that, as they did pick this horse up at the Keeneland sale last fall for $200,000. So going out for the McMahons now with Bill Mott, and watching his breeze a few back, he was sitting outside of Art Collector, and he wanted to get a little rank, but the rider said, no, you've got to learn to relax and sit back here. And then he was well in hand while pulling up right up sides that grade 1 winner in Art Collector. He has grown a lot. He's grown lengthwise, he's grown height, and he's bulked up. And I think that's a great sign as he does make his 4-year-old debut here. Again, another horse I really want to watch and how they behave out in the racetrack, but I think they're making the right call here and keeping him quiet until we have to head out. But otherwise, I like what I'm seeing. I'm really intrigued to see this horse get back to the races, but this is a loaded field, and possibly the horse that might just have the best and most amount of talent is number 6, Marsalis for Steve Asmussen. Was wired last time by Favored Bango, going back to that Kelly's Landing. He chased him the whole way around the racetrack at Ellis Park, and it was his first start in a while. So his first start as a 4-year-old, and really that's kind of the theme of Ellis Park, right? That nobody really changes too much positioning throughout the running of those races. This horse looks legit. This horse looks like a really nice animal. A son of Curlin. You wouldn't expect to be such a sprinter, but you think about, a horse like Elite Power, if you will. So he looks fit here. He really paints a lovely picture. Greg, this is the race I've been looking forward to all day.
And he was chasing, there's the man who will pilot him, Joel Rosario. Thank you, Maggie. Chased a really good one in Bango, who's been so good, especially at Churchill Downs. Bango used new tactics that day, and they just went to the front with him. We know how good speed was that day. Let's take a look at that Kelly's Landing, and just unable to run down. A horse is pretty talented.
No, he's laying all over him, though. He's set to pounce right here, and just can't quite get it done.
I mean, these horses went fast early, Jonathan. I mean, very, very quick, and that's no slouch. The 2 horses down towards the inside that Marsalis is running against. He's not in the best path either. The rail was really a lot better than what it may have been.
And here's the other thing, too, to keep in mind. This horse ran his lifetime best last time off Lasix. Now he's back on Lasix. So maybe he's just getting good at the right time, and if Lasix can kind of move him forward again, man, he could be extremely tough in here.
Again, there's Rosario. He'll be aboard. He's on board for that narrow defeat against Bango. But got to deal with, this is a really tough group. It feels like a stakes race as you get another look there at Marsalis for Steve Asmussen. Favorite still is Rodney to the outside, 5-2. He's trying to win his 3rd in a row, and there he is. And a big figure earned at Belmont last time out when he was pretty dominant against, among others, Dots Dollar, who's going to be in the field today.
Yeah, and he's been off since June 9th. Had a little layoff, and last time he'd come off a layoff, it took him a little while to get sharpened up, so that would be my only concern today, is if he's going to need a race to be at his best.
What do you guys think? Is he the horse to beat in this race?
I think he is, and I think post position has a lot to do with it, Greg. I mean, when you look at Rodney, he's a horse that has a lot of speed, but on occasion he's shown he can lay off the pace a little bit. But if you look closely at his past performances, you'll see those occasions have been when he's to the outside in the draw. Two back would be a perfect example of that, where he did at Belmont when he won by 5 lengths. On the outside, laid off the pace a little bit. There is a lot of speed in this race. Rodney can lay off that speed from this outside post and be versatile.
I just worry he's going to take a couple of shots from different horses, right? You got to think the Ford Today's Flavor will make a run at him early. Then he might have Marsalis to deal with as well. And then he's got to hold off the horses that want to come from out of it. We'll find out today. I mean, I think that he's kind of tipped his hand. He's a really darn good horse. But I think that after today, if he can kind of withstand those punches that he's going to take, he'll solidify himself as a very good horse.
This is sort of quintessential Saratoga, right? This is an unusually strong, except not for this race course, allowance optional claiming field.
Yeah, right. As a trainer, you go into a race like this feeling like you got the right horse. And when the overnight comes out 3 or 4 days before the race and you know what your competition is, you're like, what did I just walk into?
I've handicapped 5 grade 3s this year that were softer spots than this one.
Call to post here coming up as we approach the 5-minute mark to post for what will kick off the pick 6 on our Friday action here on Saratoga Live. And we'll begin with the entry in here. Colonel Bowman, what a roll this horse is on. He's won 5 straight.
He has won 5 straight, but these are the deepest waters. He's been running against starter allowance horses. It gets a little tougher today.
He'll have post 5, post 7 for the stablemate Clem Labine.
Yeah, probably the weaker half of the entry, but also not without a chance.
Dots Dollar with the rail for Linda Rice.
You talked about this race possibly setting up for someone to come off the pace. Dots Dollar is that kind of horse.
Nighttime, some good dirt form, been on synthetic of late.
Another horse that could come running late.
Is this the quickest horse in the field, Today's Flavor?
He certainly is. He's got the inside draw and all the speed. I think he's going to be right up there in front early. I think he's going to take a lot of pressure outside of him.
Provocateur, is he the main pressure for the 4?
Not the main pressure, but he is pressure in there. I just worry he's not as fast as some of these other speed horses.
Talk to Bart Marsalis. He just went by with Joel Rosario.
And there's the pressure right there, Marsalis. I think that's a horse that's going to be up front and close.
And Rodney, JK for Mike Maker.
I'm going to try to beat him here, but I will tell you this. The way that he runs, he drew the perfect place to have the best shot of winning outside.
Absolutely.
Registration now open for this weekend's On Track and Online 4-Star Day Challenge. You can register now to win a Breeders' Cup Betting Challenge seat and cash prize pool. Registration ends at 5 p.m. today. Visit NYRA.com/contests to learn more. Let's take a look at the speedy Today's Flavor. And JK, he comes out of a grade 2 against the reigning sprint champion Elite Power.
Absolutely. This horse is blazing fast. He started on the West Coast with Doug O'Neill, but the West Coast, there's no New York on the West Coast, just California. And I think that they made the decision to move him out here to take advantage of this New York bred condition. We talk about it all the time. New York breds start with an advantage, but they don't have an advantage in California.
Yeah,
so
look, I mean, this is his kind of race, JK. I mean, he was able to slow it down up front and use his speed. I guess the question I have for you is, can he do that again today?
Well, I think he's shown his class. I mean, you know, even his run in the Carter, I think, you know, he ran 4th that day in the Carter, but to me, it was one of his most impressive performances at a grade 1. I just think he's the speed of the speed, and sometimes in a race where there's a lot of speed, Tom, I choose to side with the speed of the speed because these riders, these trainers, they're looking at the exact same past performances we are, and sometimes the rest of them will kind of take back a little bit and let the fastest horse go and get loose on the front.
The first 1/8 of a mile out of the gate, those first 12 seconds or 11 seconds, it's a game of chicken oftentimes with those riders, you know. Who is going to finally say uncle and say, okay, I'm going to take back. This is just a little too quick for my horse.
Gary, you're Manny Franco. He's on Today's Flavor. Do you try and just take it to this field early?
Well, the horse is quick. You don't have to send a whole lot when you've got a horse that's got speed like this. You want to just make sure he's squared up in the gate when the gate opens. Make sure he gets away from there good. He'll take him. He's not going to have to help him, especially with that outside speed on him, because a lot of these horses, I'll give you an example. Commentator, yes, he was a route horse, but I won the Whitney on him here, and we came back and ran in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. I believe it was Jockey Club, and had beat St. Liam here, and he was the type of horse, he would only go as fast as the horses behind him made him go. Well, I was allowed to get away with easy fractions here, and Rick Dutrow sent 2 rabbits after me, a sprinter that was like an $8,000 fast horse. He came after me, and then Rudy Rodriguez was on another one for Dutro. And when that cheap horse tired out, here came Rudy. He hooked me, and we set some wild fractions. And it wasn't a matter of me not being able to rate him. I couldn't rate him. He was just one of those horses, but he was rateable, and that's the situation that we have here. It's today's flavor. I guarantee you he can slow him down if he doesn't have pressure, but it's outside pressure he's going to have, so he's going to run as hard as he can to stay in front. That's why I say Manny's not going to have to do much. He's staring at basically a dragster here.
4-1 right now on that very quick New York bred Today's Flavor. Let's go back to Maggie.
Today's Favor is going to be tough in here. He looks the same as what he always does, Greg, but let's talk a little bit about those two horses. I was kind of concerned about the way they could act and might be acting back in the paddock, and that does include your current 2-1 favorite in Rodney. He settled down so beautifully out on the racetrack, stayed with the pony, but really framed himself up well for Jose Lezcano. All things good and normal for Rodney once out on the racetrack. And then going back to Provocateur, I know he's the longest, I know the 1 and 1A, it's like 2 for the price of 1, blah, blah, but if they were separate, I think they'd be twice their odds. And I think Provocateur is really interesting here. So go back to the last time, and not that he needs Lasix, but and Tom can probably speak to this a bit. They paid $200,000 for this horse off of 2 pretty poor efforts. Obviously, there's ability in there. You go back 3 back. He got Lasix for that Jersey Shore win and he won. So it's not like they paid a lot for a horse that, you know, could have been going the wrong way. So that hints to me that there are fixable problems, and maybe he needs Lasix. So I think he looks really ready. He's behaving himself better than what I've ever seen out on the racetrack so far. I think he's going to run better than what those odds would suggest that he's at right now. As I do want to talk about another long shot, and that's number 3 in here, Nighttime. He won the warm-up award. He warmed up better than anybody. Yeah, he's going to have to come back off a layoff in a very tough spot, and he could benefit from having this race from the fitness perspective. But this is a horse that has run well on synthetic, has run well on dirt too, and he's a very good-looking son of majestic perfection. This is a jumping-off point, but I'm intrigued to see what he does coming back here for Dale Romans, Greg.
It's 1 on this track, a couple of runner-up finishes as well in 4 tries. JK, let's go back to the pace in here and how you see this shaping up.
Well, I mean, I think a lot of handicapping and horse playing is trying to guess what these riders are going to do on 1,000-pound animals. It's a tough prediction, but I do think that Today's Flavor is going to make an uncontested lead. I think he's going to get to the front end. I think the 6 Marsalis is going to take back, sit off him with Joel. Like Gary said, just not Joel's style, really, to send away from there. And the 7 Rodney's drawn so well towards the outside. Why ding-dong on the front end when you can just sit off? I just think that he's going to end up being clear in a race that looks like the pace is going to be contested.
Yeah, so Today's Flavor, the 4-horse, he is a one-dimensional speed horse. He wins his races on the lead. That's the only way he wins, is on lead. Manny Franco's been on him a number of times. He knows this horse. He's definitely going. It's how much is he respected. If he's respected in here, then certainly there are a couple of others that can press him. If he's not that respected in this race, they feel like, let him do his thing, we can catch him, then you're right. He's going to go to the front. He's going to go to the front uncontested. I think it would be a mistake to let this horse go to the front uncontested, because that's where his big races come from.
He's been competitive in Grade 1 company. He was competitive even though he backed up late, and everybody's been backing up late against the reigning champ Elite Power. That was in the True North. He has ability, and there he is, that 4-horse in those purple and white silks. Redham Racing for George Weaver. If he gets loose, could be very dangerous here. Still, the 9-5 favorite. Favorite throughout the wagering here has been Rodney, who's put together those back-to-back victories, both at Belmont, returning to Saratoga, where he did win back as a 2-year-old to break his maiden.
Yeah, you know, JK, you talked about it, and we mentioned it earlier. This post position is a great post position for our favorite Rodney, all the way on the outside. You know, he's going to be able to watch everything unfold inside of him. He's got the tactical speed to do what he wants based on that. And Jose Lezcano, who's riding Rodney, is able to measure his trip based on what's happening in the beginning part of the race, all inside of him.
Start of the pick 6. The New York bred Rodney from that outside post. He'll try and make it 3 straight. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati to kick off the pick 6.
Today's Flavor goes in. Clem Labine. Rodney to complete the lineup. Rotney walking up. And in. They're in the gate. Rotney moving around a bit. And they're off. Provocateur is going out for the early lead. Dots Dollar along the inside. Here's Today's Flavor now moving up to engage the front runner. And Marsalis up and on the pace, just a neck back third. Rotney fourth with 2 to make up. Dots Dollar is now in fifth. Another 3 back to nighttime. And then the entry of Colonel Bowman and Clem Labine. They passed a half-mile pole. The opening quarter in a quick 21 3/5 seconds. And it's Today's Flavor in front. Getting pressed now by Marsalis, who's ahead back second. Perfect trip for Rotney, who ranges up 3 wide as Marsalis takes the lead. Just behind them, Provocateur is fourth with 3 to make up. A big gap to nighttime with a 1/4 mile to go. And Marsalis is the one to catch at the top of the stretch. Today's Flavor fighting on at the rail. On the outside, Rotney flattening out. Provocateur coming back for more. Center of the track, nighttime. They're in the final furlong, and it's Marsalis holding a 2-length advantage. Provocateur is in second. Marsalis has something left. Late run from Colonel Bowman. He'll try to get into second, but it will be Marsalis who fended them all off. Colonel Bowman rallied strongly into second. Third to Provocateur.
Marsalis the win. 4 wins now from 7 starts. And we're going to go back to the beginning of this race. The horse we kept talking about being the quickest, the 4, with a bit of a stumble.
Yeah, he stumbled bad, and that was the perfect storm for Marsalis. Because Joel was able to just sit on him and cruise control the early part just to the outside. He was the one who was stalking, and then the 4-horse Today's Flavor rushes up because that's where he wants to be. And just set up perfectly for your winner, Marsalis. He's nice colt.
Our favorite, no excuse on Rotney, the 7-horse. He broke. He was able to watch what was unfolding up front. After about a half mile of the race, we're still a 1/4 mile to go, JK. He'd had enough.
Yeah, this is my favorite time to watch Joel ride, the way he finishes here. Goes to the crop right here, and the rest of the way. A lot of hands, a lot of reins. Looks back, takes a deep breath. It was an impressive performance by Marsalis.
It really was.
Joel Rosario for Steve Asmussen, Stone Street Stables, homebred for them, son of the 2-time Horse of the Year Curlin, who is really starting to come into his own as a very talented sprinter. Wins it 5-2 in here. Colonel Bowman charging from off the pace to get second. Provocateur to Price, collecting third, and another Price in fourth to complete that superfecta nighttime. But it was all about Marsalis in here taking advantage with that bit of a stumble from Today's Flavor. Pick 6 underway. We'll have the prices for you when we come back. Saturday, Grade 1 on the grass. And a look ahead to the Breeders' Cup Mile with a 4-star Dave and Casa Creed. We'll try and go back-to-back in a race named after the Sultan of Saratoga, one of the most popular horses ever seen here in upstate New York. We'll have his story when we come back on Saratoga Live.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. Now his first foals have arrived. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Adelphi Racing Club, offering a truly personal thoroughbred ownership experience.
Again, I have to point towards the success, which has been great, but also the communication and having firsthand access to all levels, the trainer, the barn, get to go see your horses. It's been great.
We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors, we are partners. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
Back with you on our FS2 coverage of Saratoga Live as we continue along with the Friday card underway in the pick 6. It's Marsalis, homebred for Stone Street Thoroughbreds, trained by Steve Asmussen, and Joel Rosario aboard for the win. $7.50 for the victory. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with Steve Asmussen, we're talking about children riding. You rode a bit, believe it or not.
Yeah, about half of me ago. Yeah.
But your son Keith and Eric's galloping for you. Talk a little bit about just the nerves, as you said, that go into that as a dad.
There's nothing like it. I grew up in a racing family. My older brother rode, my dad rode, and you're excited for them, but it is nothing like the nerves of when your kids are riding. It's just a whole different element.
I can't even imagine. Oh, but let's talk about Marsalis, guided by Joel Rosario today. But such a royally bred horse that he's fast, too, and he really seems as though he stepped up his game as a 4-year-old.
He really has. You know, he's what Saratoga's all about. I mean, a Curlin, Stone Street bred. You know, he's 4 wins, 3 seconds, 7 starts. His mother won the spin-away here. It was great. He had an affinity for the racetrack just like his mother did. You know, just a fabulous family and a horse that's been given plenty of time, and the best is ahead of him.
Now, we'll see the Saratoga Special. He'll be well represented with Edified, who I thought was real professional in that debut. What can we expect from him tomorrow? Obviously, he was able to sit off the pace, which is always a good feather in one's cap.
Several quick horses in the race. You know, Joel was pretty aggressive with him early because he's a horse that's obviously going to want more ground. Obviously very happy with the outcome of it. I thought he overcame the bias the way things were playing early at Ellis, and he has matured and trained very impressively here, and expect a great showing from him tomorrow in the Saratoga Special.
Excited to see if you can add to your tally in that race as well. Steve, congratulations here with Marsalis, though.
Oh, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
It feels like one that bigger and better things are on the horizon, Greg.
Man who's had some of the best sprinters we've seen in a long, long time. Of course, Jackie's Warrior, Matoli, a couple of champions, and this horse really starting to get a lot better now as a 4-year-old.
I think you're making a really good point there. 7 starts, 4 wins. He's starting to learn to rate. He doesn't need to have the lead as he used to early in his career. He gets racing now. He understands how to win. Those horses are dangerous when they come back in the future.
We get into the late pick 5 coming up, and race 7 will kick things off. New York Breds, maiden special weight, sprinting 6 furlongs. It's our 2-year-old race of the day, brought to you by Spendthrift Farm, home of North America's 4-time reigning champion General Sire, Into Mischief, and a couple of horses in here who have reportedly been turning heads in the morning, including the horse's favorite right now, Vetriano for Chad Brown on the outside. Flavia and Pratt will ride, owned by Carrie Radcliffe, bloodstock agent, who has bought some good ones in her time. Grade 1 winners, Dream Tree, Nadal, Volatile, very good sprinter as well. She logs a lot of miles going all over the world.
Yeah, and they paid like this is a good horse. I mean, at the sale. Outside post position, Jonathan. Chad Brown trained. He leads just about top 1% in every category we have in thoroughbred racing with his 2-year-olds, first-time starters, any level, grass, dirt. It's hard to knock what he's done in his career.
Yeah, and you got to like a talented horse drawn outside, because really in these races with first-time starters and young horses, you can have a lot of good ones, but they got to overcome trip. They got to get stuck inside. Are they going to take dirt? Can they quicken when asked? Can you start and stop with them? When you're outside in the clear, it's just kind of one run around there. Maybe you got to travel a little bit further than your competition, but at least you don't got to deal with too much adversity.
I know, Tom, that you don't like the outside with first-time starters. Myself, a horse like this, that you know he's got a good family, he's probably got a good brain, he's been well schooled out of the gate, whatnot. He can work him with other horses, not as many horses, but I would much prefer being on the outside than in the 1 hole. If you break a half a step slow in the 1 hole, you get covered up, a lot of dirt in their face, which they've never had before. And at least if you're on the outside, I'd be waiting for a horse to get in. I'd pick up in the overnight and say, please don't let anywhere but the 1 hole. And 90% of the time I'd wind up with the 1 hole. But that was just my kind of take on it. I felt like I had an edge.
Yeah, I think you're right there. But the one thing that you do have to be concerned about in this outside post, Greg, is that horses have not practiced that with a big group before. So a horse that a debuting horse in the outside post, 9 times out of 10, he shies away from the group when they break from the gate. He doesn't have training wheels on either side of him. He doesn't have another horse on either side of him. So that open area, he tends to go to that area because he has no experience doing it with the group before. That would be my concern with an outside post.
Earlier on the card today, these young horses, they can break to open space.
That's right.
And we'll see if that happens here with Vetriano. And we'll get to this race coming up. It kicks off that late pick 5 ahead, as we're about 20 minutes away from the start of this 7th. Take a look at our Saturday stakes schedule. The Galway at 4:30s, 2-year-old boys in the Grade 2 Saratoga Special. And then the main event, Grade 1, 4-Star Dave, which we look forward to each and every year. Simply showing up at Saratoga for as many years as he did would be a feat in itself. But not only did 4-Star Dave show up here at the Spa, for 8 straight years, he would win a race at this historic racetrack. 4-Star Dave was an impressive horse, and with that streak, he became one of the most popular horses to ever grace these grounds.
I think 4-Star Dave really started to become a fan favorite in Saratoga the 3rd year he won up here as a 4-year-old. He started getting that moniker like horse for a course, Saratoga horse. And then by the 4th year, 4-Star Dave mania was starting to take place. I mean, people who were starting with t-shirts and hats, and it just kept going. I mean, 5th year, and people were going, well, how many horses run 5 years in a row in Saratoga, let alone win? And hard to imagine that he would ultimately win 8 years in a row up here. The thing about him, too, besides the fact that he would win every year in Saratoga, was he was very charismatic, and people would go to take pictures of him. He'd actually stop and pose, and he kind of really thrived on the attention. The 93 Saratoga meet was bittersweet. He got his win in Saratoga, keep the streak alive. And then he got taken down, and to me was one of the top 5 worst DQs I've ever seen, let alone been a part of.
4-Star Dave was disqualified from first.
He shifted out a half a path when I went to go to my left-handed whip, and we barely brushed with a horse that wound up, I think, 5th. In one stride, it was back in my right hand, and I had him corrected. And then on top of that, the horse fell down at the break of the race. I mean, I was off of him. I don't know how. Somehow, with his head, he kind of put me back in the saddle. His last win in Saratoga in '94 was the most pressure I ever felt riding him. Maybe the only time I ever felt pressure riding him. The only way I thought he could lose is if I made a mistake.
Migliore makes his move with the old boy. There goes 4-Star Dave, and he sweeps to a short lead.
But I felt the weight of Saratoga anyway on my shoulders that day.
4-Star Dave is 1 furlong away from 8 years worth of Saratoga victories. Here's the old boy coming down to the line. He's making a runaway of it. The legend lives on. 4-Star Dave wins again at the Spa.
He delivered, just a tremendous performance. And I remember I started, patting on him and telling him what a good guy he was, what a good boy. And the crowd was amazing that day. They just went bonkers when we turned for home. Normally, as a jockey, you don't hear the crowd. And that day, I heard Saratoga react to 4-Star Dave. The day Dave got injured up here, he was chasing Lure and Paradise Creek, 2 world-class turf horses. And he was beaten about 7 lengths that day, and the outpouring of affection from the crowd, from the people of Saratoga, was pretty eye-opening. And I think, to me, that showed more than ever just how much he had gotten into people's hearts. They had a great retirement ceremony for Dave. They named the street by Ciro's after him, 4-Star Dave Way. The mayor of the city gave him the key to the city, albeit it was a big oatmeal cookie key. And I got on him over there at Ciro's, and it was a really fun celebration, and another way for people to basically say thank you to Dave for all he had given them over the years. You can come to Saratoga in the off-season. It could be October, November. Go to his gravesite at Clare Court, and people leave tributes to him, flowers or a bobblehead. There's always some memento of his success up here, and I just think it's great that it lives on how many years later.
Such an incredible story. He became so popular, and Mig rode him for 3 years of that 8-year streak, including the final 2 years Gary, of that streak, had to be a lot of pressure on Mig.
Yeah, it's amazing, and the more a horse wins, the more you feel it. I can understand that nerves he was talking about, but in my case, when I would get on one that was on a real roll, winning a lot of races, I trusted in him so much that, okay, there was, like Richie, all right, if I get beat, just don't let it be my fault that I got beat. And that was the pressure that I would feel, and I'm sure Mig was the same way going into a bunch of those races.
Still, my favorite ride Mig had on him was rolling into the bar at Ciro's, getting that key to the city. That was a pretty good one.
Key.
Indeed. We're going to have live coverage coming up on Saturday. Grade 1, 4-star Dave, part of our Fox Saratoga Saturdays. $500,000 on the line. Coverage begins 3 Eastern with Casa Creed looking to join a very small list of runners to win that race 2 times in their career. We'll be back with our 2-year-old race of the day. New York-bred 2-year-olds trying to get that first win of their career, and this one making his debut coming up for Chad Brown, owned by Kerry Radcliffe, and Flavian Pratt will be aboard. First-time starter by Liam's Map. We'll have the outside post. We'll be back right after this.
Flightline is in full flight. Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off.
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York Breds start with an advantage. Our New York Breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Off into Perryville, all alone as he turns for home. Nashville under no stress whatsoever.
What's it going to take to win the Breeders' Cup Sprint, and could this horse have toyed with a group in the Breeders' Cup Sprint?
I'm going to say yes. This was sensational.
107.89.
Track record.
This is one of the most impressive sprint performances that we have seen.
This is a horse to get really excited about.
Never asked for a thing. Track record.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
This summer, the thrill of horse racing comes to your home on Fox. Live from historic Saratoga Racecourse, don't miss the 4-Star Dave, only on Fox Saratoga Saturday.
It's a beautiful Friday afternoon here in upstate New York as we get set for our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day that will kick off the late pick 5. Let's go to Maggie.
Yes, Greg, as we'll check in with the favorite, the first-time starter on the outside, Vetriano, here for Chad Brown, picked up for $350,000 after working 10-2 at the Fasig-Tipton Timonium sale. He was asked quite a bit for that 10-2, and don't forget, you know, a really fast work at OBS is 9-4 or 10 flat, whereas a fast work at Timonium is more like 10-1. So a decent time, but really hard pressed for it. But that might be because of the fact that he's probably a horse that ultimately will want to go further. He might be able to win first time out here, but he has that really long neck to him and just a bit of a longer frame. He's still kind of growth where I feel like there's still some growing and development to do with him. But he's been incredibly professional here and is well turned out otherwise. So we'll see what he does. As we move on to Todd Pletcher's first-time starter, number 6, Trust Fund, son of Practical Joke, who's just so really good with his 2-year-olds, hitting at 19%. Now this one, the dam was 0 for 4. It's the first full from her, but the second dam was Lights Off Annie, who was a multiple stakes winning New York bred, and she produced clip, and the dam is full to Clip the Coupon Annie, who's a multiple stakes bred New York bred, and interestingly, they both won the ski pat down at Pimlico, so they were really effective dirt sprinters. And really, this is the guy who caught my eye when walking in here. Now, watching his last breeze, he was with a already maiden breaker and a stone's throw away. He did wear blinkers in that work, and he was asked to kind of quicken away at the 16th pole, and he responded instantly. So I really like that work. I just don't, the only thing I don't like about this horse is the blinkers. I promise you, I need to look up the stat, and I haven't yet, but first time starting 2-year-olds for Todd Pletcher with blinkers on, they just never seem to run as well as what you would expect from them. But I do like this horse, and I'm interested to see what he does here today. Now, number 8 is Catalina Crush, as we'll check out his OBS March sale. He was asked a little bit to go the 10 flat, and watching it, I just really like the way this guy moved. He's a good mover, and he certainly didn't look as though he was going that fast, which is always such a good sign. And he's big and imposing in here. Now, he's wearing blinkers too for Norm Cassie, but as I'm watching more of Norm's babies, it seems okay when they show up wearing the blinkers. He's gotten a little bit more revved as we've gone on the walking ring and have jockeys about to get up, but before that, he was very calm and professional. He looks ready, though, and he looks like he could be quick, Greg.
Maggie, thanks. 6-1. Dam did produce a very, very quick turf sprinter named Icy Flavor, so you'll see if this one maybe has some speed as well. At a price on the board here. First-time starter by Catalina Cruiser, who was pretty impressive sprinting in his career. 7 for 9, his only 2 defeats coming in the Breeders' Cup.
He looks a lot like his daddy. He was a handsome horse, Catalina Cruiser. He had a few gait issues early on, but he was fast.
And here is our favorite. This is Vetriano, Chad Brown Barn. Chad with already 2 victories this afternoon to pull ahead and out of a tie with Linda Rice and take the lead here in the trainer standings. Looks-wise, Tom, what are you seeing from this horse?
Calm, cool, collected. You want to have that kind of personality in the paddock when the rider gets on your back. Very, very good looking through the body. A typical Chad Brown 2-year-old that looks the part.
So pick 5 starts here. Tom, how are you going to play it?
Well, I mean, these are most of this field that we're looking at right here are debuting young horses. So I'm going to spread out a little bit here, but my ticket is going to be dependent on our next race, which is our Grade 3 Hall of Fame, Grade 2 Hall of Fame. And I'm counting on Carl Spackler to get back to that form he showed down in Florida, and maybe even use a little bit of positional speed from the 2-hole, and I'm going to single him. Later in the card, we have 2 races, the 10th and 11th, that were scheduled for the grass. I'm just taking the horse in there that have showed some ability on the dirt versus others in the race that have not shown anything other than grass starts.
Over $500,000 in the pick 5 pool, and here's our post spread. We start with Drinking Solo. Tyler Gaffleone, big day yesterday with 3 wins.
First time starter down the rail for Tyler Gaffleone. Tyler Gaffleone has made his mark this meet. He's a rider to contend with.
There is Can I Get a Loan? First crop from Leo Frick.
That work 2 back is hinting this horse can probably run a little bit.
Now, Sire looking for the first winner from this first crop. Perliano, Rob Atras trains.
Yeah, one of only 2 horses in this race that has some experience. Experience pays dividends when you get that debut start.
Bill Mott with a second-time starter, Blue 85.
Yeah, for connections like Bill Mott, didn't take much money first out, didn't do much running. Bad combo for me.
Todd Pletcher, first-time starter from a sire who was a 2-time Grade 1 winner here.
And a rider that knows how to get it done, and Luis Saez, the 6-horse trust fund.
In on it at 24-1, first-time starter with Jamie Torres.
It's not very often horses like this win these types of races. Don't take any money. I have no interest.
Here's the Catalina Cruiser first-timer for trainer Norm Cassie.
We watched that work going an 1/8 of a mile and 10 flat. He's going to have to do it for 5/8 of a mile more in this 6 furlong race.
Katie Davis having a productive summer here. She's on Matt Banker.
Yeah, had an okay gate work. Getting out of the gate, so important for these young horses.
And outside still our favorite at 2-1 for Chad Brown, looking for his 3rd winner today, Vetriano.
Love the way that horse is walking onto the track, gets a little bounce in his step, not overly excited, but knows it's time to perform when he hits the racetrack.
5 minutes away. Get your tickets together for this late pick 5. Of course, Saturdays and Sundays, your chance to become a millionaire. If you're the single winning ticket in the late pick 5, you have to play it through Naira Bets to get this bonus. There's a $1 million bonus. That's in addition to what you win in the late pick 5. Got to play it through Naira Bets, though, to take advantage. And no excuse not to go after that. If you are playing, got to be playing through Naira Bets to take advantage of that bonus.
Didn't we have somebody live going into the last leg last week for $1 million and then $1 million bonus if they'd won it?
Yes, we did.
That's hard to beat.
So it can happen, and we'll see if we get more opportunities coming up this weekend. And as well this Saturday, Saratoga's late pick 5 going to be seeded with $100,000. So the pool is going to kick off with $100,000 regardless of the ending pool. So that's just $100,000 added, and that late pick 5 will start in race 7. For more information, go to naira.com/pick5.
Gotta love that. It's think of it like a little carryover. All right, $100,000 into the pool. It's a great gesture, and it's a lot of fun for horse players.
Here, what are we seeing, Gary, here with Can I Get Alone, this first timer from Jeremiah Englehart?
You see Joel Rosario with his hands full. He was trying to get away from him. This horse, Kingsley Talone, however you say his name, but he was trying to get away from Joel. He wanted to get a head start on the race. He's got him now.
Yeah, there's the outrider to help him out if he needs it. But I don't think he signed on for that when he left the paddock.
No, I don't
sure he
either.
asked his trainer, hey, can I take this horse away from the pony to warm up? Sure,
Tom,
you can.
You talked about this horse when he walked on the racetrack. There was no better feeling than riding a first-time starter, and you see a horse that's cool, calm, and collected, but his head, I saw him shaking there one time, sort of like a dog with the tack on. He didn't know it was race day today. When they walked out on that racetrack, he swelled up about 3 sizes, and you can feel it when you're sitting on their back. They get wider, their head, it's like somebody just turned off the alarm clock and woke up, and they know it's game day, and that's a great feeling when you're on their back.
Pretty sharp appearance from the 10. How much, what we saw with this 3, Gary, how much does that take out of a horse?
Not really anything. He wasn't going that fast, but he was trying to go faster. And you saw Joel with his head cocked out, and his head was kind of up in the air, and he was very, very close to getting away. The biggest concern is that starting gate is already set up. But there's room if he should have got away from Joel in a runaway, he could have went around the gate. But that's what the outrider's out there for, is if you're warming up by yourself, and that horse takes you for a ride, because sometimes something will spook these younger horses. They'll get locked onto the bit, and you're basically at their beck and call, at their mercy of when they're going to decide to slow down. Joe did a great job getting control, getting that horse back in control.
Let's go to Maggie.
Can I Get Alone? He was like a coiled spring when Joel opted to take him away from the pony. And then you guys saw the aftermath after that. He looked fantastic prior to just getting set off as he turned went around the turn there. But Joel's got him back. He kind of gave him a couple little checks to say, A, pay attention to me. There's a rider on your back. We need to get along. And I think that now that he's linked back up with his pony, he has settled down nicely, which is a very good sign for a horse that before, trying to get away from Joel, I thought could show a bit of early speed just because the way he's built, because of his demeanor and how sharp he seems to be. And we've seen Jeremiah countless times up here at the spot unveil some pretty sharp looking 2-year-olds. So I would not be surprised if Can I Get Alone is another one of those. But certainly number 10, Vetriano, he won the warm-up contest by a mile. He was the one, I was like, man, if I galloped Baby still, I would love to gallop Vetriano. He just looks like a dreamboat out there, just beautifully bowing his head and not trying to do too much, just well within Flavien Prat's hands. And I wasn't totally sold him in the paddock, but watching that warm up, I think he's a likely winner. I'm going to stick with my original pick though, with the 8 in here for Norm Cassie and Catalina Crush. Really liked his sales workout and really liked his work leading in here, which was an easy 49-3 from the gate, but he was by himself. He didn't break that sharply, but he just really effortlessly covered the ground when breezing. Guys?
Tom, how often with these young horses, these 2-year-olds, and they're getting set for their debuts, do they tell you they're going to run their race and run big?
Well, you have to wait till they get on the track, Greg, for sure. I mean, these are beginners. They make mistakes. And when they get on the track and you've done all you can do in getting them ready and you watch their behavior on the track, you can tell a lot from that. You know, let's use the 3 as an example who got away from Joel for a little bit. Look, his top was wound after that warm-up. And these horses have to be mentally right when they go to the gate. You can see that Joel is now just trying to relax him, trying to get him mentally back right. And that's entirely possible. It needs to happen in the next 2 or 3 minutes, or it's going to display itself in the starting gate, Gary, and it'll display itself when they're leaving the gate.
This isn't a worry for me at this point right now. Because when he got back with the lead pony, he was messing with touching him on his hindquarters and saying, hey, you're all right, buddy. And he's standing very relaxed right now. He didn't get hot. He's not sweating up. Didn't seem to be blowing hard. You could look back at his hindquarters, and I'm not concerned with that at all. I'll tell you what I am concerned about is I changed my pick in the paddock because I love the looks of the 6 horse, and I got off to 10, and after I watched the 10 warm up and I said what I said about him, I wish I hadn't done that. So
well, you can exchange your bet.
No,
on,
because
Gary.
every time, because the people that did bet on the 10, I just put him in the winner's circle for sure.
He looked, talking about the 10, right? He looked pretty imposing on the racetrack as he's at 7-5 right now with the debut coming up. But we expect to see this in these races, JK, these 2-year-old races. Chad Brown, Todd Pletcher with 2-year-olds that are working well in the morning and may have a bright future.
Well, I think the other part about it is the connections like Todd and Chad. They have so many good ones that they can kind of weed out which ones are better. They can work them together. You get to work good on good. You think about, at Ohio State or at Texas, obviously.
Texas, I knew that Texas
years
was going to
past,
come out.
sure.
They practice good on good, and you get it helps. And I think that is one of the advantages that those guys with those big barns have.
Joe Burrow couldn't get on the field at Ohio State.
Yeah, pretty
Went on to win a
amazing,
Heisman
right?
for, what's that school, Jonathan? You guys just joined that league, didn't you?
Here we go.
Oh, boy.
Go Tigers.
Can't recall, Tom.
Yeah.
Post time coming up. There's the one who was a little unsettled, but calm down now. Can I get a loan? Jeremiah Engelhardt had an impressive debut just the other day. This one reportedly with some sharp drills as well. Joel Rosario on board that 3. 4-horse debuted on turf. This will be the dirt debut coming up. We have Todd Pletcher with the 6 with Trust Fund. Some sharp works for the debut coming up, but the favorite throughout has been Vetriano for Chad Brown, looking for his 3rd winner on this Friday card. Flavia Pratt will ride from the outside post. Let's go upstairs. Start of this pick 5. Frank Miramati, the call.
Thank you, Greg. Perliano has gone in. Here's Mad Banker. The well-named Blue 85 by Audible. Mad Banker just a little hesitant, backing away. Vetriano, whose odds continue to drop. He is now even money in the final stages of wagering as we get set to kick off the late pick 5. Mad Banker. They open the front of the gate for him. He's in. And Vetriano to complete the line. Walking straight up and in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Trust Fund is very quick away from the gate, along with Perliano, and Drinking Solo comes through on the inside to vie for the lead too. Vetriano wasn't that quick out of there, but he's up and on the pace. And Can I Get Alone in the Black Silks is now in 3rd. They're followed by Catalina Crush, mid-pack, 6 lengths off the lead. It's a big gap to the next flight. In on it is racing on the inside of Blue 85. and Mad Banker at the back. 22-1 for the opening quarter, and it's Trust Fund doing battle with Perliano. Those two head and head, with Vetriano looming up, taking second now. Another two. Catalina Crush is firing with a wide bid, has 3 lengths to make up as the field turns for home. Trust Fund, the leader, in the center of the track. Catalina Crush. Vetriano is under pressure. Can I Get Alone? One from the rail. 1 furlong left for Trust Fund, maintaining a 2-length lead. At the rail, Can I Get Alone? Trying to get off that fence. It's still Trust Fund who keeps digging deep. And Trust Fund wins it. Tight photo for second. Can I Get Alone? And Catalina Crush. Vetriano was fourth.
Trust Fund best. Todd Pletcher, Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners, Rapoli Stable Silks, and Luis Saez.
Did everything right. Got away from there really well and was just cruising along. Realistic fractions for the first timer. The final time wasn't that fast. 112 flat. You saw the 8-horse Catalina Crush come up and looked like he was going to make a big run. Hung a little bit, but this horse, he came over fit and finished up strong.
No excuse for our favorite, the 10-horse Vetriano, but how about the trip that Can I Get Alone had from the 3-post? He didn't break well from the gate, found himself behind horses. That's him going to finish up second in here down towards the inside. That is a horse to watch for next time.
Yeah, let's not forget he wasted at least some energy in the parade, in the post parade. He did reel it in, I think, a little bit like late, but he did waste some energy.
And he wasted some of Joel Rosario's energy as well.
Got to look there at 14-time leading trainer here at Saratoga, Todd Pletcher, the Hall of Famer, 7-time Eclipse Award winner, and just an embarrassment of riches continues. Another talented 2-year-old, it looks like here. Trust Fund first time out with the victory with Saez aboard, who gets his 24th winner of the meet.
Yeah, Louis having a great meet, and so he's laboring just a little bit. He is so strong with his upper body and his shoulders, and really picks these horses up and helps them get home.
3-1 on Trust Fund. Can I Get Alone? Checks in second, just out dueling Catalina Crush for the place at 9-2, and yet your even money favorite checks in fourth in here. 6, 3, 8, 10. Saez trying to make the most of these days. Outright Ortiz Jr. out serving suspension. He comes back on Saturday. He's now within 7 victories of the meet's leading rider. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Feature to come. And More Than Looks for Cherie DeVoe, coming off that grade 3 Manila victory off a slow beginning. Draws the inside post for the grade 2 Hall of Fame when we come back.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
None above the law, none above the law to win. Spenderella could not have been more impressive.
The sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One horse, one partner, one victory at a time. Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
Back with you on Saratoga Live on our FS2 coverage. If you're enjoying your Friday afternoon, this crowd certainly is. Terrific crowd on hand. It's going to get even bigger on Saturday for coverage of the 4-star Dave. 2-year-old that wins first time out here, Mike Rapoli. And Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher, Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners, and Luis Saez team up for the victory here 3-1 on this first-time starter with the victory. Trust Fund over Can I Get a Loan and Catalina Crush in our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. We expect these big guns, Chad Brown, Todd Pletcher, to have unload these impressive 2-year-olds, but it happens here in the New York bred 2-year-old race.
Yeah, but and you didn't expect to see a Todd Pletcher pay $850 with the 2-year-old.
Yeah, that we don't expect. Good point.
Yeah, very good point. But you know, why did he pay that? Because his nemesis had the favorite today. But that's how they do, right? I mean, these guys, Chad Brown, Todd Pletcher, I believe they were in a 2-horse race yesterday, as a matter of fact. They had a match race.
And the winner paid $480 in there.
That's right. That's right.
All the money was in.
And note to self, on match races, always bet the horse that makes the lead out of the gate.
And it was Todd Pletcher winning that race, beating the Chad Brown heavy favorite. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, it's like, who do you choose?
Here with Aaron Wellman of Eclipse Partners. We were just joking about him being partners with Mike Rapoli here, and then tomorrow with Hall with Vinny Viola. But talk a little bit about the relationship teaming up with both those guys.
It's an honor. You know, they're such great guys, such huge supporters and ambassadors for the sport. So for them to be willing to put their name alongside Eclipse's is hugely special.
Talk a little bit about Trust Fund. Fended off all challengers, was so resolute to the wire in his debut.
He's kind of acted like that ever since he came up from Ocala. Ocala Stud did a really good job breaking him, turned him over to Todd, and, you know, he's just been very matter-of-fact about his business while showing talent all along. So when he made the lead, you know, he had to stand in the gate for a long time today, so I was a little concerned. He's a big, kind of heavyish horse. Sometimes he doesn't pop out of there quite as quick as you'd want, but when he came out of there running with Luis and then sort of got a chance to look everybody in the eye at the quarter pole, I knew he was going to fight. Whether he was good enough and fit enough, well, with Todd, you know, they're always fit, but whether he was good enough, that was the question, and he proved it today.
Looks like a really promising one for the future. You have your family here, Jack and Sadie. You guys are West Coast, you know, people, but you like coming here to Saratoga, no?
Yeah. We like
Sadie, you're no stranger to the back of a horse. Talk a little bit about your involvement.
I mean, I just love it. Like, I ride, and I just love the horses so much.
Have you taken any of Dad's runners and turned them into jumpers or anything?
No, I want to, though, at some point.
It's coming, Dad. It's coming. Well, good to know that, you know, you got somebody to take them there after when retirement calls. So congratulations. And Hall tomorrow?
Yeah, we're really excited. It's a small but really salty field in the Saratoga Special, but he's another colt that's just sort of melded right into the program, won his debut, and we're excited to see what he can do tomorrow.
That would make a lot of us. Congratulations. Best of luck tomorrow, Aaron.
Thanks so much.
All right, Aaron Wellman, Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners, teaming up here with Mike Rapoli to get Trust Fund to the winner's circle at First Asking.
Well, looking forward to seeing Hall as the boys run that second of 3 graded stakes here in that Saratoga Special on Saturday.
He talked about it. It's a small field, but, man, there are some potential in that race, including our big favorite out of the Norm Cassie barn.
Yeah, that, of course, rhyme schemes that huge number at Ellis.
Thanks for the assist
last
there.
time out.
I couldn't remember the name. I was like, uh-oh.
We'll see if that able to translate here to Saratoga. Late Pick 5, we're underway. It's Trust Fund at 3-1 to start things off. At 3-1, beating an even money favorite.
Gotta help.
Gonna help, certainly. We're a couple of fields late in this card, taken off the turf, where you could narrow down, you would think, unless something crazy happens. As we get into this National Museum of Racing Hall of Fame, rescheduled Grade 2 on the lawn. And currently favored, Carl Spackler for Chad Brown, Tyler Gaffleone, and E5 Racing.
Surprised?
A little bit.
Me too.
I am too.
What about, does that surprise you that a horse is coming off a bad race as Carl Spackler was and coming out of probably these least experienced probably in the field, but I mean, that surprises me.
He's ran the best race of all of them, and I think the people are kind of going to ignore the race prior to that. And look, More Than Looks got a little bit of a setup last time. More Than Looks breaks a little bit slow. Just going to have to run down Carl Spackler, and obviously I think that has a lot to do with it. I'm a big fan of Carl Spackler. I'd like to see him on the front end here.
Me too. Yeah, I would too.
More Than Lux was able to win, not getting a pace though, 2 starts back, different level of company. But we'll see if that one can break a little bit better this afternoon. Let's get to our ABR race of the week. It is coming up on Saturday. Grade 1, 4-star Dave, named after the Sultan of Saratoga. 8 straight years won a race here in upstate New York. And we're going to meet the field for one of the most prestigious races there is at a mile on the grass. Beginning with Todd Pletcher's Emmanuel. We'll have Jose Ortiz back in aboard.
Yeah, and listen, he's 6 for 11. He's had, you know, he might be maturing at the right time. He won the Grade 3 poker last time out, received a huge Beyer speed figure, the best one he's ever had.
Mark Cassie says, I am not going to be scared away by anybody in this field. Couple of long shots he'll send out, starting with full screen.
I think he's got 3 in the race, as a matter of fact. Blinkers off on that horse, and a horse that's definitely stepping up in class.
Stablemate next door, My Sea Cottage, Dylan Davis, who has speed.
These are deeper waters. Was impressive here. It's the start of the meet, but like I said, 30-1 makes a little bit of sense. The type of horses My Sea Cottage will be facing here on Saturday.
I saw Annapolis for Todd Pletcher have success here last year on the front end, going gate to wire. It's not his MO anymore.
Well, you know what? He has problems out of the starting gate, but he was second to Casa Creed and the Kelso. And look for him to try and get him away from that gate better tomorrow. But I think the only way he can turn the tables on Casa Creed is to lead him early and get the jump on Casa Creed.
Another long shot next door, and this horse is going to be cutting back out of a Grade 1 at 1 3/8 to this mile distance. So high.
Yeah, so high, and a horse that wants to use his speed, but coming off a much further race in distance, that tends to dull them a little bit. I think a horse is up against it.
He's been such a tremendous story, as good as ever at 7 years old and trying to win this race in back-to-back years. Casa Creed.
Yeah, Casa Creed's one of those horses that no matter what the pace is in here, I think he's going to be okay. If they go really fast in front of him, he's got that late kick, should be able to pick him up. If they invite him into the race and it turns into a sprint for home, let's not go with the horse that's won Grade 1 sprints. I think he's going to be tough in here.
We talked about a couple of long shots for Mark Cassie. This is a horse from his barn that you can't make a bit of a case for. He had a bit of a troubled start against Casa Creed in the Kelso.
Yeah, he did. But listen, he's won 5 of the 17 races, and you know, he picks up minor prizes in these kind of spots. He was only beaten 2 1/4 lengths in the Kelso last time out with that trouble, but he always seems to lack a little bit with this class of horses.
J.K. Casa Creed, Lee Einseidler's been in this sport for a couple of decades, and he said the win in this race last year was his most gratifying win he's ever had.
Well, I think it's because he felt like he probably proved some people wrong. I'm sure all week Lee likes to talk about his horses. He's probably walking around talking to people around the streets, and everyone kept saying, oh, is he going to stretch out? Is he going to stretch out? And when he did, and he did it successfully on this big stage in a Grade 1, I think there was a huge sense of relief for him and a sense of pride that Casa Creed brought him.
Felt as a 6-year-old Tom he was doing last year at this time better than he's ever been in his career. Is he still that good?
I think he is, absolutely. So, I mean, he ran the Jaipur down at Belmont, which was a sprint turf race. It set him up well for the Kelso here at Saratoga, which he was able to show that quickness, that turn of foot going 2 turns. He is the horse to beat. This is a handicap. The racing office weighs the horses as to what they're going to carry in terms of the rider and his tack. He is the high weight in the race and a deserving high weight.
The good news is that the horse that's most likely to give him a hard time, Annapolis, carrying 1 pound less, 124. So it's not going to be that big of a hurdle for him, at least I don't think.
Yeah, and at a mile. I think at a mile, Casa Creed holds an advantage over Annapolis based on their style and how. I mean, Annapolis to me is a horse that wants to grind it out. He's very responsive to the crop. But Casa Creed is a horse that can quicken, and that's so important going a mile.
Trying to do his best 4-star Dave impersonation as a 7-year-old now, looking to go back-to-back in a race named after a horse who won here for 8 straight years. That's coming up on our Saturday coverage on Big Fox. It kicks off at 3 Eastern. Meanwhile, back to our Friday coverage, Grade 2 Hall of Fame. Still to come, and more than looks, the one. 7-2 right now, coming off that Grade 3 Manila victory. Hall of Famer John Velasquez will be back aboard today. Stay with us.
Introducing Venezuelan Hug, the tenacious, towering son of Constitution, now standing in New York. After breaking his maiden at Gulfstreet, he dispatched Cityman and Allowance Company at Saratoga, going on to 6 wins in 10 starts, finishing with 3 straight stakes victories, including the Grade 3 Canadian Turf. Now a versatile sire, complementing any mare with size, looks, and athleticism that's been called the best-kept secret in New York. Venezuelan Hug, standing at Mill Creek Farm. Visit millcreeksaratoga.com to book your mare today.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets. This summer, the thrill of horse racing comes to your home on Fox. Live from historic Saratoga Racecourse, don't miss the 4-Star Dave, only on Fox Saratoga Saturday.
Forte on the outside, Cave Rock along the rail, and Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Casa Creed to the outside of them. Moon Colony comes 4 wide. Swamp Rat saves ground, and they're into the stretch. It is Sambaye with the rail in the lead. Casa Creed runs after him. Award winner gives way between horses, and then comes Swamp Rat. Global Access on the outside, and English Bee closing through late toward the rail. Sambaye, Casa Creed. These two down to the line. Casa Creed.
That was Casa Creed, who we'll see Saturday. We just talked about looking to go back-to-back in the 4-Star Dave, winning the Hall of Fame, which we have coming up next. Back in 2019, it was the 7th win in this race for Hall of Famer Bill Mott on the same day that he had right across the street Royal Delta being inducted into the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, and that was kind of his MO. They're just getting up in the shades of the wire, winning by a head, but what a horse it's been.
They learned with him to take this horse back and use that big turn of foot.
Right, it's a turn of foot, but I also think, Tom, you've been around a lot of horses. There's also a level of determination that you see from Casa Creed where he tries every time. He's trying to get past those other horses.
That's what makes you love him, right? He shows up, he gives you your money's worth if you bet on him. He's a horse that knows where the finish line is, and he gives it his all.
Well, Gary, we talked a little bit about the problems out of the gate, at least last time out, with More Than Looks. And it's been kind of an MO in his career. And Cherie DeVoe told John Velasquez, don't push him, don't touch him when you're in that gate. Just let him get out of there. Velasquez didn't expect to break as bad as he did, somehow still won that race.
Yeah, out of his all of his races, he's broke slow or bumped, and he didn't get a way. But it hasn't really affected him. And Johnny hasn't panicked on him, lets him get him in his rhythm, and he shows a heck of a turn of foot here as well. So if he gets away, don't look for Johnny to do really anything differently. He's still going to be patient on him, so he's still got that final kick.
Well, the thing is that it hasn't haunted him yet. Because he hasn't faced a group. I think this is probably one of the best groups he's faced, especially from a tactical standpoint. I don't think the pace is going to be too fast in here, so he's going to have to probably run down a horse like Appraise or Bat Flip or Carl Spackler, who potentially could be loose, because Appraise and Carl Spackler are not going to ding-dong on the front end because they're trained both by Chad Brown. So I feel like the pace isn't going to be particularly fast. More Than Looks better break well.
A lot of eyes going to be on More Than Looks, Maggie, out of the gate to see if he can break better today.
Yeah, and after the regional, still drew the rail, Greg, and got very familiar with these horses last Friday. We spent a lot of time here in the paddock together before ultimately canceling that race and the rest of the card after the downpours that we had. So I have my notes from last week and comparing horses and how they're acting. The only one that's looking or acting different is More Than Looks. He was pretty quiet going into that race last week, whereas today he's a lot more alert, much like he was for the win back in the Grade 3 Manila. I think it's better for him to be a little bit more on it, a little bit more into the bridle with that fighting attitude. So I kind of like him a bit more here. But I do think, like I did last week, that he has a real rival in Carl Spackler, who is coming into this race and I think working really well. You kind of watch the progression of his workouts, and you go back to way back when, early July, and he was inside of a horse named I'm Very Busy, and he got really hot and washy. Then you watch his latest workout, not washy, looks completely different, looks bigger, stronger, more well-muscled, and I like the fact that Chad Brown has taken his time with him, bringing him back, and he has told me repeatedly that he was one of a few horses that did not take to that Churchill Downs turf course. So we'll see how he negotiates the Saratoga turf course today, but he is one of the best looking Lope de Vegas I've seen. Just a really robust looking one. A lot of them are lighter framed, and he is definitely a good looking sort that comes in here looking fit and ready to go. Next we'll move on to number 6, Mysterious Night for Charlie Appleby. He's coming off of a very dull effort at Ascot in the Grade 3 Jersey. Now, it was reported that he was a gelding for the first time in that effort. Really didn't do much to change his attitude or anything like that. He is a very handsome horse. He's very appealing to the eye. So now they're going to try and change it up with some blinkers. Just a short cup cheater blinker on him here. And I like him, but I just wish he was coming in here on better form. So we'll see. Junior Alvarado will take over for Javier Castellano this time around. And then let's talk about the kind of wild card for Chad Brown in here. That's number 7, Mischievous Angel, who broke his maiden impressively, probably at a distance that he's not as well suited to, going the 6 furlongs first time out. And I know the margin of victory is only 3/4 of a length, but he was going away from the field that day. Question marks on who he beat that day, but he definitely looks like longer is better. He comes in here incredibly fit for his second start. Yeah, this is a big step up in class, but I think the distance is right at a mile, Greg.
Just one start. These are deep waters, but we've seen him do it already at this meet with that kind of move. Chad Brown, Manny Franco, Peter Brandt will team up with a 17-1 shot here, one of 3 in the race for this barn.
Yeah, 1-for-1 lifetime, making the transition from 1 turn to 2 turns. Mischievous Angel, but as you said, Greg, this is a trainer that knows how to make that transition and knows where to spot his horses.
Meanwhile, here's a look at General Jim. It's getting back to turf, a horse who comes out of the Grade 1 Woody Stevens. Graded stakes winner on the dirt, JK, but pretty adept on the turf as well.
Absolutely, he's outstanding in that turf race, and he seems to be a better horse now, so he can kind of better horse getting back on a surface that he might like, something to keep an eye on. Also, another note, Carl Spackler, owned by E5 Thoroughbreds, bred by Fifth Ave's Bloodstock. General Jim also bred by Fifth Ave Bloodstock.
6 minutes here from the 8th. Let's go to Acacia.
And I'm happy to be joined by trainer Cherie DeVoe, who sends out More Than Looks. And Cherie, you were just saying to me, as of course this race rescheduled, and we got quite a bit of rain, and you said you'd much prefer to see him run on the turf that we're going to have today.
Exactly. It was really boggy and heavy, and the rail was out. So, you know, it's an unknown. He was training really well, and he's training really well into this spot, but seems like the turf is going to be a lot more firm this go-around.
He came with a really big kick last time in the Manila, but I noticed it. He kind of likes to put his head up a little bit. It looks like he's still figuring things out.
Yeah, it's something we've tried to work on. The best we can do is just getting him to relax, trying to get his head to go down. We've tried equipment. We've tried different things in training, and it's just him. So, you know, he progresses and gets better each start. So, you know, we just got to hope that he continues that trend.
How about the fact that you have John Velasquez back up? Does that give you a little bit more confidence that he kind of knows him now?
He does, and last time when I talked with Maggie, we were talking about how important it is to have a jockey like Johnny who's ridden all types of horses and understands, you know, I can give him just a few little instructions and he knows what to do with it with a horse like him, because he's tough, but you can't fight with him. But you also don't want to like just let him roll on out there. So, you know, it's invaluable to have someone like that on a horse like this.
Appreciate the time, Cherie. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Greg?
And there is Cherie DeVos More Than Looks with John Velasquez, 3-1.
Yeah, 3-1, and a horse that if he does happen to break sharp this time around, is going to be a lot to handle here.
Can Carl Spackler get back to the first 2 starts of his career?
If he does, he wins. I hope he'll be forwardly placed with a clean break.
Behind enemy lines, Jack Sisterson just missed in a grade 2 at Penn.
Just missed a horse that would like some pace up front to close into.
Ocean Vision, one of the international invaders in the race.
Yeah, actually has some okay numbers on Time Form US compared to some of these other horses. Not taking a lot of money, though.
The 5 of Praise, the second of 3 in the race for the Chad Brown barn.
He got a good form and coming into this race, maybe stepping up a bit in class here, but gets back to the 2-year-old form. He might be a player here as well.
Mysterious Night, Charlie Appleby, Godolphin, and a multiple group winner out of the country.
Charlie's been a little cool for his liking compared to what he's been doing in years past. I think this horse might be a little shorter if he was running a little better.
And the third of 3 from Chad Brown, Mischievous Angel with Manny Franco.
Undefeated in his only start, stretching out to 2 turns here. Chad Brown knows how to do it with these horses.
Biggest price of his 3. Here's General Jim, we mentioned, back to turf for Shug McGahee.
He ran well on the turf, better than he had been running on the dirt. Now he's running good on the dirt. Maybe we'll expect him to run a little bit better getting back on the grass.
And the 3-year-old debut for Batflip, who has the ability to be forward for Todd Pletcher.
And I think he wants to be. I think Batflip from that outside post would love to try to control the pace up front if possible.
18-1 from that outside slot here on this inner turf course as the pick 4 begins here. And our favorite, Carl Spackler. You can play all the action, including this pick 4, with Naira Bets. That's that offer, that $200 deposit match, new customer bonus with the code SPOT200 at nairabets.com. So, Carl Spackler, there's been the good version, the bad version. Here's the really good version when he broke his maiden.
Yeah, and I mean, he's just going to put on a show here. Tyler Gaffley, or Jose Ortiz was on him this day, and the acceleration that he showed there. Look, I don't know what was behind him on that particular day. Neither the second or third place horses came back to win in their next out, but if they were just average horses, that's how he was supposed to beat them.
That's right. I mean, that was a huge finish, JK, by Carl Spackler. He came back, he disappointed at Churchill. He's the favorite today. It's got to be because of those 2 workouts on the turf here at Saratoga that he's recently had.
Yeah, he worked with Adamo, who's a horse that's productive in Grade 1 races. And so the thing I'll say, though, is that not only is it the performance we just watched, but I also think that the maiden win, when he got beat, and he got beat by Far Bridge, who came back to win the Belmont Derby.
One of the best 3-year-old turfers in the country.
I think that because he ran against Far Bridge so well, you feel comfortable accepting that unbelievable performance we just watched was real. So when you ask the question who was behind him, it's not as big of a concern because we know he's good. He was right there with Far Bridge.
And the race at Churchill Downs, I mean, there were a lot of good horses that came in here or went in there, and their form was completely off. They could not handle that turf course for whatever reason. They were having issues with it. And so I think that's a complete throw-out race. And Web Slinger, who won it, is a really nice horse.
Yeah, the only other variable that I'll bring up with Carl Spackler is you know, those 2 good races he ran, Greg, they were with Lasix. He did not get Lasix at Churchill Downs. He didn't run well, and he's not getting it today.
So 5-2, Carl Spackler. He has been the favorite pretty much throughout. As you look at our analyst selections, as we get set for the Grade 2 rescheduled National Museum of Racing Hall of Fame. Let's go back to Acacia.
And we'll talk about the other European invader, the number 4, Ocean's Vision, as this one was actually purchased to run here in the States. So this will be with young English trainer Tim Donworth, who is based in France. His last start with this horse, as he will actually be staying here in the States and moving to the barn of Gustavo Delgado. This horse was very sharp out on the track, went right off, and he has had to work here in Saratoga too. He's been here for a little bit of time. He's a big, imposing horse, and he will be stretching out a little bit. He's one going a mile over the all-weather, but you can see he's a little spooky out there. He's definitely reacting to the crowd. He kind of had his head turned when Trevor McCarthy took him away from the pony, and typically over in Europe they don't really use lead ponies, but it looks like this is hopefully going to settle him down a bit as he will link up with the outrider. But I had a few concerns just about how he was acting in that warm-up and in the preliminaries, and it's just a lot of new things for him in here today. Again, big, really good-looking horse, but maybe mentally needs a little bit more time
to adjust to what he's seeing here in the States. The number 5, Appraise, is the other Chad Brown runner. Chad had said that he came out of the grade 1 summer with sore shins, and they gave him some time, came back with that big win last time out where he broke sharply and was pressing. He has some tactical speed, did get himself a little bit warm out on the track, but a horse that has really strengthened a lot coming back as a 3-year-old. And the 7, Mischievous Angel, I was in the paddock for his debut when he was very nervous and just a little bit all over the place, not clued in at all. As Maggie touched on, it looks like he will appreciate getting some further distance. And the Dam is the sister to grade 1 winner Audible. So there is pedigree for distance and dirt as well, but as Chad Brown has shown, this horse likes it on the turf, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Ocean Vision, that Invader the 4 could use some of those ice packs, JK, you used to keep yourself cool here.
That was supposed to be between all of us up here.
Sorry.
It gets warm.
It's very warm here.
If it's a bad day at the windows, you can use those ice packs for a lot of swelling.
You know, Gary touched on how tough that field was that Carl Spackler faced last time out. Major Dude was in that race. Behind enemy lines, he's got beat by Major Dude, and not by much. He looked pretty athletic in that performance.
Yeah, so you're talking about back in the Penn Mile? Is that what you're referring to? Yeah, maybe even made the lead a little bit soon there. I don't want to, you know, challenge that, but a very, very good race that day.
I think the other question as I load here is what the pace is going to look like, because, you know, there seems to be a couple horses that could make the front. 2 of them trained by Chad Brown, so you got to think that one of them's going to take back. But I think Bat Flip being drawn towards the outside kind of forces his hand to go on with it.
Because of wanting to save ground going into that turn, I think you're absolutely right.
Yeah, so the 9 shows the way. The 3 Chad Brown horses all seem to have enough pace to be close if they wanted to, but you know that team huddled and made a decision on who's going to be the one.
Carl Spackler, part of that trio for Chad Brown, the favorite for a rescheduled Grade 2 National Museum of Racing Hall of Fame. Let's go upstairs to Frank Miramati.
Thank you, Greg. Here's General Jim coming up with Ocean Vision. They've loaded very quickly. Bat Flip. They're in the gate. And they're off. Appraise is very quick away from there. Behind enemy lines has speed, and General Jim up and on the pace as well. Mischievous Angel. Here's Mysterious Night. Mysterious Night wasn't quick out, but he's now coming to put the pressure on Appraise into the first turn. Appraise will be the pace setter. Mysterious Night moves clearly into second. On the outside comes General Jim. Bat Flip, understandably 4 deep behind enemy lines, wrangled back in 5th, 3 lengths off the pace. It's a gap of 4 to Carl Spackler, who's racing side by side with Mischievous Angel. Outside of them, More Than Looks, 3 deep, comfortable at this stage, and Ocean Vision at the back. The opening quarter went in 24 and 1/5 seconds. Mysterious Night, tough to handle, goes on past the half-mile pole, opens a length and a half up on Appraise in second. Then General Jim third, the half in 47 and 2. Behind enemy lines on the hedge, fourth, still on hold, 5 lengths off the lead. Bat Flip is next. More Than Looks is now launching a bid, as is Carl Spackler, who's now only 4 lengths off the lead and moving willingly with that white blaze. Carl Spackler firing on the far outside as behind enemy lines comes through on the inside of Mysterious Night. Appraise is in the mix, and Carl Spackler continues to eat up the turf. Appraise, Carl Spackler, More Than Looks in the center of the course, 16th pole, and Carl Spackler just goes right on by. Ultra impressive performance from Carl Spackler, who wins the National Museum of Racing Hall of Fame. Very close for second between Appraise and More Than Looks. Caddyshack fans having a blast at the Spa.
Chad Brown maybe 1-2 here in the Hall of Fame. We know he got the win. Carl Spackler with Tyler Gaffley on aboard.
I think he ran 1-2, but big run. Had a runoff leader and Mysterious Night midway down the backside, kind of stretched things out. They were really bunched up going into the first turn. Horses were wide. In the meantime, Carl Spackler was biding his time back there, and good ride for Tyler Gaffleon. Got him out at the right point. Thought he was going to hang a little bit, and then he down another gear in the last 100 yards.
Well, it didn't set up the way I thought it would. I mean, there was no intention from that outside horse bat flip to go to the lead necessarily. Out of the gate, it was a passive ride from Castellano. And so all of a sudden, Appraise, the 5-horse, finds himself on the lead and going pretty darn slow at the time. It helped his race. He ran second today, but you can't beat a good horse when he gets the right trip. Carl Spackler weaves in between horses with Tyler Gaffalione, who's so hot right now, and makes a big-time finish to catch his stablemate Appraise.
Well, Tyler got back-to-back rides of the week. This one will be nominated, right? He had a horse who's supposed to be forwardly placed. He stays inside, tucks in, saves ground on the first turn, and then produces him outside for that one run, keeps him straight, and finishes. And I tell you what, when you're supposed to be forwardly placed, you know, you're riding your father-in-law's horse. It's a lot of pressure. Tyler just sat chilling, no problems at all. And I thought Carl Spackler was outstanding today.
No pressure for Bob Edwards.
Best first half of the meet Tyler Gaffalione has ever had, who's always a little bit up against it coming here to Saratoga because he's based in Kentucky, where some of these top riders here are based in New York. 20th win of the meet for Gaffalione after that 3-win day yesterday.
Yeah, and Tom, you said it didn't set up the way you thought it was going to. I guarantee you it didn't set up for these jocks hit the way that any of them thought it was going to either. And that's when you got to call audibles out there. And he called all the right shots right there. Going in the first turn, More Than Looks, they'd slowed that pace down. They went 24-2, or 24-1 first quarter. And More Than Looks, he was getting out. He got jumped off the hills. He was down on the inside and was lugging out with Johnny V. And I could tell he wasn't comfortable for the word go. And he got him run third. But that race did not set up like any of us thought.
And then
it was
halfway
going
down
to.
the backside, you had the Irish horse, Mysterious Night, with blinkers on. An American move made by an English trainer. You rarely see that. That horse started running off down the backside, changed the complexion of the pace. Appraise, who was comfortable on the lead, all of a sudden had to drop back to second. It was, as you said, audible time for everyone.
Yeah.
Chad Brown 1-2 indeed, with Appraise nudging out More Than Looks for second here. Carl Spackler the win, of course. 2-5-1-4 finish. Carl Spackler back to that impressive version of himself we saw earlier this year at Gulfstream Park. Gets a grade 2 win now on the resume, and his second victory for Chad Brown in E5. Still to come, grade 1 winner, American Revolution. Thought it was going to be one of the better older horses in the year last year. It was an abbreviated campaign, 11 months away. He makes his return in the Evan Shipman when we come back.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
Breeders' Cup Juvenile. And Trice wins Toyota Bluegrass.
Back with you on Saratoga Live on our FS2 coverage. Right across the street, of course, the Hall of Fame. If you've not been, it is a must trip. And we just ran the rescheduled Hall of Fame here on the program, which is brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Carl Spackler with the victory here. Impressive winner circle lead-in brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton New York bred yearling sale on August 13th and 14th in Saratoga Springs. Where will you be? JK, as you well know, these Silks not in the game that long. They've had tremendous early success.
Yeah, I mean, the first 2 years they were in the game, they won 3 Breeders' Cup races, and 2 of them, one of them was Good Magic, who's an unbelievable stallion. The other one was Rushing Fall. Yeah, it's Bob's amazing, and his family, E5. It's very happy to see him win here.
Yeah, and for Carl Spackler, I mean, this ain't Bushwood Country Club, but just like his namesake, he knows how to handle the green.
Yes, he does. And good for Tyler
and I never
Gaffleone.
slice.
We can correct it if we need to. I know how to do it.
Yeah, yes, you do.
$6.70 for the victory. Chad Brown, 1-2 here. Praise running second. More Than Looks completes the trifecta as we go to Acacia.
And Greg, it looks like Carl Spackler was just destined to win today because Maggie was in green. I'm wearing purple. Bob, you've got both going on.
I got the purple, I have the green. It's my, I can't wear this to a wedding or a funeral, so I can wear it to racetrack. So I'm stoked to be here. Great day. The horse ran phenomenal with my son-in-law on the irons. You know, Chad's done a great job getting him ready for today, and I couldn't be happier.
This is a horse that we knew at the beginning had so much promise. How gratifying is it to see him get back on track like this?
The best part is the first race I ever won was the Intercontinental with his mom. And then, you know, I sent her to Europe, right all up to Vega, and we're here today. So, I mean, having him run here in Saratoga to win on a big day today after his last race, which I don't think he was too keen on the turf, and to run here was unbelievable.
Carl Spackler, tell us, big Caddyshack fan, how did the name come about? And did you know you had to wait for a good one to give that name?
That's a good name, right? So you had to have a turf colt, you know, kind of, I don't have a lot of turf colts. And when Carl was born, we were going to put him in the auction. He just wasn't ready, you know, to sell, and we held him back, and I knew I could name him there, and that's what we did and brought him home.
Well, enjoy it all. Congratulations.
Thanks, Acacia.
Bob Edwards with the E5 colors, well represented with Carl Spackler, Greg.
And his story in this game sort of embodies one of the great lines from that character in Caddyshack. Cinderella story out of nowhere. When he's teeing it up, taking out the flower bed.
They probably both met the Dalai Lama, too.
He has just had incredible success.
He keeps an important group of friends, I know that.
In a very short time in this game, and has a lot of fun in this game as well. And Carl Spackler looks like he has a very bright future.
Now I'm just laughing. He's got a bright future.
I can do this all day. What about you? You love that movie?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a long time since I've seen it, but yeah, I mean, Bob's got a great sense of humor, and just as a reminder, I'm sure people had to hear about it all the time. Bob's also who named that horse after my father, so he's got a big heart as well.
Well, impressive performance there. Let's take a look at how this late pick 5 has played out to this point early on. 3-1 start, but beating an even money favorite to begin it. Now Carl Spackler as the favorite, and we're going to have our shortest price favorite of the sequence coming up next, with American Revolution making his return off 11 months away. Wins the Grade 1 Cigar Mile to end his 3-year-old campaign, setting up for what you think is going to just be this massive 4-year-old season where he's going to be one of the major players in the older horse division, JK. It just happened to be a really good year with some top older horses. Didn't pan out for him. That's part of the reason they want to bring him back.
Yeah, absolutely. He's an outstanding horse. He's a Grade 1 talent, but he happens to have that name, great state we're in right now, next to his name, New York. So he gets to run in these types of races, pick up some checks. He's just better than these horses, and that's nothing to knock the rest of them. He just happens to be a special one that's a Grade 1 open company type of horse that was born in New York.
Been in against New York breds, Gary, on 4 occasions. He's won every single time.
Yeah, and I mean, racing open company. Last year's last race was a Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup. He runs second, gets beat 2 lengths. And now this is a perfect comeback race for him. And who knows, if he wins the way I think he's going to win, he could get back into that same type of company. You don't want to throw him back in with the Wolves first time back, but He's got some great workouts. He's coming off a minute work, and Todd Pletcher doesn't work his horses that fast. And the gallop outs are always the thing, so most of them are just on cruise control through the wire, and then the real workout starts on the gallop out. So this tells me this horse is fit and ready for the mile distance today.
Tom, myriad of kind of minor issues which kept him away for so long, which does leave a question.
I think it's a good question, too. So hasn't been out since last September. He's a 5-year-old. The older horses get off of long layoffs, the harder it is for a trainer to get them fit. It's just like people. You know, when you're 20 years old and you miss some time, you can get back fit pretty quick. When you're 40 years old, it ain't the same ball game. So if there's anything that could maybe cause a problem for his first race back, American Revolution, the one horse, it's the time off and his age and getting him fit to run again.
2-5 favorite. Excited to see him make his return. Meanwhile, Saturday, Grade 2 Saratoga Special. 2-year-old colts going 6.5 furlongs. We brought him up earlier for the Norm Cassidy barn. Rhyme Schemes start number 2. A 94 buyer gate to wire win at Ellis Park going 5.5 furlongs.
Yeah, I mean, he just toyed with these horses. He'll draw up and win by 9.5 lengths. Under Ricardo Santana, he's back on him tomorrow. Colt obviously was well meant first time coming out. Didn't get played like a horse that won like this, and now he comes into the Saratoga Special as the favorite.
You should see what he did past the wire, you guys. I mean, literally, you're watching him hit the wire there. In another 5 seconds, he looks like he's getting ready to cross the Ohio River, which is a block away from the racetrack there. I mean, he just galloped out with so much intent and so much strength.
Tom, my biggest concern with Rhyme Schemes is that, and you've seen it because you train a lot of horses at Ellis Park, being on the front end has been the good place to be. And I don't. Hoosier Philly, I think she found herself on the right place.
Oh, no doubt.
And Wet Paint came back to kind of confirm that, trying to close into you. Wet Paint couldn't really get to you that day, but when she got here on a more fair racetrack, I thought she ran well. That's my biggest concern. He ran extremely fast on that racetrack.
And he had a start before that start at Ellis, and he ran pretty average. So how much did the racetrack help him that day at Ellis Park?
But he did make an equipment change for that second start. Put blinkers on. I think we saw a totally different horse. We'll see if we see that horse again on Saturday. Meanwhile, edified Steve Asmussen will have Joel Rosario on a horse that did win first time out at Ellis with a number where it looks like if Rhyme Scheme is going to run the same race he ran last time, he's going to need a big move forward.
Yeah, but we heard from Steve earlier today, talked about this colt. He said he wants longer distance. He really picked it up at that point in the race right there, and it was hard to come from off the pace. Granted, he wasn't far off the pace, but Steve's horses, first time out, they're not always at their best. They're expected to improve. He wants further. That was the distance that day was 5.5 furlongs. He's getting 6.5 furlongs, so that extra furlong is going to help this colt.
And that was a rare 2-year-old that didn't take attention from that barn.
Yeah, they're sneaky like that sometimes. They might take some attention at the window. We just didn't know about it.
The other tricky part, too, is that, you know, we're a little isolated here at Saratoga. Most of the horses that are running here are working here. Sometimes they're working somewhere else and they ship in, the word's not out. And I think that sometimes can happen.
Meanwhile, Hall will line up. We touched on this horse earlier. Maggie, I believe, had asked about it. This Todd Pletcher runner that debuted and won as a favorite at Belmont, going 5.5 furlongs back in early July.
And much the best here, Gary, in this race. Excuse me, I'm looking at Hall. Very professional, much the best this day. You know, when you get these horses that have one start, we just watched Edified, now we're watching Hall. They tend to improve off of those beginner races, and these horses knew what they were doing from start to finish.
And look, as far as everybody's looking at these buyers and different speed figures, and they're looking at Rhyme Schemes with the 94, and then the 69 with Edified, 68 with Hall. I don't care. Their first time, they can improve or they can regress. After big numbers, they can regress, and smaller numbers, second time out. That's when it matters.
Do you feel that way too? 2-year-old races, it's almost more than any other type of race we have when they don't mean that much, especially with first-time starters.
Well, they don't mean that much in the sense that you could see a lot of improvement in the second start. Absolutely. I totally agree with that, Greg. I like to think of it as a trainer watching his athlete perform and doing a lot of things that he can't simulate in the morning. And what does he do well or she do well? What don't they do well? You work on those between races. And when they make their second start, if you're a trainer that's worth your salt, then you're gonna have it right the second time. And so that's why you often see these jumps in talent.
And by the same token, with rhyme schemes, as they say in the stock market, past results don't equal future gains. We'll see if that horse can reproduce that kind of performance that he put forth at Ellis here at Saratoga. Different ball game, but we'll see if he's that talented. That's coming up tomorrow. Race 8 on the card, Grade 2 Saratoga Special. He is back, American Revolution, Grade 1 winner of the Cigar Mile. That's how he ended his 3-year-old campaign. Last time we saw him, the last 2 times we saw him, he was the runner-up to the eventual runner-up behind Flightline in the Classic in Olympiad. 11 months away, he's back today. Stay with us.
A Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes. He added turf credentials to his resume with a determined victory in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales rate.
280,000 just way. Get it back. 191,000.
150,000, Nader Tomas. Thank you.
A dual surface classic winning son of Warfront, War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action Friday through Sunday. Fridays features a 2 p.m. first post, while weekend action begins at 12:40, kicking off the Win Early Pick 5. Home to full, competitive fields and big paydays, Monmouth Park continues to prove itself as a place to profit. Joining us on site, be sure to lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Volatile in front as they pass the 16th hole. Volatile victorious in the Vanderbilt.
The best bet for your dollar is Massachusetts Thoroughbred Breeding Program.
I honestly believe it's the best program in the country, and it's probably the best kept secret.
The incentives in this program are awarded to any mass bred running anywhere in the country. Bonuses for owners, breeders, developers, stallion owners. You get those percentages no matter where that horse is running.
This is a great program. Everything about it.
Central Banker is a Grade 2 winner whose well-balanced good looks helped him attract full books every year since he launched his career at McMahon Thoroughbreds of Saratoga in 2018. Now that his runners have proven themselves on the track, breeders are beating a path to his court.
Breeders gravitate towards consistency and a sure bet. It's an uncertain world out there. And, you know, Central Banker in our regional program and even in abroad has really helped breeders find sure footing.
Central Banker progeny have earned more than $18 million. That includes Bank Sting, who was named champion New York bred Older Mare and champion sprinter of 2022. She retired with earnings of $664,000. McMahon of Saratoga Central Banker stamps all his progeny.
Every single Central Banker foal comes out very well balanced, medium big size with good bone. They train easy. They are not too wild as youngsters, just wild enough as 2-year-olds.
For more information, you can go to nybreds.com, learn about the New York Thoroughbred and Development Fund. Say it all the time, it pays to be a New York bred, and we have a New York bred stake up next here at Saratoga with this Evan Shipman. And the big news, of course, the return of Grade 1 winner American Revolution. But there's Bankit, son of Central Banker, bred at Hiddenbrook Farm, who has won well over $1.4 million in his career. He just keeps producing as a 7-year-old. 9 wins, 12 seconds, and this is a victory at going back-to-back in the Commentator, May 29th.
Yeah, and you know what? He's getting some quite a bit of time off, but the 2 times on his form, or 3 times on his form, it's coming back from a layoff. He's won every one of those starts, so he's 3 for 3 coming off a layoff, so don't be worried about that. If American Revolution doesn't show up, the whole package today, then it's Bankit that's going to give him the biggest fight.
Yeah, ran up against a few in this race that are re-entered against him, and Sheriff Bianco ran behind him, as well as Dr. Ardito.
This group, with the exception of our 1-2 favorite, know each other pretty well. Let's go to Acacia.
And I'm a big fan of the 7-year-old Bankit. These New York breds become like old friends as you get to follow them throughout their careers. And Bankit will look to make it 2 victories in a row. Back in the commentator last time, I had some questions going into that race about whether at the age of 7 and after a couple of lackluster efforts, he still kind of had it in him, but he was, before that race, marching around the paddock, full of energy, on the muscle, and he came in today in the paddock pretty quiet. They kept him quiet in the saddling stall, but then once they got the tack on him, it was like the light bulb turned on. He got sharper and started kind of prancing around as he did last time out, which I love to see. You love to see a horse that's 7 still winning and clearly still enjoys their job, and he looks incredibly fit in here coming once again, and he is a horse that will be running late. The 6 Barese is interesting because he got a win last time out when pressing the pace and being forward. I would assume that he's going to be one who could be aggressively handled. Ruben Silveira, who rode him last time, was aggressive with him coming out of the gate, and it seemed that he was keen to have him be forwardly placed. He is a strong, aggressive rider, and he'll be back aboard today. So I think that he's going to kind of push the button out of the gate with him a little bit early on and see if he can get into a better position. Now, as far as the number 1, American Revolution, if you watch his replays, you'll see that he kind of runs with his head turned to the side, almost like he's trying to bite an invisible horse next to him. This is the type of bit that American Revolution wears. It's called a Houghton bit or a cage bit. So this is the piece that goes in the horse's mouth, and this metal piece goes underneath their chin. Actually, Dr. Ardito wears the same kind of bit, and he has the tendency to drift as well. So when a rider pulls on the rein, you're going to have a little bit more pressure pulled on the other cheek, especially helpful because it doesn't bend like a typical bit and helps to give that rider extra steering for those horses that turn their head or tend to lug in and out like American Revolution, Greg.
Oh, great way to take a look at it there. Thank you for that. Acacia, 1-2 favorite. This Grade 1 winner. 1-2 on the board. Let's take a look at the Jockey Club Gold Cup. Grade 1, the last time we saw him, September, Saratoga here last summer.
Yeah, and a typical race from him, sitting just off the pace and makes a nice run here, but just flat out run by Olympiad. Olympiad, a very good horse, obviously, this being a Grade 1. And American Revolution giving his all and then put on the show.
Yeah, there's no Olympiad in this race, nothing close to Olympiad. So American Revolution coming off this layoffs in September, Jonathan, can he get to that kind of form?
Yeah, I mean, I guess, you know, that's the biggest concern. But I think that when you have a trainer like Todd Pletcher, it's a little bit less of a concern. Todd's horses run well fresh, and he doesn't, you know, you don't usually say, oh, Todd likes to give him one over there. To, you know, that's not Todd's thing. He's going to have this horse ready to run. Now, is he going to have him Grade 1, you know, summer, you know, late summer target, Breeders' Cup bound, ready to rock? No. But I think that even his 90% is better than what these horses have to offer.
Maybe his 80%.
I saw that sarcastic look on your face. I didn't know it was going to come out, but I think that's appropriate.
And you would think, I mean, bringing him back in this space, a Grade 1 winner, to bring him back at all, you would think he has to be doing pretty good, right?
Oh, yeah. I don't think there's any question about that. You know, he's tactical as well. He has some workouts that say he's ready. Maybe, just maybe, the pace can get to him a little bit?
No.
If there's not a lot of pace here?
No. I'm just saying.
Yeah, no, I'm with you.
Well, there are some tough customers in here he's going to be dealing with, but he is on a different level when he's at his best. Here he is, 1-2.
Yeah, 1-2. I mean, coming off the layoff, we've talked about it. The class of the field by far.
Dr. Ardito, who put together a pretty impressive win streak at one point, reeling off 6 in a row.
Yeah, but none of his lifetime 9 races are faster than anything American Revolution's done in his last, 7 starts.
Here's the millionaire Bankit, who just won the commentator.
Just won the commentator, a stake just like this one for New York breds. He's going to look to go back-to-back.
Barese for trainer Mike Maker. Big price at 14-1.
Yeah, you know, Maker will take a chance in here, but another one, just from a speed figure standpoint, is just way behind the favorite.
Talented 5-year-old, but this is a big test for Sheriff Bianco.
It's a big test, but he gets some help. The scratch of the 4-horse, Sundays with Sandy, was the other speed in the race. I think he can make the front by himself, maybe slow things down and make it a little bit tough for American Revolution to finish up and get him.
We talked about with the meet's leading rider and his brother, I ride Jose Ortiz, out on suspension until tomorrow. They come back on Saturday. Opportunities for really everybody in this jockey colony to get some wins, and especially for Luis Saez to try and chip away at that lead. He already has 1 win today and a chance to get within 6 with a win here on the 1-2 favorite.
Yeah, and listen, those guys are sitting at home watching this right now, and when you're sitting out of suspension, it just makes you want it more, and especially up here, I'd imagine, with, Irad in front and Jose in third, 11 behind. Luis creeping up on him, but listen, Steve Russian's got to be licking his chops right now. He's got business lined up for him, and Irad's gonna be tough to reel in. Luis got a lot of great business picking up back on Mage.
It was on the racetrack this morning, by the way.
Yes. Had a great workout this morning, worked in 112 and change. They said the gallop out was huge, and looking so forward to watching the Travers.
Wolfie, we talk a lot about the jockey standings here at Saratoga, more so than anywhere else. I think it's important to note that when there's a trophy named after Angel Cordero, it's a pretty darn important trophy. And I think that all the best riders with all the best horses and all the best trainers and all the best owners that get here, I think that if you can accomplish winning the meet here, it says a lot.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. I mean, look, regionally I've won titles in Louisiana and Kentucky, and at the end of it, it's a little bit half empty, but you win the title here at Saratoga, competing against the best day in and day out. That is a major, major milestone.
And we'll see. The Ortiz brothers have won 7 of the last 8. The only one not named Ortiz to do it over that span is Luis Saez, who we're talking about, who's going to be on this 3-5 favorite, American Revolution. That was back in 2021, and that was, Gary, for him, just a sensational summer where he gave it a real run for the money to set the all-time mark here, owned by Ramon Dominguez.
Yeah, and he's having that same type of meet this year, I mean, as far as success. And Javier Castellanos had an excellent meet. Tyler Gaffleone, man, I mean, there's a couple of guys, everybody's been riding well here, but that just shows you how tough it is. It's been pretty spread out when you get below the 15-16 range of wins. But the number of wins doesn't really say it all for a couple of these jocks. Katie Davis with 4 wins here at the meet. It's always fun to watch that challenge.
Saez, this race goes through him, an American Revolution on the Grade 1 winner. Let's go to Acacia on more of his competition.
And jockey Manny Franco had a 3-win day yesterday. Will be aboard Dr. Odito, who went on an incredible streak and then recently has kind of not been up to where he was. He did try the Grade 3 Westchester 2 starts back, so you can forgive him for a disappointing effort there. And then last time in the commentator, he just kind of moved gradually into stride and then just didn't really have enough punch to come back to a horse like Bankit. He is a big, solid son of Liam's Map, and maybe giving him a little bit of time and freshening up after that commentator try, and also going back to a mile, which I do think is his best distance, will suit him. I spoke to Manny about him yesterday, and he said he's just been remarkably consistent. The question is he needs a little bit of a step forward in this spot, and we'll see if he has exactly that. The number 1 American Revolution, I talked in the paddock about his equipment. As far as his fitness is concerned, he's a horse that always carries a condition, very typical of a Constitution, but he looks very strong coming back here, very fit by his standards, if that makes sense. He was working in company with Julia Shining, who's a younger filly, but just very easily going away from her, and she does have talent and is a good workhorse. He's been sharp out there, and hopefully he can keep a straight course. But the good thing is Luis Saez knows him well, Greg, and while he's very much the horse to beat, I'm just hoping Barese can try to take it every step and make it a bit tough on him.
Now, Saez does know him well. He was his regular pilot, including the best moment of his career when he won that Grade 1 Cigar Mile to end his 3-year-old campaign. And Tom, if you're the trainer of this horse, you're Todd Pletcher, not necessarily a win you want to see. Sure, you'd like to see that, but they have bigger goals this year, right?
I'm sure they do. But, whenever I hear that, and you hear it a lot on the racetrack, this isn't the major goal here. This is, I mean, look, your horse is out there competing. He's an athlete. You train him to that race. unless they specifically are telling you, hey, you know, we're not 100%, you got to think that this horse is well meant in this spot, Greg.
And he's coming back here, right, to kind of bolster the career, to go on to be a stallion, you would imagine, in a New York bred. There's some money to be had there.
Oh, yes.
You don't want to send him out here
right.
and embarrass him in front of all these New York breeders. I think he'll be ready to run.
Watch the 7. Let's see if the 7 can steal away on a slow lead here.
There's American Revolution's trainer, Todd Pletcher. 14 times he's won the training title here, and he knows exactly what he's doing to bring good ones back off the bench. We'll see if this one has what it takes to get it done. First start back in 11 months for American Revolution from the inside post. See Evan Shipman. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
One more left to load, and that'll be Sheriff Bianco. Walking straight in. And they're off. Not the best of beginnings for American Revolution. A little bobble out of the gate for the heavy favorite. And it's a contested battle up top. Sheriff Bianco is vying for the early lead as they swing on to the backstretch. Bankett is at the rail and Buddy C is in between them. A gap of 5 back to Dr. Ardito, and American Revolution is outside of him. Already 7 lengths off an opening quarter in 24 seconds flat. Sheriff Bianco steps out now to lead it by 2. Buddy C second. Another length and a half to Bankett, comfortable in third, and he's joined by American Revolution with 4.5 lengths to make up, being nudged along to try and make up ground. At the back of the field is Dr. Ardito, 47-1 for the half. Sheriff Bianco, American Revolution, moving up on the outside of Buddy C. These 3 separated by less than 2 lengths. Then comes Bankett. Dr. Ardito is starting to rally. Pink Cap on the outside, approaching the quarter pole. It's still Sheriff Bianco just in front of American Revolution. And they're joined 3 deep by Dr. Ardito, who has 3 to make up on Sheriff Bianco, who hugs the rail and goes on strongly. American Revolution flattening out. In the center, Dr. Ardito making steady headway, tries to get to Sheriff Bianco, and here he comes. Dr. Ardito on the outside is up on even terms, and Dr. Ardito from last to first to win the Evan Shipman. Second to Sheriff Bianco. Bankett finished third.
Poor break for the heavy favorite. Dr. Ardito takes advantage of a horse who had won 6 in a row at one point. 4th win today for trainer Chad Brown.
That strange run race early on. You saw that 24 first quarter come up. That's extremely fast coming out of that chute. There's no run up for the clock. It starts right when they leave the starting gate. If they went 24, 47, that's fast. It's quick. And their winner, he stumbled, or excuse me, American Revolution, he stumbled pretty hard the very first jump and never really looked comfortable to me. And Louis, he directed him straight to the outside when that happened. He's in contention at the start, but he closed in to some fast intermediate fractions down the backstretch.
What a day that man right there is having. Expected him fully to be right in the mix to the very end for leading trainer here at the meet. He's got 4 today to wrestle away a tie with Lena Rice. 22 wins at this meet. Let's go back to the start. Keep your eyes on the 1. And what happens here?
Yeah, he just stumbles. The ground breaks out from under him. The first step away from there, you see him go down to his nose. We've seen a lot of horses stumbling out of there. It might be a little bit looser back in there or drier than the rest of the racetrack. And when that happens, when it dries out, not as much moisture in there as on the full racetrack. Tends to be cuppy, and when I say cuppy, it means it breaks out from their feet when they leave the starting gate. So don't know if that's the issue, but I've seen more than one stumble like that, Tom.
Yeah, look, I mean, they went quick early and set up to close. We talked about Sheriff Bianco making the lead in this race. He did, but my goodness, they were going pretty quick down the backside.
Yeah, he made that little, the favorite, American Revolution, kind of made that middle move on the backside. But look, when you're 2 to 5, you're allowed to make that middle move, right? You're supposed to put yourself back in the race because you're supposed to be better than those horses. When he turned for home, he was empty. You could tell he was tired.
Yeah, look, I'm going to tell you, he's a 5-year-old. He's a big boy. He carries a lot of body weight. Those are hard horses to get fit off the layoff. I don't care who the trainer is, and Todd Pletcher is one of the best.
Big upset here in the Evan Shipman 2-5 favorite. Grade 1 winner American Revolution defeated 6-1 with Dr. Ardito on a 4-win day for trainer Chad Brown as he takes this New York bred Evan Shipman. Well, the horse who just won for the 7th time in 10 starts. We'll be back.
Respect the law. He's earned it. A Grade 1 winning juvenile.
'Tis the law, pops the cork in the champagne.
A classic winning 3-year-old.
'Tis the law is gonna win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
5 triple-digit buyers.
Respect the law, 'tis the law.
The best son of Red Hot Sire Constitution.
He's left the others behind. He's gonna win the Run Happy Travers.
'Tis the law.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Back with you on our FS2 coverage of Saratoga Live. And the Evan Shipman, we just saw a huge upset. Grade 1 winner American Revolution defeated by Dr. Ardito for the Chad Brown Barn 4-win day for that outfit. Michael Dubb, Michael Caruso, and Manny Franco with a 2nd win on today's card. $15.20 for the win, and not on the board, the big favorite. Let's go to Acacia.
Oh, man, who's had a very good day, though, is Chad Brown for the 4th win of the day. Chad, I know winning at the spot is always difficult, and you've had multi-win days here before, but what does it mean to be able to put things together like this?
It means a lot to my team. They're doing most of the work, and a lot of moving parts. A lot of people contributed to today. And I have no horses in tomorrow, so I figured I better win a lot today, and I'll have to make it up down the road with no races tomorrow, but that's the way it goes sometimes.
The ups and downs of it, but certainly making up for it today. But Dr. Ardito, he'd been on that big run, and it seemed like he did well with a little bit of time after the commentator.
He did, and you know what? He doesn't like being inside. In the last 2 races, he just found himself inside, and Manny tried to get out. They were always stacked up on the outside of him, and he's a bit of a quirky horse. We love him. But if he doesn't want to do something, he's not going to do it, and he hates running inside. So Manny was able to follow the favorite down the backside. I felt pretty good on the turn when he got to the outside. I mean, he was making up ground because he was very happy.
I spoke to Manny about this horse yesterday and about how consistent he is. Why do you think they make such a good team together? Manny's been on every start of his.
I think it goes back to what I said about him being a bit quirky. And he's got a strong personality, and he's a bit of a sensitive guy. And Manny's just taken the time. He stayed with the horse. When we ask him to ride him, he's there for us, and he rides him. And he takes something away every time he rides the horse, man. He's a very smart young man. You can see every year he's moving up those standings, and he's considered one of the leading riders here now all year round. And this is why. He gets to know horses, and he deserves a lot of credit today.
A nice ride and a nice win. Congratulations on a great day, Chad.
Thank you.
Dr. Ardito with the Evan Shipman victory, Greg.
Gary, one of the most powerful barns, obviously, in the country. Year in, year out, he contends for this training title, but he gave Manny Franco, starting a couple of years ago, some opportunities, and Manny just continually delivered for him. Can you think back in your career when you got that opportunity?
Yeah, I can. I mean, when I made it to the big show, and I got a call from Wayne Lucas, Laz Barrera, Gary Jones, a few of those guys, but it took Laz Barrera to start using me. You know, and he'd won the Triple Crown with Affirmed, and all of a sudden he's using a young Gary Stevens from Seattle, Washington, who'd been riding at Long Acres, and boom, they all started using me with a couple of wins. But to get those comments right there from Chad Brown is if I was in the jocks room and watched a playback of that and heard that interview, I would go like, wow, that's respect, you know, and sometimes that's all you need, is to hear what they think of you and know the confidence that they have in you. And that can, just the belief in yourself from them can move you to a whole different level.
And it goes a lot further because, I mean, owners watch the show, trainers watch the show. They hear what Chad Brown, who is tops in our business, is saying about a specific rider. He's backing it up with some facts. It makes you say, maybe I should consider using this guy if he's available. So it goes a long way.
That other win for him, by the way, on California Queen, beating an odds-on favorite for the barn earlier on the card.
Yeah, that's the point I was going to make. Not only did he win 4 races, 2 of those races he ran 1-2. You know, Chad's got a powerful barn, but still you got to show up and win the races. Doesn't matter how
I feel
short
so
of a
bad
price
for him. He's got nothing in tomorrow. What's he going to do
Well,
tomorrow
what do you say he should do? Go do something fun away from the racetrack.
He should.
He's here he doesn't miss any time.
And, you know, we see riders have days like that here. For a trainer, Tom, to win 4 on a card at this meet, how difficult is that?
I really couldn't tell you, to be quite honest with you. But I can imagine that it not only would be difficult, it would be nirvana, right? I mean, you win 4 races, that's pretty strong.
Impressive for now. He came into the day tied with Linda Rice, 18 wins apiece, and now obviously up 4, 22 victories. And we expected Todd Pletcher to give him a run for his money as well, be right there. And Todd Pletcher will certainly get his share of wins. He has 1 today, but now all of a sudden he finds himself 5 back of Chad Brown. Dr. Ardito, big upset here in this Pick 5 that now has had 2 big upsets. A 2-5 favorite being beaten, and even money favorite being beat in the first 3 legs.
Yeah, this thing's going to be a little tastier than those prices you're seeing on the board right there.
Certainly is. In the last 2, maybe something wacky happens, both taken off the turf. 5.5 furlongs, main track now for a $35,000 claiming racehorses who have not won 2 lifetime. And it's the 9 right now. Linnerite, David Donk, John Velasquez. First 2 starts came on dirt, and it's been all turf since then. Getting back to dirt here is the 9-5 choice. More on this field when we come back. Going to take a look back to earlier on in the card when we return. Stay with us. A very speedy performance in the Union Avenue. We'll have a recap on Saratoga Live.
Honor AP, a mesmerizing horse from the very beginning, who captured the imagination of the racing world and proved his potential on the track. A Grade 1 winner, out of a multiple Grade 1 winner, with incomparable looks and an unbeatable pedigree. The speed, the bloodline, the physical. Honor AP. Only at Lane's End.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Tiz the Law has the lead at the top of the stretch. It is Tiz the Law in front with 3/16 to the finish. Tiz the Law has a 4-length lead. He's left the others behind. It's Tiz the Law. He won the Belmont Stakes. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers. And now it's on to Kentucky as the favorite in the Derby. Here he is, Saratoga's hometown hero, Tiz the Law.
Just an incredible story from the standpoint. This is a small operation, Saratoga stable. They had a lightning strike twice. Funny Side winning the Derby and Preakness, and now this horse that started out with 6 wins, his first 7 starts, including the race in that COVID year that started off the Triple Crown, winning the Belmont and then backing that up with a Travers win.
A small operation. They needed a school bus to get all the owners around. What a horse
point.
he was. What a
He
New
was
York
a
bred.
really, really good
What a pure racehorse.
Man, he was good.
And speaking of Manny Franco, I think that was one of his kind of coming out parties where I think people started to realize they could be trusted on a big horse. He was outstanding on Tiz the Law.
How about a Kentucky Derby in September and no one's there? I mean, it was the most bizarre scene you've ever seen.
Just like, it was there for that Belmont. Strange scene to kick off the Triple Crown that year with hardly anyone there. The Travers, same deal here. We've been through some strange things over the past few years, and you can maybe find your next Tiz the Law at the New York Bred Yearling Sale coming up August 13th and 14th right across the street.
Come on over after the races on Sunday.
It's not as big of a party as the
I'll
other
make it a big party, JK.
But it's still fun. I still enjoy it. It's actually a little bit more enjoyable. It's not as many people all over the place.
Breathing room?
Yeah, you can kind of spread out a little bit.
It was a packed house at that party, yeah.
I had to, I didn't come out the second night. I stayed home to watch the Curlin Beholder baby sell at home. It was too congested.
Some good moments on Beholder for this guy right here. And yeah, what, $4 million?
She sold for $4 million even, yeah.
Pretty incredible. There's some fireworks there, and you can potentially find future stars of the game right across the street here. Part of what makes this town and this racetrack so special, having the Hall of Fame, having the sales just right across the street from this historic racetrack. We're going to get into...
Plenty of brown and clear flowing.
Union Avenue, we teased going to break, happened earlier on the card, and Tom Morley and company said, let's use what Granny's Connection does best, and that is her incredible early speed.
Yeah, speed from the word go, and never a doubt. She was in control throughout, and when they asked her, she went on about her business, opened up, and won like a 2-5 shot was supposed to.
Wolfie, her regular rider, Eric Cancel, had surgery, so we wish him a speedy recovery, but Javier Castellano stepped in and made him proud.
And that was, turning the tables on Can't Hurry Love, who, this filly you see winning, had a clear lead last time out, Tom, and actually got run down. Not this time.
Yeah, not this time. Pace makes the race, right, Greg? So, I mean, this horse was able to control things a little bit easier, I thought, today to get the win. And Javier Castellano, can we just real quickly talk about the decision between Mage and Arcangelo, the Kentucky Derby winner, and Arcangelo, the Belmont winner? So you have to make a decision to run in the Travers. Which one are you going to take? You've won some Derbies, okay? Don't you feel, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but do you feel any loyalty to the Kentucky Derby winner as he moves forward after that race?
I've got to be honest with you. This is the Midsummer Derby coming up right now, and when it's the Kentucky Derby, the Travers, Pacific Classic, any Breeders' Cup race, say loyalty goes out the window.
Okay.
And you
Fair
blame
enough.
and you blame your agent.
Yeah.
and what it came down to, he wound up not making the final decision. It was made for him because they'd asked him, they had given him a timeline, and he said, I can't come up with can I have another day? Well, they had a meeting, and they decided they were going for Saez because he had ridden him in the Florida Derby. They were classy about it. He was classy back. They had that opportunity, and he said, I understand fully why they did it.
Did he potentially do that to stay in good graces? I mean, that could have been part of the play.
I mean, people understand when you get to that level. I never had anyone, honestly, get mad at me for taking off a horse that was in a similar situation like that. I told the story about I was on the Derby winner, had to make a choice between Silver Charm and a very good horse, Richard Mandela, and my two biggest clients, Mandela and Bob Baffert. I had to make a decision for the Santa Anita handicap. Well, I wanted to stay with Silver Charm because there was more upside with him because of his age, and I knew he was going to have a great 4-year-old year. I wound up taking off the gentleman, and Silver Charm wound up scratching in choice of going to the Dubai World Cup. And gentleman bled that day, didn't run his race. Pat Day came out and rode him. I sat in the jocks room. He was 1-9, and then we went over with Silver Charm, and the Derby winner winds up winning, the first Derby horse to win a Dubai World Cup. So it all, no. No, but I'm just giving an example of it's difficult, and when it comes to that, you ride the best horse you can ride.
Well, it's going to be Luis Saez picking up the mount on the Kentucky Derby winner Mage, who is breezing on the track today. Expects to have one more maintenance breeze before the Travers, and Castellano sticking with the Belmont winner Arcangelo. Late double ahead. 5.5 furlongs, both these races 10 and 11 moving to the main track. They're off the turf. We'll be back with a post-parade when we return.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKinsey.
McKinsey Preservationist Vino Rosso and Yoshida. McKinsey's in front.
McKinsey, they've done it. McKinsey has it by 2.
It's McKinsey in a dominant performance. Pure class in the Malibu.
The NyraBets Travers Bankroll Builder is back. Place a $50 win wager on one horse in any or all of the selected Saratoga Stakes races and receive a $20 bonus, win or lose. Opt in each week to play at NyraBets.com. You could be a millionaire this summer with NyraBets. Play the Saratoga Late Pick 5 this weekend, be the single ticket winner, then cash in on the $1 million bonus. The $1 million bonus is exclusively available when you bet with your NyraBets account. Strike it rich Saturdays and Sundays at Saratoga. It pays to play with NyraBets. Visit NyraBets.com/million to learn more.
Well, for the people that work with the horses 24/7, it's truly not a job, but a lifestyle. So I'm roaming around today to find out why they love that lifestyle so much. Hey, hi! What do you love about your job?
I love the horses, but the horses is my life.
My dad's a trainer. I got into this because I love the animals and grew up around them.
Well, don't run away from me. Hold on, I gotta ask questions.
Yeah, 8. No, 8.
8 years.
8.
Has it really?
Yeah.
She's so good. Shut. See, this is what I deal with. How much you love the horses?
No, I love it. The
Yeah.
horses.
You don't even know what your job is, because you're a baby, huh?
It's the only way I know how to make a living.
That's true. See? He just eats. Oh my God, oh my God. Well, Selvin, thank you for letting me do your job for 2 seconds, and you're doing mine.
I actually was a former D1 athlete, and when I quit the team, my parents told me I had to get a job, so I went and became a hot walker, and now I'm here.
What's it like being the exercise rider for Cody's Wish?
You know, I really wasn't expecting that. You know, and one day I showed up and I saw my name next to his name, and I was like, oh, shoot, you know, that's pretty cool. It's an honor. It really is.
Costa Creed. Literally, Anna grooms all the best horses of Bill's. Oh, you're the best. You got it. Can we give him carrots? Is he done training?
I kind of police the racetrack.
You give tickets?
We can. I pretty much yell.
You're a carrot fiend, huh?
Yeah, we just keep it safe. Safety is, in capital letters, our job.
How many years have you come to Saratoga?
Oh, since 87.
Wow.
That's when we started.
So 36 years. Watch, his bandages are gonna fall down.
We had a Cooper sighting. Allison Shug McGahee's dog has become good friends with my son. And Irma Scott is kind a person as you will meet on the racetrack. Longtime assistant to Bill Mott, who's been incredibly kind to my family as well. These backstretch people, they make it work, and they make this sport go. And they're the unsung heroes of this sport.
Yeah, I think that the thing that you take away from that, which we all know because we're around the backside all the time, is the connection between human and horse, you know, and the love between horse and human. You know, it's why we get in the business, you know, and that connection, when it happens, I don't know how you describe it except to say that it's one of those things that's just, you take it home with you. You live with it. It's beautiful.
And the camaraderie with the people in the morning, the trainers, the exercise riders, the grooms. You know, I would live basically at Santa Anita in the mornings. It was the first thing, even on days off. And people say, why don't you take a day off? Finally, my agent, Ron Anderson, he told me, he says, can you just wear a baseball cap out? You don't need to get on any more horses. Well, I did for years. If we didn't have horses to work, I'd go out to Clocker's Corner, get a cup of coffee. And I loved going around the backside, and I felt proud that there wasn't any barn that I couldn't walk into, and everybody knew my name. And
a day off feels hollow, doesn't it?
Yeah.
No, it does.
Post-parade in progress. Magniloquent went by. Long shot Serenade Soldier as well for Chris Engelhardt. And here's Diamond Collector. Horse to beat?
Yeah, I like the 6, actually. But this horse is taking some money. Will be trying the turf for the first time. Excuse me, off the turf. Excuse me.
Here's a quick power nap for Rudy Rodriguez.
Yeah, this is the one that I like. This horse has shown some speed, and when you have these races that are off the turf, I do think that you want to have a horse that's going to be forwardly placed.
3 Unions shown a little bit of ability under it.
Yeah, enough ability that you've got to at least consider him in your bets and making a little drop in class. First time in for a claim or for sale, you can buy him for $35,000.
Apprentice Jamie Torres on Creasel LaRote.
Yeah, just doesn't have a lot of early speed.
Line of right, David Donk with Johnny V.
Well, I mean, you know, this horse has enough dirt, I guess, to consider, but I'm not a fan of the 9, and this horse being bet, too.
And there's John Velasquez giving this 4-year-old filly a warm-up here as we're 5 minutes away from a start. We'll break from that outside post. Obviously, this 10th and 11th race, they changed quite a bit with it being announced before the program began, coming off the grass. And with that, quite a few scratches. And you're seeing Magniloquent taking plenty of support from the rail.
Yeah,
and
you are.
Speed inside for Wesley Ward.
Yeah, and Wesley knows how to win dirt, grass, and everything else. This horse has only one dirt start that I could find, and it wasn't a very good one, but it was the first start of this horse's career.
That's who I landed on here just because of the speed, early speed. I thought that, you know, got a chance. She's got a chance of getting out. All of his horses leave there, and she has in every single one of her races except for 2. She hasn't. There was only 2 races where she wasn't first call out of the gate, and I'm expecting her to be first call out of the gate. Hot riding Tyler Gaffleone. That was my combination here.
She is fast. She should be in front early and might just break the spirit of the rest of this field. Let's go to Acacia.
Her speed is very dangerous in here, Greg. And as Tom mentioned, her only start on the main track was in that debut, which was as a 2-year-old. And Wesley Ward, 2-year-olds debuting at that time of year at Keeneland always take a lot of money, and thus the favoritism. It's funny, this is one that Wesley owns and trains, and also Brad, he trained the mare that he owns as well, who didn't do much. She was 0 for 3 on the main track. This horse, though, if this was on the turf, I'd be a little bit more encouraged. She has that big, flat, proverbial turf hoof that we talk about. I don't mind her coming back in here because of the early speed. My biggest question is she just doesn't look fit to me. She hasn't run since April. She doesn't run very frequently at all. We saw her last July here in Saratoga, and she's only run twice since then, both on synthetic. And I just have some questions about her coming in here, and can she sustain that speed? She's very quick, but how long can she hold it? The number 4, Diamond Collector, comes in off a bit of a layoff too since March, but does have some foundation, cuts back in distance. Certainly don't mind her sprinting. She looks fit coming back here too. She did get a little bit warm on the track, but got that big kind of Kendrick Carmouche warm up. And she was a horse that I remember last year getting very nervous. And while she was energetic today, she's much more settled now as a 4-year-old. And you like to see that progression from them mentally. The number 9, Liner Right, taking attention as its favoritism was kind of bouncing back between these 3. This horse actually ran 2nd on debut for a maiden 40 on the main track, and she looks sensational from a physical and health standpoint. She's dappled out from head to toe. Pretty picture out on the track, but as you guys touched on, John Velasquez took her right from the pony, gave her a big warm-up, but she has that high knee action in the way that she moves. She just moves so much more like a turf horse. Let's see if she can run back to that first race on the dirt, which wasn't a very quick one. But she's a horse that I would prefer on the grass, but she certainly does, Greg, look like she's doing really well right now.
We'll see how she does when those gates open. Thank you, Acacia. 5-2, Coast second choice on the board here from that outside post. Meanwhile, look at the 7. 3 Unions at 6-1 here. Javier Castellano actually debuted on turf, showed some speed in that race. Another horse, this may be the one that tries to pressure the Wesley Ward horse.
Yeah, maybe so. I mean, we got to talk about what the talent is of this field on the dirt versus the grass. The race was scheduled for the grass. You know, a lot of people, it's lost on them that horses enjoy a certain surface more than another. All the horses in here obviously are better suited for the grass than the other dirt. So it comes down to a question of who's going to survive, right? I'm just going through my notes, and I'll double check this, but the best I can tell, the 4-horse Diamond Collector is the only horse in this entire field that has won a race on the dirt. Now I'm gonna review that again, so I don't want you guys to hold me to that, but I'm next to positive.
Well, that was on a wet track as well.
Yeah, it was a wet track. That doesn't count.
And excuse me, Serenade Soldier's the other one, the 2-horse is one of the dirt also.
And that too was on a wet track.
What are you trying to do to me?
Well,
still counts.
We're trying to say that we don't have a lot of choices here.
Maybe some chaos can happen.
Don't put too much faith in these picks on these final 2 races.
Whoever makes the lead
At least
is
for me.
my pick.
Yeah.
I'm guessing it's going to be the 6. That's why I've made the 6 my pick. But I think that's how these races get run. I think if you can find the front end, you're going to be.
I got the 4.
We'll bat a beer. I'll take the 1.
All right.
The first 50 yards.
Frank Miramati with the 10th, moving to the main track here at 5.5 furlongs.
Liner Right will be the last one to load. She goes in. Not quite yet. Now she's there. They're in the gate. And they're off. Magniloquent rockets out and opens up 2 lengths. Serenade Soldier comes away with good speed too. And Diamond Collector is 3rd in the early going. Quick Power Nap is 5 lengths off the pace, followed by 3 Unions. Crisa LaRote is next, and Linerite is at the back of the field. Magniloquent goes around the far turn in control. The opening quarter in 22 seconds flat. Magniloquent leads it by 5. Now it's 6 lengths heading toward that quarter pole with Serenade Soldier second. Quick Power Nap on the outside third. And they're followed by Diamond Collector. Magniloquent in the middle of the racetrack with a commanding lead coming to the 8th pole. No one's getting close. Quick Power Nap, Serenade Soldier at the rail, Diamond Collector, and a late bid from Linerite, who's trying to complete the exacta. This was lights out of the gate. Magniloquent takes Tyler Gaffleone on a joyride to win by 6 or 7. Linerite second best. Then it was Diamond Collector and Quick Power Nap.
2-win day for Tyler Gaffleone. Wesley Ward horses, usually sharp out of the gate. She'd shown turf speed. That always translates usually to dirt speed. She was all alone in front. Tyler moves alone into third in the jockey standings.
Yeah, I won that bet the first jump with JK. But listen, this filly, she blew out at Keeneland on July 29th. She went 46, basically 46 flat, which was a black letter work. And Tyler, I mean, he was motionless on her. I'm not saying she would have done this on the grass, but I get a feeling she would have done the same thing on grass. But that told me, and that workout was on the dirt at Keeneland. So if they can work like that in the mornings on dirt, then that's the performance I was hoping for.
Well, she translated it today, and for Wesley Ward as owner, trainer, breeder, so it's a win-win-win. It's a nice trifecta.
Congratulations, bud. I know you're watching.
1-9-4-6 finish, and just a case of this race being over a couple of steps out of the gate.
Yeah, I mean, this filly was lightning quick. I don't know how he does it. He buys and breeds a certain type, Wesley does. And they've got a big engine back behind, big shoulders on him. He buys a certain type of horse that he knows are going to be quick.
Well, I think 90% of the people that go to the sale are looking for horses that can win the Kentucky Derby. Mile and a quarter horses. Mile and a quarter horses look different than 5.5 furlong turf sprinters. So I think he's found a little bit of a niche when he's at the sale. He doesn't have to spend a lot of money to give owners an experience that might not be the Kentucky Derby, but you never know. It could be Royal Ascot. He's found a really good niche in that arena.
Yeah, you know, just like with human athletes, the 100-meter champion looks a lot different than the one that wins the marathon race, doesn't he?
9-5, Magniloquent.
And that looks like a 100-meter champion right there.
Against this group was Magnificent. It's a second win of her career. Gate to wire, as easy as could be. We have the nightcap coming up when we return. Second win of the day for Tyler Gaffleone, teaming up with Wesley Ward.
I just happened to be up on the 3rd floor of the grandstand at Saratoga. So I saw a horse load up in the gate and just decided to clock it. Went like 11 and 22 and 33 and 44 and change. It was one of the fastest gate works I've ever seen.
Nashville, first time out, much the best.
Spicedown was a super fast horse. Certainly no surprise when he has an offspring like Nashville.
Never asked for a thing, track record.
Nashville for the best sprint time of the Fairgrounds meet.
Like my old boss, Wayne Lucas, always said, you can't coach speed.
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One partner, one horse, one victory at a time.
Flight line, 20 lengths clear.
Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
Enjoy a group outing this summer at Saratoga Racecourse. Reservations are now available for the climate-controlled paddock suite accommodating 80 guests and for large-scale corporate gatherings at the rail at the 1863 Club. Head down the stretch to the Stella Artois Spa verandas for groups of 50 or tailgate at the turn with a carload of friends. For casual outdoor gatherings undercover featuring buffet lunch with Prosecco offerings, enjoy the Mianetto Easy Goer. Visit NYRA.com/Saratoga to book your group outing today.
This summer, the thrill of horse racing comes to your home on Fox. Live from historic Saratoga Racecourse, don't miss the 4-Star Dave, only on Fox Saratoga Saturday.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, brought to you by Hill & Dale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious. In race 10, there was no catching. Magniloquent with Tyler Gaffalione in the saddle joins me now. And Tyler, she was just so quick out of the gate and just ran away from the rest of these.
First off, all the credit goes to Wesley. He called me this morning. We had a different idea if it was going to be on the turf, but he called me back and we adjusted. But he did a great job with this filly. She broke alert lead. She put me in a great spot and carried me throughout.
How fun is it riding one like that where she's just cruising?
Oh, it's a lot of fun. You know, if you go back on a replay, she always breaks sharp, puts herself up there. Just kind of hang on and enjoy the ride.
You got to enjoy the ride with this one. Got a nice trip in the race earlier, though, in the Hall of Fame with Carl Spackler and for your in-laws as well with E5 Racing. How special are wins like those?
It was amazing, you know, getting to share that moment with Bob and Chris and the whole family. It's Riley's birthday today, so it's extra special. But it was the first time they were able to walk me in a great stake, so it's a really amazing moment for all of us.
Really, really cool moment. And now in third in the jockey standings. That's gotta feel good.
Oh, most definitely.
A big smile. Tyler, congratulations.
Thanks so much.
And we'll see if we can keep that good momentum going, Greg.
Hey, you can have another chance to add to that tally of the nightcap coming up for the Mike Maker barn, but alone in third. Got to feel awfully good with a 2-win day today, 3-win day yesterday, 21 for the meet for Tyler Gaffalione. So $5.70, and it's got to feel pretty good when you win them that easy. Out of the gate, probably know you're a winner.
Yeah. I mean, when they're traveling like she was traveling early on, it's you just got a smile on your face. There's nobody around you. It's quiet. Can't hear other hoofbeats. And when you hit the 5/16 pull like that and you're still on cruise control and you still don't hear hoofbeats or the horse behind you breathing, because that's the first thing that signals you. And your horse actually, when you're that far in front and you're just on cruise control, if there's something that's coming to you, your horse will react to it before you do even, because their ears are so sensitive. They can hear before we do. And that's one reason I would never turn back and look under my arm unless I was trying to save a horse for the next race or whatever. Because the horse hadn't given me the signal that there was company coming. Unless they're way out in the middle of the track. But no, it's a great feeling when they're going like that. And he didn't even have to chirp to her, I bet. What that is, he didn't even have to do that.
Pretty easy win for Wesley Ward. Yeah, owns and trains Magniloquent, who wins there with a nightcap coming up. Late pick 5, beat an even money shot to start things off. Beat a 2-5 favorite. And grade 1 winner American Revolution with Dr. Ardito. So this is going to wind up, if you're alive, being pretty darn good going into this finale coming up. And it was scheduled to be 1 mile and 16th on the turf. Now a mile out of the Wilson chute on the main track coming off the grass. Non-winners of 2 lifetime. $35,000 are all up for sale for that price. And it's Sweetest Princess, the 8 for the George Weaver barn. Favored at 6-5. We're going to take a timeout when we come back. One of the elite jockeys in the sport, Flavien Prat, more than capable of handling his own in a sulky. He's going to have a chance to show off his skills for charity a little bit later on this month. We'll have that story next.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal bred.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play this weekend. Races and free PPs posted at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
Thanks for being with us on our FS2 coverage on Saratoga Live. We got extra coverage coming up tonight from Hoosier Park. Dan Patch Stakes for the top older pacers in the country. Purse of over $300,000 at that iconic 7/8 of a mile oval out at Hoosier. And one of the premier events for male pacers in the country. You'll see that later tonight. Coverage begins at 8 Eastern time on FS2. So we look forward to that. Well, speaking of standard bred racing, and this is all for a very good cause, charity match race across the way at the Saratoga Harness Track between jockey Flavian Pratt and driver Brett Beckwith. Make no mistake, though, Pratt is very well versed and knows his way around a sulky, with both his parents longtime standard bred trainers over in France, and he is up for the challenge.
We're out here for a match race with Flavian Pratt and Brett Beckwith on August 19th, Saturday night. It's a match race for two charities, the BCA Faith House of Saratoga and the Franklin Community Center of Saratoga.
So it's good, it's for charity, and it's hopefully everybody's gonna have fun.
Well, my daughter, who organized this whole thing, told me that Flavian drew the one hole, and I told him, and he was all happy because he didn't want Brett to get around him. And then we just found the bad news out this morning that he has the two hole.
Strategy was to go to the lead and then never look back, but we'll see how it goes. Breeze the filly today, and I really had good feeling with her, so.
Well, Flavian beat me at the wire there, but I dropped my whip around the far turn and I couldn't get the earplugs out, so it's the only reason he beat me.
It went really well for me. Not for him, but for me, it went really well.
I actually didn't have earplugs in. He beat me fair and square.
Trainer Kevin McDermott in that piece. He'll be on tonight's coverage along with Acacia Clement, Brett Beckwith. He is driving for the Franklin Community Center. And of course, Flavian Pratt, as you heard, representing the Belmont Child Care Association at Faith House of Saratoga. So all for two tremendously good causes. That happens August 19th. And I believe that charity match race happens around 8 o'clock. So after the race is here, hop on over. Be a fun night.
Absolutely.
There are a lot of guys around here that do that. They spend their day here, and they head across the street to catch the jugheads.
I'm not one of them, but I am going to go over and watch.
No, you go down that way, don't you?
Yeah, I do.
You ever been in a sulky?
Yes, I have.
How'd it go?
It went great. They actually, myself, Lafitte Pinkai, Chris McCarron, Sandy Hawley, Terry Lipham, went over to Los Alamitos for a charity event, and we had 2 qualifiers. And I was going to say that Brad Pegram, who is Flavian's agent, I hope you're not watching right now, but anyhow, we got to the main event, and Lafitte Pinkai was right next to me, and his horse broke stride right when the gate opened up, and the horse stumbled, and the sulky went. He was as high as the ceiling right here. He came down and he broke both collarbones. He was riding at the time. He had 2 of the best. Breeders' Cup was coming up, and he had the best sprinter in the world, and he had the best mare in the world that he was riding, and he was out for a while, and Tony Matos, his agent, was a little upset. So be careful, Flavian.
Probably the end of that, yeah.
I had a blast. I came back into the weighing room, and I said, have you ever seen that happen before? Oh, yeah, it does happen. And so we all took our helmets off, and we didn't drive the final.
Now, what about the meet Pratt is having here at Saratoga? His first ever Saratoga last summer, wound up 2nd in the standings in his first summer here, having another tremendous meet. And he had to miss a few days, too.
Absent in that run that he had last year, he didn't win any Grade 1 races. He's won 3 so far. We're only halfway through the meet.
But in fairness, he has become one of the top riders for a guy like Chad Brown, whereas last year he was maybe working his way in.
And admittedly, I've said this before publicly, I used to think that Flavian just kind of beat up on a room out there in California that wasn't compared to ours. And when he got here and started coming here, I ate an entire humble pie, and I think he is without a doubt one of the best riders in the room.
Was it bigger than the Serengeti Empress humble pie?
It was cheaper.
Quick story. He was coming out here 3 years during the wintertime, and he thought he was getting the job with Wildenstein as the #1 rider when Olivier Pellier, they had thought he was getting too old, so he was 2nd rider, and he didn't get that job. And so he spent the whole winter over here, and Richard Mandela called me into his office one morning, and I'd worked Beholder the morning before, and I'd rubbed her skin raw one morning from her pulling too hard, and my boot had rubbed her. And so I got called to his barn, and I thought, oh, man, what did I do now? And I got into his office, and he had his readers on. He was sitting down. He pulled them down like this and slid a paper across like that. He said, can you sign that? And I looked at it, and it was a sponsorship for his visa. And I signed it, and I looked at him. I said, I just signed my death warrant, didn't I? Because I'd seen him come into his own gradually over the 4 years that he had come. And he learned every single year he came, and he got himself familiar with American racing and dirt racing, and it was fun to watch the progression, because I was riding pretty much first call for Richard, and I knew I was on my way out at that point in
One
time.
of the elite riders in the sport now made this move coming to the East Coast to put himself in that conversation to get those kind of mounts, to win Grade 1s, and be in that conversation for an Eclipse Award at the end of the year as we get set for the nightcap coming up here. 1 mile main track in this finale. We're going to take a timeout. When we come back, visit old friends at Cabin Creek. Catch up with some old favorites. Stay with us. We'll be back with more Saratoga Live with the nightcap still to come on our FS2 coverage.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as Epic Queen scores at Monmouth.
Epic Queen just won't give up. Epic Queen gets the score.
Niagara Skyline goes wire to wire at Woodbine.
And Niagara Skyline in terrific form here today by 3 lengths.
And Queen's Dancer with a big upset as she wires the field.
A photo coming up once again, and it's going to be Queen's Dancer.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning.
Still coming.
Breeders' Cup World Championships.
The Run Happies are running, the Run Happies are selling, the Run Happies are winning. Eclipse champion Run Happy is showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances, burning up the tracks. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome to Old Friends at Cabin Creek. We've been here almost 14 years. We're a sanctuary for our retired horses. It's just like coming to a museum with live horses. Our mission is to provide a dignified retirement and also to raise awareness for aftercare due to the fact that horses can live into their 30s and the racing careers are so short. And some just can't be retrained, so they do need a place to live out their lives. People are just amazed how close they can get to them and how mellow some of them are. And, you know, after watching them on the racetrack just be these massive athletes, it's so nice to learn all about horses, you know, every aspect of their lives. And so it's great to be able to teach people. We are 100% donations. We're a 501c3. And we're grateful to the industry for what they do, but it's mainly the fans that come and just want to help. Horses are magical in so many ways, and it's just a wonderful thing to watch them relax and just become a horse and become an ambassador for aftercare.
Old Friends at Cabin Creek, Saratoga County's only thoroughbred retirement farm, as you heard, run entirely by volunteers on donations as well. So you can donate, oldfriends@cabincreek.com. And they have an event coming up, which Acacia is going to tell us more about.
That's right, Greg. On Tuesday, the 15th, from 10 to 2, you can swing by the farm. It's only about a 20-minute drive from downtown Saratoga, and it's well worth it. There's no admission for the party at the farm, but of course, donations are appreciated. So please do go over, meet some of the horses, meet some of the volunteers. Joanne Pepper and her team do just an amazing job, and all of the hard work and the heart and love that they put into Old Friends at Cabin Creek. There'll be some fun silent auction items, a raffle as well, and plenty of good food and lots of great company too. So make sure you stop by and support a wonderful organization. And as I mentioned yesterday, very exciting, the newest resident of Old Friends at Cabin Creek is a Shin Forward who was very talented in Japan, brought back by his breeder Vivian Malloy of Edition Farm, a New York bred who was the sire of a few horses running around here, has been gelded, and will spend his retirement at Old Friends at Cabin Creek. So you can visit a world traveler and special horse that's very important to the New York bred program as well, Greg.
10 to 2 on Tuesday, and as Acacia mentioned, just about a 20-minute drive from the racetrack here. Make it if you can, and they actually take tours, no reservations needed at all through September 2nd. So see some of the greats of the past as we have the nightcap here coming up. We'll get back to live action here 9 minutes away from race 11, 1 mile main track. There again, more information where you can find it online, oldfriendsatcabincreek.com. You can donate there and find out more about checking things out. Well, another race here where most of these wanted to be running on a different surface.
Yeah, I basically did what we did in the last race. Went through and looked for horses that run decently on the dirt. I found one right off the bat, Ghostly Girl, the 3-horse for Kenny McPeak, Julian LePeroux. It's had 8 starts, 1 win on dirt. 8 starts, 1 win. 3 seconds and 1/3. And I figured that was good enough for me, dropping from 50 starters down to 35,000.
We saw JK, a horse, blast off in a different race. It was a sprint, and take it to a field and go gate to wire last time out. Is there anyone who could do that in here?
No, there's no blast-off candidates here, I don't think. I mean, I think there's a horse that can make the lead. Obviously, someone's got to make the lead. But there's not a horse in here that has that gate speed that these Wesley Ward horses have, and some speed to kind of open up on a field like we saw the winner of the last race do. Yeah, but there is going to be someone who's going to find some position forward and is going to be at a big advantage against a bunch of horses that likely prefer another surface.
Go ahead.
Maybe the 2.
I was thinking the same thing.
Somebody
say it.
Blast off speed is relative, right, to the horse you're running against. I mean, if I go against a bunch of 60-year-olds in a 50-yard dash, I might have a little blast off speed, depending upon what kind of shape they're in. So, I think the 2 is the speed in this race, Greg.
And Katie Davis will be aboard the 2. We talked about the tremendous meet she has had. She won a race a day, 3 consecutive days a couple of weeks ago. She had another winner earlier this week. And races like this, too, I mean, any opportunity for riders that don't get a ton of them, maybe take an extra look, because they want to win it maybe a little bit more.
And she's confident, right?
I don't know about that wanting it a little more. We're at Saratoga, buddy.
Everybody wants every race they line up in.
Everybody's wanting to steal everybody else's bread.
All right, here's Katie Davis. She'll be on potentially the one in front here.
Yeah, and on his toes, Huntress Moon is making a drop in class.
Ghostly Girl, 3-2 favorite. Julian Leperoux for Kenny McPeak.
Yeah, ran well last time on the turf. The dirt races are okay, and so I understand why she's being bet the way she is.
Tyler Gaffleone, can he add a third to match what he did yesterday? He's on Sicilian Grandma.
Yeah, Sicilian Grandma. I don't know any Sicilian Grandmas, but I'd want to be on their good side if I did.
Indeed. Get some of that good cooking, too. 7-2. Annihilate at 6-1. Ruben Silvera rides.
Doesn't have much dirt form and doesn't have much early speed. Bad combination.
And 8-5 with Sweetest Princess outside for trainer George Weaver.
Yeah, there's some dirt here for Sweetest Princess. Another one that's dropping in for a claiming price of $35,000 if you're interested.
I think that the 4 might be the speed. Coming out of these sprint races, according to our American speed time form, Jonathan.
That's who they have as the leader? It's
yeah,
tricky.
Tyler, I mean, he might still have some of that zip left on him from the Wesley Ward.
It's a little tricky with these sprinters because, obviously their fractions are going to be faster than horses that have been running longer. But the one thing I have noticed is that sometimes the riders, the connections, are concerned that they'll get the distance, so the instructions aren't to go to the front end. I think it's a mistake. I think that's their weapon. Sometimes send them away from there. But I think sometimes they get rated a little bit, hoping they can save a little bit left for the stretch.
Well, the quickest horse, I mean, the 2 has turf sprint speed.
Yeah.
And we say it all the time. Yeah. Turf speed always equates to dirt speed. Doesn't necessarily always the other way around. But this horse has the ability to be forward sprinting on the grass.
Yeah, no doubt. But Jonathan was talking about instruction in the paddock, so I got a question for Gary.
Go ahead.
Have you ever been in situations where trainers give you instructions and you're just like, I'm not doing that?
No, I had.
I don't believe that.
I don't either.
I had one. Well, yeah. No, not a lot of people gave me a lot of instructions.
Yeah.
Put it that way. Later in my career, but when I was younger, and I've been known to be fiery, and I was getting all these instructions, in the paddock from an owner, and the horse was not the kindest horse to get to the gate, and it wasn't the nicest horse to ride, but I did win on it. And I got up, and I didn't follow the instructions because I couldn't follow instructions, and the guy thanked me, and I went on and told the trainer, I said, don't ever put me on another one for this guy. And so let me tell you a story about our man Michael Maker with the 4 here, and JK had said that you're concerned about a horse getting the distance or whatever. So first horse I ride for Mike Maker. I never really met him or anything. No, he's a great trainer and everything. And I walked out in the paddock, and I think we were at Churchill, and he had his hands in his pockets, and I looked at him and said, Mike, I said, good to see you. I said, what do you want to do here? I'm not going to use verbatim what he said, but he said, you're the one in the Hall of Fame. Do what you want. That's why I hired you. That's what I got for my instructions.
Sometimes that's kind of nice, right?
Yeah,
I mean, it always concerns me when I see a trainer and a jockey walk all the way from when he legs him up in the paddock to when they hit the racetrack talking to him about instructions.
You want to know
that's fearful.
Do you know what he said? He's got a great person. He's funny. You know what he said to me after the race? That didn't look much like a Hall of Fame ride.
Oh, boy.
I mean, it reminds me of like, my best comparison I can give would be football. I'm sure Paulie could have LaDuca could have a hitting version of this. But it's like in a timeout telling your quarterback every read and every different coverage. Now, listen, if it's cover 3, you got to do this. If it's blitz, you got to do this. If it's cover 2, do this. If they play man free, do this. If they zone blitz, do this. It's like, well, you've already gone over all of that in practice. Don't cloud their brain when you want them to make good decisions.
Split-second decisions where they need to adjust. Let's go to Acacia.
And if you win, then no matter what you do, everything is forgiven. But talking about your favorite in here, Ghostly Girl, I can see why Kenny McPeak wanted to run her on the turf again today, because she looks like a turf horse more than anything. She has a turf hoof. She's lighter. She's very angular behind. She warmed up fine. I know that she has some decent dirt form to go back on. She has plenty of foundation in here. I just, for 6 to 5, wasn't necessarily enamored with her, and I just preferred the number 8 Swedish Princess. I think either of these could make sense, but Swedish Princess had been running again significantly better when on the dirt. She also showed a little bit of early speed as well, and actually broke her maiden on the dirt. I know it wasn't a very quick race, but she did, and she has run some good races on the main track as well. She's a horse that looked terrific in her warm-up. She's really strong, really well muscled behind. And the reason I keep talking about how built they are is because horses push off from their hind end. That's where the power comes from. That's where all the muscle should be. And oftentimes horses that are very lighter in their flank and in their hind end have an easier time pushing off on the turf. And sometimes that's why you'll see horses that maybe just don't have as much pedigree. But with that physical switch to the grass, that's not at all what I'm seeing from Swedish Princess. She looks very strong today. George Weaver won the nightcap yesterday. See if he can do it again this afternoon, Greg.
9-5. Thank you, Acacia, to try and get it done here on this George Weaver filly from the outside post with Javier Castellano. But even money, guys, on Ghostly Girl, the 3. Should anyone be even money in here?
No.
No, but I will say this about Ghostly Girl. She has some turf races, some dirt races that aren't great, but they're okay.
Yeah.
They're pretty good. But what I can say is that it's arguable that one of her best performances was her last performance. Now, that happened to be on the turf. So maybe, just maybe, she's improved a little bit. And if she can take another step forward off of those dirt races, she should be able to handle these. She's had some tactical speed. She didn't show much last time. She needs to be a little bit more forward. Feels like it's between the 3 and the 8.
All right, Greg, full disclosure, I have a claim in on the 3 horse. We're trying to claim the 3 in this race, so.
Good luck, though.
Best of luck, nightcap.
Do you feel lucky on the shake?
Saratoga, let's go to Frank Miramati.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Huntress Moon is going out for the early lead. Swedish Princess has speed. Ghostly Girl in between them. And Ghostly Girl now goes on with it, along with Sicilian Grandma. Swedish Princess will track the top pair onto the back stretch. Huntress Moon, who broke on top, is now 4th and almost 4 lengths off the lead. And Annihilate is next to that rival. It's Ghostly Girl and Sicilian Grandma through a quarter that went to 24 2/5 seconds. A length and a half, Swedish Princess in 3rd. Another 3, Annihilate asked for a little bit more. Has 5 lengths to make up, coming toward the half-mile pole, and Huntress Moon now trails. It's Ghostly Girl with a half-mile to travel, leading it by a neck. That half went in 47 3. Sicilian Grandma up to take the lead now, and it's Sicilian Grandma immediately confronted by Swedish Princess, who's 3 wide. So these three are well clear of Annihilate as they come toward the quarter pole. Sweetest Princess and Sicilian Grandma doing battle. Ghostly Girl is back to third. Still 6 back to Annihilate in fourth. They're coming to the 8th pole. Sicilian Grandma and Sweetest Princess. Sicilian Grandma very tough. On the outside, Sweetest Princess now a half length behind as Sicilian Grandma puts a length and a half on her at the 16th pole. And it's Sicilian Grandma. Big day for Dub, Caruso, and Tyler Gaffleone. Sweetest Princess second best. Ghostly Girl third. Annihilate was fourth.
6 wins the last 2 days for jockey Tyler Gaffleone. 3 yesterday, 3 today. Closes out this card with another victory.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I told Tom, it looked like he got headed. It looked like he was going to get beat coming off of the turn. And I said at the 8th pole, I said, he wants to be leading rider. It's almost like he's willing these horses to move forward. He looks great. He was, I mean, he made this horse get reinvigorated. Great job.
I tell you what, the Edwards family is going to have a nice little celebration tonight. Tyler won 4 today. It's Riley's birthday. And Bob and the rest of the family won the Hall of Fame with Carl Spackler. Jimmy better have his mind right.
He's got to answer the door and make the drinks.
And with that victory, third today for Tyler Gaffleone. 22 for the meet, just 2 back of Luis Saez for second here in this jockey colony.
He's building momentum with every day here. And don't forget, we enter a long ways out here. So, and what I mean by that for Wednesdays, I think they enter on what Friday.
Debbie Downer, but
so,
Tyler's got a 3-day vacation coming his way starting Wednesday too.
Does he?
Yes, he does.
Okay. Turnabout's fair play.
Yeah.
And Tom, you use him quite a bit. You had him on a first-time starter that he won for you on here at the meet, Alice Beach. What impresses you about him?
Well, first of all, he's a hard worker. He comes to the barn to learn the horses he's going to ride, which I think is very, very important if you can get that done. And that gives you confidence in your rider, and it gives him confidence in his mount.
5-1 here. Sicilian Grandma to close things out. Let's go to Acacia.
And I'm happy to be joined by co-owner Michael Dubb. A Sicilian Grandma gets the job done. This was a horse, Mike, that you guys actually reclaimed. What was it about this filly?
Well, I knew she liked Saratoga. She was also named after my mother-in-law, who I absolutely adored, who passed away a few months ago. So it's very emotional.
Very emotional and very special win to see her get the victory here at the Spa. I know that these horses can really take you on such journeys, can't they?
Yeah, they certainly can. You know, she won last summer here as a 2-year-old. She was claimed away. She looked great, and I'm just happy to have her back.
You're also a part owner of Dr. Ardito, who we saw win the Evans Shipman today. What a big run from the big old gray.
Also named after one of the most important people in my life, Dr. Anthony Ardito. Not only my doctor, but one of my best friends. So it's it's great when that happens. It adds a little something special.
A special day. Enjoy it. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
Greg?
Quite a day for a man that we see win a lot on the big stage quite often on this circuit. Michael Dubb winning with one very meaningful to him here. 3-year-old filly who wins for the second time in her career.
Got a great pace set up. They went really fast on the front end, and really a strong race for a young horse.
And look, you can see it in the way Tyler was riding here. Gary, you said it. You understand how these guys, their body language more than I do. He said he's trying to win. He's trying to win another one today.
The thing I like about him is if you took a glass of water, I mean, he's moving, he's strong, but if you took a glass of water, preferably champagne, and set behind between his shoulder blades, he wouldn't spill a drop. So that's balance.
Sicilian Grandma 5-1 here to close things out on a card in which the last 2 were taken off the turf. We had 2 even money favorites, including here in the last defeated. An odds-on favorite, so that pick 5, 1,401.50 coming back. Let's take a look at how you put that together with trust fund for Pletcher, Carl Spackler, Dr. Ardito, Gate to wire with Wesley. Looks so easy in hindsight, doesn't it, Magniloquent?
I hate how that does that.
I'm very good at hindsight handicapping.
I was sitting right next to you, but it was too late.
Well, we had obviously tremendous Saturday coming up. We can't wait to see what happens at the 4-star Dave. Casa Creed, does he do it again?
Oh, yeah. I think Casa Creed is made for the mile on the turf here at Saratoga.
Annapolis is going to have to do his best running. He's going to have to do it forward. He's going to have to do it with a very comfortable trip, or he will get run down by Casa Creed.
7-5 morning lines. Very small list who've won this race in multiple runnings of this race. So he'll try and do that now as a 7-year-old, but an ageless wonder for Bill Mott.
I think he's getting better with age, to be honest with you. Yeah, I'll leave it with that.
We look forward to it. It's going to happen tomorrow. 4-star Dave Saturday, live coverage of that race, 3 Eastern on our Fox Saratoga Saturdays. Granny's Connection putting her speed to use, turning the tables on Can't Hurry Love in the Union Avenue. He was the assistant greenskeeper, but this was a performance. It's to think Carl Spackler is going to take the lead job in the Hall of Fame. And the Evan Chipman, Dr. Ardito with the upset score. 4-win day for Chad Brown and Casa Creed. We'll see him tomorrow trying to go back-to-back in the 4-star Dave.